Wait. 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 Wait.
Wait for HasanAbi.
What's going on, everybody? I hope everyone's having a fantastic evening, afternoon, pre-noon, no matter where you are in the world. I'm Hasan Piker, and this is Awesome. I'm broadcast coming to you live from sunny California, Los Angeles, folks. After a whole bunch of rain yesterday, we're live and alive, and it's sunny, but kind of cold here in California, Los Angeles. And I hope all the boys, girls, and Emmys are having a fantastic one, because today's a beautiful day. Today's a wonderful day. Today is Thursday, ladies and gentlemen. It's Thirsty Thursday. That's right. It's Thursday, March 6th, 2025. I can't believe we're already in the month of March. It's chilly here in Southern California. And yeah, this is the part of the broadcast where I tell you about my personal news. I'm going to go right into it really quickly. Okay. Personal news. Didn't really do much last night. I ended the broadcast. After 8 hours, I was tired. Noah came back. He's staying with me, Noah Kulwin. He is in the other room right now doing some work, but he'll be on in a little bit. And we watched the doco from the Aussie dude. What's his face? The one that's friends with Boy Boy. And I did a thing that I linked up with in Australia. We watched this doco on the West Papua New Guinea documentary that he did. It's not Friendly Jordies, no. It's the other guy. Paradise Broadcast. It's a crazy doco. Paradise Broadcasting. Jason stole your next gig. I saw he was teaching at UCLA campus. But yesterday was a throwaway day. Today is our day, King. I don't know why you say that. I think it was a good day yesterday. Legault explained it better than you.
But what are they? Tariffs are taxes that governments place on goods imported from other countries. Think of it like this. When a product crosses a country's border, the government charges a fee, and that fee gets added to the price you pay. The idea is to make imported goods more expensive, so people are encouraged to buy locally made products instead. However, this often has the effect of raising the cost of goods, and consumers are the ones that feel the pain. President Trump has implemented a 25% tariff on the majority of imports from Canada and Mexico, with some exceptions at varying rates. Additionally, imports from China are subject to a 10% tariff. Both Canada and Mexico have imposed retaliatory tariffs of their own. What do you think? Do you support the tariffs?
Legault, he knows the truth about tariffs, and I respect that. That, like, people will say it's AI, but like, my goat is obviously very well read. Is that a game on the floor behind you? No, that is Osama's son, a underground artist that I briefly mentioned one time, that KIRK on Twitter, which is like one of these rap accounts that's also a HasanAbi head, blasted into orbit. So then, like, I forget, I think it's Warner, I don't know, whoever he's like signed with, their record label sent me a bunch of his merch, which I think is pretty funny. They sent me some swag. I'll open it in a little bit. But there's a lot to talk about, and I am going to get to all of it. But first and foremost, personal news. Yeah, we watched that doco about West Papua New Guinea. And obviously, what is this? One of the biggest clip channels got striked and demonetized by YouTube. Is it possible to help them? Yeah, I don't know what the hell, man. I'd like, you know what's really lame and really annoying? I think they're coming after my fan accounts now. Like the HasanAbi Clips Industrial Complex. Like they are actively trying to like harm other people. The footage shown is not against community guidelines. The entire point is discussing the dangers and harms of violent groups and criticizing them. The video should be reinstated and the strike removed, and my channel reinstated in the partner program. Yeah, it's ridiculous, man. It's so ridiculous. Guys, I'm sorry. I'm sorry I said Israel bad, okay? Israel good. It's the best. Israel greatest, okay? Israel is the best place on the planet. There is no genocide. There's no apartheid. Can you please leave me fucking alone? Jesus Christ. Anyway, bad and on make a good faith critique video on you. Yes, dude. I'm not gonna watch that. Are you insane? Like, no. We have our disagreements. Who cares? I literally get ass blasted on a daily fucking basis by every Zionist institution in this fucking country, okay? Every single Zionist content creator, you got billionaires like fucking Elon Musk who are simultaneously Nazis and also dick riders of Israel going, oh, this is an interesting story. Yeah, someone should go after Twitch. And you dumb fucks want me to go and like argue with Bad Empanada. Okay, I don't care. I'm already eating it from every angle. All right? It's just, that's it. It's fine. I don't care. We have our disagreements and that's it. I still respect them. It's understandable. You're not always going to agree with everybody on everything. Okay. Holy moly. All right. Some of you are so, I got drama fatigue for sure. Ball with Mark Lamont. Wait, Mark Balls? I can't believe you was up there talking cash shit with a jumper like this. Ooh. We've all had our moments though, to be fair. Kevin Hart would give him 50. I didn't know he was a lefty. That's crazy. Makes sense. Elon Musk knows you, oh boy. He's known ever since I had, come on, man. I had his baby mama on the broadcast. He's been knowing who I am for quite some time now. Mark was friends with Kobe. Wow, no way. Crazy part is he's not a lefty. Wait, Mark Lamont is not actually a lefty, but he's just shooting buckets with his left for no reason. Anyway, all right. So where the frick were we? Cardi dropping today, Unc? I don't know. I have nothing. I have no knowledge over what Cardi's doing. Okay. Any idea when your Theo Von episode is going to come out? Yeah, no, I don't. Probably next week though, I suspect. But regardless, all right. So personal news wise, I woke up this morning. I went, took Kai to the dog park, played a little bit of basketball, had a really incredible ball sesh. Where I 11-0'd someone. It was crazy. I missed only one shot. I had like 4 threes in a row. It was wild. Wild times. Okay. But yeah, I skunked this dude who's been cooking me nonstop for the past couple of weeks. I finally skunked him, which was good. It made me feel good. And then afterwards, I drove over. I took a shower. I drove over to Dan Lebitar's podcast because I thought I was supposed to be doing his podcast today. Turns out my manager actually set the wrong date on my calendar. And I walked into some random podcast studio thinking they're here, thinking we were supposed to be shooting the pod today. Turns out we're not shooting the freaking pod today. Turns out we're shooting the pod next month. To be fair to my management, nobody secures a podcast like 2 months in a row. I mean, 2 months ahead of time. So I understand why he did that. I understand why he pushed a buck. I mean, he thought that it was supposed to be today when it's actually, next month. So instead of the 6th of March, it's supposed to be on the 6th of April. So there's that. Get an assistant, you moron. What are you talking about? This is literally the person who... What? Dude, this is the fault of what? This is a person who has assistants who is scheduling for me. This is my manager. Like an assistant would not change this at all. Why are you so mad? What the hell? Why do people get this mad? Like, you should never be this mad at anybody, let alone someone who you've given $50 to. You know what I mean? Calm down, dude. Yeah, my manager, who would, in this circumstance, if I had an assistant, my assistant would be putting in the wrong date. It'd be the same. It literally would be this exact same situation. And I'm not even saying that it's his fault, to be fair, because it was a mistake. It's not a big deal. It's a funny story. Can I talk about a funny story that happened to me without people just yelling at me? What's happening? So yeah, it's a minor mistake. It's not a big deal. Came back, got some coffee, did some big business deals. As always, you already know, I'm Mr. Business. That's what they call me around these parts. And that's it. I played a little bit of Kingdom Come while I was pooping, and here we are. Here we freaking are. Could have been worse. Could have mixed up the date in the other direction. Maybe, yeah. But that's neither here nor there. At the question, what are the odds that Trump is a Kremlin agent? Grok AI replied 70% chance. Please never bring up Grok AI to me ever again. I do not care what some third-rate, automated response platform has to say, okay? But yeah, why is the economy tanking with no tariffs? Trump got no motion. The economy's tanking because Trump is signaling tariffs. That's enough for people to understandably freak out and respond and show no confidence whatsoever. So Could Have Been Love tonight. I probably won't watch Could Have Been Love tonight when it's live. I'll probably watch it tomorrow. I want to treasure it. I want to savor it. I don't want to watch it as soon as it comes out. I want to watch it on my own. Like, I want to watch it with you guys, obviously, but like at a better time than like late at night. But maybe, we'll see. But yeah, on that note, I'm live. I'm alive. When is Simone coming on? 1:30. Yeah. Let's do it. Elon gets in on Twitch ban drama. Trump rolls back Mexico tariffs. I hate how parasocial chat gets sometimes. It must be so hard on you. Let me know if you ever need someone to talk to about it. It was funny. Yeah, that was a funny one, chatter. That was a funny one. Okay. Mexico tariffs are rolled back. NEWSOM pivots right with Charlie KIRK. Noah Kulwin. And what's Simone's Twitter at? Simone R. Zim. Yeah, I got it. We'll be on later to talk about Zionism. Rots people's brains. American, them's are majority pro-Palestinian now. Get in now. All right. Do we have a blast off meme? When do you think Felix will be back on? What do you think of the traitor Dems voting to censure Al Green? Yeah, expected. super expected. Apolitical meme if you're still looking. Oh, good. I like that. That's a good meme. All right, let's blast off. Recession when it hits 28 to 30%. Are we cooked? I don't know. Probably. Everything sucks, dude. This is sick, though. Representative Bonnie Watson Coleman says, no, this is because Rick Scott cares deeply about Medicare fraud. Google Rick Scott Medicare fraud to learn more. That's funny. Proudly serving the people in New Jersey's 12th congressional district. Okay. MAGA really be fucking up y'all's country? Bro, we're America. When our country is getting fucked up, yours is going to get fucked up too. People don't understand. Like, there's no America just like quietly fucks itself off and just like dies quietly. That's not how it works. You know what I mean? Oh, dude, there are so many awful things that are happening. There are so many awful things that are happening that I forgot to even mention that Donald Trump is going to sign an executive order today to abolish the Department of Education. Wonderful stuff, man. Actually. Very cool. Thank you, sir. Trump told his cabinet Elon is not in charge. Uh-oh. Bro, it's a weird predicament for me because on the one hand, it's like Elon Musk, when he's holding the reins of the administrative state and absolutely destroying it, he's too busy to hyper focus on his other his other things that strike his fancy, like talking about Twitch bans and how unjustifiable certain Twitch bans are and whatnot. I don't want him knowing who I am or paying attention to me even a little bit. You know what I mean? Like, not even a little bit. Okay? Not even a little bit. Yo, you got it? But let's get started. Trump expected to take action to eliminate Department of Education.
At the Department of Education, he's preparing to sign an executive order directing Secretary of Education Linda McMahon to dismantle the department. Senior political correspondent Rachel Scott has the details for us. Good morning, Rachel.
Michael, good morning to you. And the Secretary of Education, Linda McMahon, has only been on the job for 3 days. But already this morning, President Trump is preparing to sign this executive order directing her to dismantle the Department of Education. Now, even McMahon acknowledges that this would require an act of Congress. The order does instruct her, though, to do as much as she can by law, stating the Department of Education's main functions can and should be returned to the states. Most funding for public schools already is at the state and local level, but the department does oversee billions of dollars in funding to help low-income students and students with disabilities, and enforces civil rights laws to prevent discrimination in schools. It manages about $1.5 trillion in student loan debt, and it also oversees the process for students applying for college financial aid through Pell Grants and FAFSA, which for many students is the only way that they get help paying for college. About 17 million students every single year apply for financial aid through FAFSA. The question now is how much of that could be directed or moved to be under a different agency. And is there support in Congress to eliminate the Department of Education altogether, Robin?
Still so much uncertainty there. All right, Rachel, thank you.
Sources tell ABC News President Trump is not signing an executive order to dismantle the Department of Education.
What? Well, that was quick. God damn. God damn. Shit just changed real quick, huh? This is the most flippy floppy admin of all time, dude. It's craziness. I know we got 10 Democrats who voted the Central Algorithm. I'm going to talk about that in a second, okay? What is happening here? What is going on? What the hell is going on?
Today, White House Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt calls reports that Trump was expected to sign the order today, quote, fake news. ABC's Alex Perchet joins me for more on that. Alex, what's the latest?
What do you mean? What? Fake news? Bro, you said you ran on it. You literally ran on doing this, and then you said you were going to do it over and over again, and then you leaked to the press that you were going to do it, and now you're like, not me. That's not me. When Donald Trump famously appointed Vince McMahon's wife, Linda McMahon, as the head of the Department of Education, he said, and I repeat, I'm paraphrasing a little bit, okay? He said, Linda McMahon is going to take control of this agency and oversee its end. That's what he said. So what I don't understand is why he's just, acting all different now. But I'm glad that the Department of Education has got a stay of execution. Let's take a look.
Hey, Diane. So we've seen what the White House press secretary has said, calling this fake news about the executive order being signed today. But behind the scenes, multiple sources are telling ABC that the White House decided to pull this signing specifically because there was concern amongst top administrative officials about the blowback that the order would receive, especially with what's been deemed a lack of messaging in place ahead of its timing. And one of the things that was of specific concern is answering questions about how this executive order would impact the school lunch program. And when you think about the Department of Education, one of its chief functions, billions of dollars go towards servicing students that are low income, and then also students with disabilities. And so, there was a pivotal question here about how that would either be absorbed by other agencies or how state and local school districts would be able to fill in the gaps there.
And Alex, regardless of whether he's planning to sign an order in the coming days, President Trump has repeatedly called for the Department of Education to be dissolved. So what's the strategy here?
Well, it's interesting, Diane, because so he has, but as we know, even if he signs this executive order, and even if Linda McMahon, the Department of Education secretary, wants to follow through, in order to dissolve this agency, he needs an act of Congress, and they need 60 votes. They need Democrats to be on board with this. And frankly, there is no Democratic support that we're aware of right now to dissolve the Department of Education. But what the EO, as we've been briefed on, advises Linda McMahon to do is to roll back as much as she can by law. And so whenever you look at that, maybe it becomes a piecemeal function of dismantling parts of the agency. Keep in mind, it's not just those billions of dollars that go towards low income and also students with disabilities. The Department of Education also oversees a $1.5 trillion in student loan debt. It also oversees FAFSA.
All right, ABC's Alex Prochet, thank you.
There is a roller coaster happening with regard to the tariffs, those 25% tariffs that the president slapped on Canada.
Okay, so I guess I was wrong. I guess the Department of Education is not being abolished today. I don't know why they keep saying FAFSA. I don't know. I don't get it. All right. What if they cancel student loans? What if he cancels student loans? Are we just a fuck you to Biden? Do the student loans get canceled if the Department of Education is abolished? I also do think it's pretty funny that, again, liberals are such procedure perverts that they were like, oh, we can't do anything. We simply can't do anything about something that was well within the confines of the executive office, something that the executive office actually had the power to do, which is to offset student loan debt payments permanently. Okay? They utilized this numerous times. They did a pay freeze numerous times. And the Biden admin basically said, oh, we're just going to use this trick to permanently offset those payments and therefore eradicate all student loan debt, which was a great idea. It was a relatively popular idea at the time as well. And I thought if he did this, this would be a major way to bring back a lot of millennial and Gen Z people into the ranks of the Democratic Party, doing right by them. Obviously, people with student loan debts are not just young people in general. It's people from all different walks of life. There's like 50-year-olds that are still paying student loan debts, right? And of course, the procedure perverts turned around and said, well, the Supreme Court's stopping us, right? But you should fact check that before you... Wait, what is it? But if the Department of Ed is canceled, I believe they turn into unsecured personal loans and you should be able to declare bankruptcy when you graduate, but you should fact check that before you read. I mean, there are so many more issues with the abolition of the Department of Education. Let's be real. Okay? So many. Not just, FAFSA payments. Isn't most educational funding done at the local level anyways? Not that I think shutting down the Department of Education is a good thing. There is a lot. I mean, a lot of the funding does come from localities, but yes, there is still plenty of funding that comes from the Department of Education. In any case, seems like it's not happening for the time being. I do think that, I mean, I was joking when I said if they abolish Department of Education, I suspect that what they would end up doing in the aftermath of that would most likely be, like, what I think they would do after that would probably be to offer these loans to private restructuring companies. You know what I mean? That is the most likely outcome. Like, I suspect that that's what they would do. They would immediately go and sell it away to private corporations that would restructure these loans and, basically farm an entire population, an entire generation for a profit. They might even keep some of the insane conditions on student loans, because like student loan debt is different. Because they're not personal debt, like they're not personal loans, which make it so that it carries over. Like there's no, you can't really you can't really bankrupt yourself. You can't, like it, when you die, I think you still have to pay it. It's just like, maybe we'll bring back debtor's prison. I don't know. Nah, not when you die. Oh, it doesn't carry over through death. Okay, I might be wrong on that. But yeah, there's the Department of Education funds a lot of initiatives, including special education initiatives as well. So it's California stands to lose billions in education funding. 9% of the education budget, K through 12, CSU, UC, comes from the feds. Medi-Cal cuts would also hurt. 67% of all Fed money is going to California. $105 billion is for Medi-Cal. 56% of kids in California are on Medi-Cal. Yeah, I thought student loan debt was it carried over to your next of kin. But maybe I'm wrong. Let me see. Student loan debt carried over after death. No. If a borrower dies, their federal student loans are discharged after the required proof of death is submitted. No, it does not. It does not carry over. I was wrong. Oh, apparently there are some that don't go away, but most of them do go away. Yeah, it's private ones don't go away, depending on the structure of the contract that you have. What happens to student loans when you die and you're married? When someone with student loans dies and they're married, what happens next depends on the kind of loan and where they lived. If they had federal student loans, those loans are usually canceled. This means the spouse needs not to pay them back. To do this, someone needs to show the loan company a death certificate. But if the loans are private, it's different. The spouse might have to pay back the private loans. This is especially true if they co-sign the loan or if they live in a state where married people share property. Each private loan has its own rules, so check them. It's also a good idea to talk to someone in your state who knows a lot about these rules. Yeah. Good stuff. Without student loans, our GDP growth would crumble. Trump wisened up. Neoliberalism wins. Nothing ever happens. Well, I mean, the abolition of the Department of Education wouldn't necessarily take away student loan debt. I don't think. I think they would just like immediately sell it off to they would get a fat multi-billion-dollar contract from a loan repayment service that would buy it for pennies on the dollar from the federal government and then farm virtually every single person that's on it and aggressively pursue them. Yeah, that's what they would do. Yeah. Cut the Department of Education, privatize student loans, increase interest, all that good stuff. My private one was SoFi won't. My government loans will be canceled. Part of the reason I haven't refinanced my government loans is because those always have a chance of getting abolished, unlike my private. Yeah. I mean, an executive order dismantling or abolishing the Department of Education is one thing, but I think that the way to do that is still going to be through Congress. I don't know how they would even do it. Maybe they would like try to use impoundment or something. I don't know. Maybe they would try to like stop funding it through the executive office. But who knows? Can we get Chris Kulwin on the broadcast? Maybe, if he wants to come on. You have not thanked your viewers once. What? What are you saying? Noah's laughing at you, Chatter, in the other room. Yeah, they're making it. Yeah, he got that it was a JD Vance joke. I didn't understand that initially. All right. But speaking of thank yous, thank you to Claudia Scheinbaum for stepping up to the plate and just, pushing back against Donald Trump. It seems it's not just Claudia Scheinbaum, though. Let's be real. It's the car manufacturers that went to Trump and were like, the fuck are you doing, dog? I don't think you understand how the manufacturing works, how the manufacturing of American vehicles works, okay? And they have delayed the tariffs on Mexico once again until April.
Mexico on Monday. Well, those are apparently not happening, at least when it comes to Canada and, to Mexico and not Canada. He is reversing some of them, at least maybe. Frankly, the reason why it's hard for us to describe is because nobody knows what exactly is happening. The president's Commerce Secretary said this morning that he was likely to postpone them for at least a month. But then minutes ago, President Trump said that they are going to delay those tariffs for Mexico, but not Canada. Washington, Wall Street, and Main Street have a lot riding on this. Everybody is extremely confused. Maybe Jeff Zeleny is not one of those people. Jeff, you're standing outside the White House. You're on the North Lawn. Can you give us any sense of what all this means?
Well, Dana, if there's any question of why the market has been so confused and rattled in recent days, I think the events of the last really hour sum it up quite perfectly, and certainly of the last month. The president often threatens tariffs. This time he went through with tariffs, and now we are learning that he is pulling back those tariffs. Let's start with Mexico. President Trump this morning had a call with Mexican President Claudia Scheinbaum. He reported out a little bit of what they said, and in that, he said he is lifting the Mexico tariffs for at least a month. Let's take a look at his rationale as he explained it on social media. He said, I did this as an accommodation and out of respect for President Scheinbaum. Our relationship has been a very good one, and we are working hard together. He goes on to say to stop undocumented immigrants and fentanyl. Then he also is using this to contrast his conversation yesterday with...
I'm going to tell you something. What's even crazier about what's going on here? Yeah, why are we watching ONN? Oh, this is CNN. Yeah, it's straight up One America News Network everywhere. New York Times, Michael Barbaro did a daily podcast about not the tariffs necessarily, but a little bit about the tariffs as well. And like Trump's actions against like fentanyl manufacturers in Mexico and the cartel, and how it's got the Mexican government shaking in its boots and it's got the cartel shaking in its boots. Like they straight up did a glaze piece on Donald Trump. It was one of the most shocking pieces of pro-regime propaganda I've seen from the New York Times in quite a bit. I mean, it was like Joe Brandon, his mental faculties are actually an order level of glazing. It's pretty crazy. Wait, what? Trump plans to deport Ukrainians who sought sanctuary in the U.S.? Hey, no. That is insane. Oh my God, bro. I didn't even, what? There's no way. There's no way. There's just no shot. I don't think he's doing that. Trump to revoke legal status for 240,000 Ukrainians as U.S. steps up deportations. Bro, he literally heard people go, if you got problems with refugees, why not with Ukrainian refugees? And instead of like addressing this hypothetical that is supposed to expose the hypocrisy, he said, nah, I'm not white supremacist. I just hate straight up every refugee. Or he's also saying Slavs are no longer white. He's officially moved Slavs down, Hitler style, moved Slavs down to the non-white category, you know, actively. Who knows? We are regressing. Straight up. White status revoked, Ukrainians. I'm just letting you know. All the Slavs, listen, to the Poles, to the Polish, to the Baltics, to the Eastern Europeans. I'm going to tell you right now, this right here, welcome back. Okay? Welcome back. We're in it now. Where you are now relegated to a lower category. Okay? And I say this as a white man who has Muslim background, so obviously I get a touch of that. I'm looking right at you, Italians, okay? He's coming for you next. He's coming for you next, dude. You better watch out. Oh, yeah. All right. Hold on, I got to talk. No, anyway, let's continue with these tariffs, and then I'll get back to the Ukraine stuff.
So he has not yet said that he's going to lift the tariffs on Canada, but that is coming, and we learned that today from Commerce Secretary Howard Lutnick.
My expectation is the president will come to the agreement today, and hopefully we will announce this today, that USMCA compliant goods will not have a tariff for the next month until April 2nd. Hopefully Mexico and Canada will have done a good enough job on fentanyl that this part of the conversation will be off the table and we'll move just to the reciprocal tariff conversation.
So look, yesterday, President Trump in the White House was saying that Canada had not done enough on fentanyl. Today, the Commerce Secretary says Canada has done enough. That underscores one reality, that fentanyl is not it may be the stated reason, but it's not the actual reason that the tariffs have been put in place, because very little fentanyl comes from Canada. From Mexico, however, it does. So, Dana, the bottom line to all of this is we have seen the president, he's a believer in tariffs, there's no doubt about it, but when he starts hearing the pushback and seeing the pushback in the markets, he reacts and changes his mind. We're told he will be speaking on this later this afternoon, and the White House is also saying that the reciprocal tariffs, the bigger batch, if you will, is still going into effect on April 2nd. But I think now every time we talk about the threat of tariffs, we have to keep in mind, sometimes he gives them and sometimes he takes them away. Dana?
Bro, that's such a okay. Sometimes he gives them, and sometimes he takes them away. Okay, nice, dude. Thank you. Good take. Yeah, Donald Trump is doing some real wild stuff. I'm not gonna lie. It's just this is truly the Ottoman Empire of America. Not even, dude. He's Turkifying the country. It's like this is the Turkification of America and the Turkification of Donald Trump. Let's not deify Trump. I mean, he is the Christian caliphate, okay? He is the brave Christian warrior, the Christian caliphate. He's got the mandate of heaven. The true Caesar with the hair plugs. Oh, bro, the cancer kid.
Met you.
Bro, I don't want to see this kid anymore. I just don't care about it. It's like very obviously a child. Why are people talking about this child constantly back and forth? Like, there's like liberals who are yelling about the child, and every conservative loves propping up this kid to be like, oh, I guess you hate black children with brain cancer. And they think this is like an incredible own. It's like, no, man, shut up. No one thinks this, okay? Like, what? In before Hasan reviews the platform, Black Success? True. That's me. That's what I do.
Or maybe he won't take them away. We still are not clear beyond what he posted about Mexico, what that means for Canada and beyond. Jeff, thank you so much. The uncertainty is not confined to Pennsylvania Avenue. Business leaders from Wall Street to Main Street are definitely feeling it too. I want to go right now to Matt Egan, who has been talking to those business owners. And Matt, it is not a coincidence that Howard Lutnick went on a business network to say these are perhaps not going to happen now. A business network that everybody who is on Wall Street watches.
From my spot.
It seems to me that what he was trying to do was to help correct the markets, which are totally
I mean, it's going to be later,
confused
like,
and
after
worried.
we
And
interview
we all
Simone,
know
or
that
during the interview,
confusion
maybe?
is not a place that the market wants to be. And we also know that the markets are an indicator of an economy that President Trump has historically been very, very keen to watch.
Yeah, that's right, Dana. Look, business owners, CEOs, investors, they crave stability. But what we're getting right now is a whole lot of uncertainty and, frankly, chaos, right? It feels like each week or maybe even each hour, there's new tariffs that are threatened, right? Some of them kick in, some of them are pulled back at the last moment after a very good phone call between President Trump and a world leader. Others are still looming.
Just, bro. I'm a firm and committed believer, and I've repeated this quite a bit, as you guys know. I'm a firm and committed believer in the idea that these people are still led by like some semblance of logic, and then there is that there are people in their orbit that know better, and they're the ones who are just like pushing and pulling on certain levers. But whenever I see stuff like this, okay, whenever I see Trump go out, say there's tariffs, and then immediately roll it back, and then say, just kidding, there's tariffs again. Oh, the tariffs just got 10 feet taller, you know? Whenever I see him do stuff like that, I do genuinely feel like maybe we are at the mercy of a madman. Like, that's not how it's supposed to go, and I still am not fully signed off on this idea that, like, no, it's just like Donald Trump's world and we're living in it. Okay? But I just, like, chatters are saying stock manipulation, right? It's for stock manipulation. It's like market manipulation. That would be a logical answer. I don't think it's for that. You know what I mean? Like, that would be logical. That would be logical if they're like actually trying to put together this like incredibly clever, devilish scheme where they're just taking advantage of the market movements over and over again. And I mean, you could trace that stuff pretty easily, by the way. You could definitely figure that out with ease. It wouldn't be that difficult if you saw like who's making the most money and then what level of association they have with Donald Trump from the stock market tanking whenever this kind of stuff comes out. Who's like shorting it, right? But I don't think that that's what's going on. Why don't you think that? That's not true with offshore companies. You can't trace it. What do you mean? You can still see if someone is, I mean, they would be making billion-dollar moves. You know what I mean? Even if it's an offshore account, you can still trace it. You can trace it on the American side. You can trace the offshore companies. You just can't link it back to Donald Trump. Also, American companies don't usually offshore stuff anyway. Americans don't usually offshore stuff because we have inshoring. We have states in this country that basically work as a tax haven anyway, and offer you a level of protection, offer you a level of privacy. Anyway, that's not what I'm talking about. Yeah, you got Delaware right there, but also I'm saying I don't even think that's the case. I think he's just like straight up going back and forth. There is no like discernible. There's no real decipherable reason behind why he's doing it. He's just like kind of doing it just because he can. It feels like, I don't know.
I mean, look at this tariff timeline. This is just tariffs related to Mexico, Canada, and China. And just since late November, there's been so many major moves. This doesn't even account for the tariffs that have been threatened on steel or aluminum or copper or the reciprocal tariffs or the tariffs on nations that threaten the US dollar. I mean, we literally could not fit all of the major tariff actions on one full screen. And look, if you're a CEO, if you're a business owner, this is not what you want to see, right? They famously hate uncertainty, but it's hard to imagine a more uncertain environment than this, because think about it, a lot of them are trying to figure out the cost of their goods, but they don't know what the cost of their goods is going to be because they don't know where tariffs are going to be. So they don't know if they should be raising prices or lowering them. Should they be firing workers or hiring them? Should they be investing more or less? There's actually an uncertainty index when it comes to trade policy, and it is through the roof. It has skyrocketed to all-time highs, surpassing.
I think you got to get to a level of instability so maddening that the market confidence goes away. And that's officially where we're at. Like, normally, market response to the insanity that happens with Donald Trump doesn't really shake investor confidence all that much, because they're just like, yeah, whatever. It's the American economy. Obviously, I'm always going to believe that the American companies are just going to be wealthier and wealthier. Market always goes up, never goes down, right? but now Donald Trump has done the unthinkable. He's shaken market confidence finally by spiking the football and then immediately you're trying to recover it and then spiking it even further over and over again. He's done it. He's done the damn thing. There it is.
Passing anything that we've seen going back to 1960, including even higher than during President Trump's first term. And that makes sense because what he's doing is just so much more aggressive in terms of size and scope than during his first term. I talked to a business owner in California who owns a pet supply store. And he said, look, he's not a fan of the tariffs, but it's the uncertainty that's even worse. He said it's just...
Okay, I'm kidding. Hold on. Ignore everything I just said. As an apolitical content creator, I have to repeat once again that Donald Trump is brilliant and he's a businessman. How many businesses have you bankrupted? He's bankrupted 7, okay? Talk to me when you've bankrupted at least like 3 or 4, and then you'll understand the ways, the fascinating ways in which his mind works. Okay? As an apolitical centrist content creator who doesn't do politics at all, who hates politics, who abhors politics, I'm here to tell you that what Trump is doing is based, actually. He's based in stock market maxing. He is stock market pilled. Okay? He's Dow Jones pilled. He's doing that. Yeah, bankrupting 7 businesses means he's run 7 businesses. Okay? That means he's run 7 businesses into the ground. How many businesses have you run? 0. Shut the fuck up. Okay? I'm going to do some pragmatic and nuanced political analysis here and tell you that he knows. Trust the plan. Trust the plan, everybody. I like that the 4chanification of internet has basically completed, and now virtually all Trump supporters are QAnon. You know, there's no more QAnon because everyone is QAnon. There's no more 4chan because everyone is doing 4chan shit. Fantastic. HasanAbi. Yep. Pragmatic Abi. Yeah. Dow Jones, more like Donald John Trump Jones. Yeah, that's right.
Very stressful right now because he's trying to follow it all, but he just can't keep up. And I would just note that from the White House perspective, I do think an element of this trade volatility is probably a feature. It's not a bug, right? The president views tariffs as a way to gain leverage over other nations. And so by keeping everyone guessing, it enables the president to put even more pressure. But look, Dana, we are seeing this show up in the real economy, and it is really starting to pressure things.
Yeah, and as you were talking, we just got an update on where the Dow is, Matt, down 500 points. And so this is clearly what Howard Lutnick was trying to arrest, that drop. Thank you so much for that. And we should also note that we're going to be talking tomorrow, no doubt, because
I do like that. I do like that the Trump administration is basically doing the age-old meme of listen up, liberal, and then you just like smear your shit all over the walls, and that's it. Like that. He's just like, yeah, do you feel owned now? Do you feel owned now? Guess what, dude? You're going to feel extra owned, okay? What now, libtard? Fantastic. Thank you.
Because tomorrow the jobs report will come out, and we already got an early indicator that it is not likely to be very good. I do now want to talk to some other terrific reporters that we have assembled today. Peter Hamby of Puck, Jeff Mason of Reuters, Mariana Sotomayor of The Washington Post. Thank you all for being here. Jeff Mason, I want to start with you.
Listen up, liberal. Crashes the economy.
The White House for a few years on all kinds of policy, especially and including economic policy, and you were covering it during the first Trump go-round. So I think what Matt said about this being part of the strategy, not a bug, but this is kind of the way that the president likes to put his tariff policy out there, is true. But because there is so much, and it's already on top of a crisis of affordability in the United States, this feels different right now.
Yeah, I think that's a great point. And I would piggyback on to something that Matt.
Bro, it turns out when you don't have gay people in charge, the economy crashes too, just like the planes. It turns out DEI was holding everything together. We all were so disrespectful to the polycule enjoyers. We were so disrespectful to our trans allies. I am going to be extra woke, okay? I am going to be the rattiest of rad libs. Do you understand me? DEI or die, okay? Straight up. Straight up. We need at least one a paraplegic, a black trans person who is in a polycule at every corporate executive board to fix this right now. This problem is not going away, okay? And I don't even mean like a person that deserves that position. No, I'm not even saying that. We need to actually do DEI, as in the way that Republicans consider what DEI is, which is apparently when people who don't deserve positions of power get to those positions of power. I'm gonna start hiring people off the street as long as they are not a straight white man. Okay? That's what we need to do. We're not stopping. It's not even mandatory DEI now, mandatory DEI tomorrow. And not even like the normal version of DEI, which is just to refuse to stop doing the real DEI, which is for white people in general. Like, no, I'm not even talking about that. I'm talking about like the Republican version of DEI. That's what we need to do.
Said that in addition to the volatility in the markets, which average Americans will note in their 401ks and investment accounts, but it goes a lot further than that for businesses. As Matt was saying, to plan.
I am trans. Put me in charge of something important immediately. Pronto. Okay? That's it. You don't even have to have qualifications. Just turn around and be like, I'm trans immediately. Okay, you're the head of the Department of Transportation. We have to do this. Yesterday. We have to fix this problem. Okay? We have to fix this problem instantly.
For your goods, to plan for what products need to be purchased, for what supplies need to be purchased, for where you want to keep your factory, for where you want to have your headquarters. All of those things factor into business decisions that are affected by this volatility, and the volatility is so massive because the president keeps changing his mind back and forth. I suspect that that's one of the reasons that the Dow is going down again today. I mean,
wait, ain't no way. Trump paused tariffs on Canada, USMCA trade until April 2nd. Is this a meme? He also went back on the Canada ones too? What is going on, man? Yo, my favorite thing is imagining a world where Biden did this and how the Republicans would be having aneurysms on television every day to be like, this guy's obviously brain broken. Like, his brain is not working. What the hell? Dementia Biden. He's asleep at the wheel. He's like, we're going to have a recession, blah, 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 all this shit. But like when Trump does it, they're like, excellent move, sir. Excellent move. A brilliant 5D chess play, sir. You are killing it, sir. Incredible. This is also not to be too much of a nothing ever happens guy. Okay. But like, obviously you can't fuck up the bag. The entire reason for the American government to exist is so that they can enforce capitalism and the hierarchies that are designed under capitalism. You can't get ahead of that. You can't kind of break that toy for everybody, no matter how charismatic you foresee yourself to be. This is also part of the reason why I was initially saying, like, I don't think Donald Trump is going to reverse the trajectory of Ukraine all too dramatically. I was wrong on that. I copped to that. Okay. Having said that, of course, I always said it was because of the terms, and it was the terms dictated by the battlefield that would definitely motivate Americans to take a different position on Ukraine, or at least try to do a managed ceasefire negotiation and bring that to the table. Donald Trump clearly is going above and beyond on that front, even though a lot of the policies that he is actively talked about, aside from openly gaslighting and openly yelling about Zelensky being a dictator or whatever, the other stuff in terms of like mineral deals or whatever, that is the same principles that came from the administration prior. Your Ukraine prediction is flawed because you continue to reject your Pontic roots. Yeah, except everyone always forgets the Ukraine positions that I've maintained that have not flopped, which was when Ukraine had all the leverage, they should have done a negotiated ceasefire, and that probably would have made sure that Ukraine maintained more territory and also not have hundreds of thousands of casualties in the process. People just seemingly forget about all those other things that I have routinely talked about and only focus on the one aspect of my initial analysis. We're not going to talk about it anyway. Yeah, I'm officially moving, aside from Vladdy Poo, I'm officially moving Donald Trump to the madness category as well. He's one of the few unique people that that I think is indecipherable in the way that he operates. Okay? How many thousands of federal government employees have been fired and then rehired subsequently in the past month? Like, it's got to be more than 10,000. I know for a fact that there are, like, he just keeps saying he's going to fire every federal employee, and then they go, oh, turns out they were actually doing some really significant stuff. Turns out they were actually working on some fairly important things. Oops, my bad. And then they just come back and they're like, please come back. We are rehiring you. Meanwhile, every dumbass Republican dick rider is running around being like, oh, Mr. President, you're killing it. Like, how? I really want to understand how, I don't know, like the Asmongold fan base reacts to the Trump's turning on and off the tariff faucets. Like, what will it take for them to go, okay, maybe I don't fully comprehend what he's doing here. It's not like he's explaining why he's doing this. It's not like the reasoning for why he's doing the tariffs is actually a normal reason. He just says it's fentanyl and then moves on. Look at this about the hiring/firing. This is 100% in response to the jobs report leak where it shows Doge firing is tanking the economy, lol. Yeah, of course it is. I've been saying this for the past month. Breaking, Trump has said he is not looking at the stock market. Okay, stop. That's not real. Yeah, I don't think people understand that the federal government, especially if you factor in the Department of Justice as well, is a pretty large hiring body, okay? It's one of the largest. And it's a jobs program. And when you do mass layoffs of like some of the last middle class jobs that exist in this country. Let us know if any of the- Okay. What is this? President Trump. Oh, we're waiting on him signing executive orders. We're waiting for the tape to be released. Okay. Breaking news from Newswire. Trump, I'm not even looking at the stock market. No way, bro. Oh, my God. At this point, I want the tariffs. Fuck off and give me what I want. Wait, what? Why? Just give me the tariffs, goddammit. The uncertainty is killing me. It's a real will they, won't they situation. Okay? It's a real will they, won't they situation. All right, I got to pee. While I do that, here's the moment where Democrats sing and defy Johnson on the House
adoption
floor.
of House Resolution 189. The House has resolved that Representative Al Green be censured, that Representative Al Green forthwith present himself in the well of the House of Representatives for the pronouncement of censure, and that Representative Al Green be censured with public reading of this resolution by the Speaker. The House had come to order. The House had come to order. What's that? Richard?
You want to let him keep doing this or totally clear?
The House had come to order. Clear the well, please. Clear the well. The House has to continue its business.
And if you want to declare a recess, you can do that too. And the mic's on.
Just say the House is in recess. Pursuant to Clause 12A of Rule 1, the House will stand in recess subject to the call of the chair.
Well, that is pretty dramatic development there, Wolf. We had expected the House to actually go into have another vote in the aftermath of this one. So we'll see what the Speaker ultimately tries to do with this protest that is now breaking out on the House floor of some members of the House Democratic Caucus voting, singing "We Shall Overcome" in the aftermath of this. But this is clearly divided some elements of the Democratic Party. There was 10 Democrats voting with Republicans to ultimately approve this measure, 224 to 100.
I love that, dude. You know what? Maybe we should cut funding to the arts, honestly. Too many Democrats doing too many lame things, okay? I'm no longer an advocate for funding the arts programs. They are creating too many Democrats who love doing theater shit, okay? Give me the reins of power. I will exile Lin-Manuel Miranda. Do you understand? I will send him to a faraway island, not Puerto Rico, okay? A faraway island, further away than anyone's ever imagined before. They went from the Diddycrats to the Dramacrats. Despite the Lin-Manuel Miranda nature of this, shouldn't we at least give them some credit for obstructing? No. I think they need to stop being lame. That's like, I think, I'm not Mr. Optics all the time, but god damn, dude, they are so lame.
In '98 was the vote to censure Al Green, which essentially is a public admonition. It's a way to say that the House disapproves of an action of a specific member. It really doesn't go beyond that. It used to be very rare that the House would take such an action, really only in the most egregious of offenses. But in recent years, it's becoming used much more commonly. In the aftermath of what Al Green did on the House floor, Republicans made clear that they wanted to punish Al Green for his extended outbursts and ultimate removal from the House floor during Donald Trump's address to Congress. But we'll see if the Speaker decides to do anything else to these Democrats who are now speaking out, or they're chanting, it seems, on the House floor, if they're ultimately removed, or if the Speaker decides to take any action on them as well. Guys.
Very interesting.
I'm going to take a closer look at those 10 Democrats who voted
I was just thinking that.
To censure their fellow Democrat, Al Green of Texas.
Yeah, because I would think Monty Raju, I think we just lost him, but I'd like to know historically, you were talking about it used to be extraordinarily rare, not so much in the last recent years, but how rare is it for a member of the person being censured's own party to vote with the other side like this?
I cannot begin to explain to you how much I despise Emma Dems when they want to save the country. Oh God. That is right. I mean, that's they're resisting. This is pretty good. 360 no scope montage.
You know, that has happened sometimes in recent history, but typically these things have gone down, at least in the last couple of years, have gone down.
Yeah, it's not funny. White people only do this when they're frightened. It's not. You're not being funny. It's not funny nor cute. Okay.
Long party lines.
This is the final thing that white people do, right? Moments before their fight or flight response kicks in.
Years have gone down mostly along party lines. Sometimes people may break ranks, especially ones in difficult districts. One person who did vote to censure Al Green right now is Marcy Kaptur. She's a veteran Ohio Democrat, someone who's actually in a swing district. So that tells you something there. Another one, Jared Moskowitz, a more moderate member of the House Democratic Caucus. He voted to censure Al Green. Another one, Jim Himes of Connecticut, perhaps not as progressive as some of the members who are actually engaging in some of that protest that was happening here. But the larger issue here, though, is the debate within the Democratic Party over how exactly to express themselves as the opposition to Donald Trump at this key moment. In that during the speech, the Democratic leaders did not want their members to engage on things what Al Green was doing. They did not want people to hold up signs. That was the message that came from Hakeem Jeffries himself to his Democrats, and progressives in particular did not listen to that advice. They wanted to show that they were fighting for Donald Trump, and they wanted the public to know that as well. And clearly Al Green didn't take that advice also. We'll see what he ultimately says when he comes out of this censure vote. But before this vote, Pamela and Wolf, he said, I'm prepared to suffer the consequences of his actions. So he has really no regrets for what he did, and he said he would do it again.
Let's talk about this and more with Democratic Congressman Dan Goldman of New York. He sits on the House Homeland Security Committee. I know you voted not to censure him, Congressman. What went into your decision?
Well, first of all, the Republicans have rendered censure to be totally meaningless by using it at every opportunity. It also is just entirely separate and apart from what we should be doing. How is censuring Al Green helping to lower the cost of eggs? How is it reducing inflation? How is it increasing unemployment? How is it reducing housing costs? It's not. The Republicans are doing meaningless stuff on the floor, and it is ultimately hurting Americans. What we should be talking about is all the lies that Donald Trump told on Tuesday night. How he brought in a cancer survivor while he's cutting cancer research. How he brought in the wife of a slain officer while he is pardoning others who were convicted for assaulting officers. How he lied about Ukraine aid. How he lied about Social Security. How he lied about so many different things. That's what he's doing.
Not bad.
That he is gaslighting the American people. And what I wish we were talking about is not...
He read your tweet, Lamau. I mean, it did go viral.
How the Democrats oppose what Donald Trump did, but the terrible lies and policies that Donald Trump is pushing through, and the complete ineptitude and powerlessness that the House Republicans are showing.
This morning, House Republicans and 10 Democrats voted to censure one of your Democratic colleagues, Al Green, for disrupting Trump's address to Congress.
Another funny thing that JD Pondon did, of course, is obviously this one. Hold on. As you guys know, the Department of Government Efficiency, also known as DOGE, is doing a fire sale on all of these federal properties, the properties of the federal government owns. And it's a really stupid thing to do because this is like incredibly expensive real estate that they're just selling off willy-nilly. A very, very stupid thing to do. But in the process, it has gotten even dumber. JD Pondon and his team over at DOGE, in an effort to sell off federal properties, inadvertently exposes CIA black site in Northern Virginia. That's right. My goat, my king. They're doing the damn thing again. This is the type of stuff that makes me genuinely think that they have nothing going on in there. They're just like breaking stuff. They're shaking the trees to see what falls, you know? Some stuff are slipping through the cracks, obviously, in the process, and they just kind of bandage it later on. But it's very obvious that they're not competent. It's very obvious that they're not remotely interested in you know, doing this kind of like deregulation in a way that makes sense, in a way that is still stable, relatively stable. Because deregulation is always going to cause instability down the line. Having said that, however, the way that Democrats and Republicans both have played this game is by hiring competent auditors to make these assessments, to work to reduce the federal workforce, things of that nature. Like, this is a long and convoluted process. Trump, on the other hand, is like, nah, I don't care. Just take it out. Kill it all. Who cares? And whenever there's any aspect of the chainsaw that actually fires back at us while we're ripping through the administrative state, we'll just rehire them. That's it.
You voted in favor of censuring your Democratic colleague. Why?
Well, many years.
Well, because I'm a piece of shit and a goddamn loser, okay, and a stupid coward. That's why I censured my own colleague on the Democratic Party, who demonstrated the courage to do anything, really. Some might even say the bare minimum. I think that even the bare minimum is unacceptable. And as a Democrat, I think that we should just be Republicans. We should love Republicans. We should hug Republicans. We should kiss Republicans. We should just suck them off. We should just be Republicans. Okay? There you go. That's the answer. That's the real answer.
Years ago, I voted in favor of censuring or disapproving of Joe Wilson because he shouted, "You lie." It was just a very brief interruption. It was profoundly disrespectful to then President.
I genuinely, oh my God. It makes it incredibly difficult for me to maintain this position that the suffering of these people is still bad overall when they come out and argue for their own demise so actively. Like I get the anger and resentment that MAGA has towards Democratic Party politicians in general and just politicians across the board and the federal government across the board. When I see a person like this, who fires back at his own party for, at the very least, trying to do something, anything, okay, in an effort to draw people's attention to the Medicaid cuts that are incoming, and he just goes, nah, it's civility, and you need to, I'm a civility pervert. I'm a decorum pervert, okay? You have to maintain decorum. I think, yeah, I'm glad you're suffering. I hope you suffer. Like it's impossible for me to think that this is a good person.
Obama. I'm sure that I could construct some convoluted way and I would say, oh, well, President Trump is so much worse than Barack Obama and blah, blah, blah. You know what? I don't mind being one of 10 Democrats who said, no, there's a deeper principle at stake here, which is reverence for this institution. And when somebody disrupts the institution, particularly in a moment as important.
Like, dude, talk about not being able to read the room. The overall vibes from the broadest parts of the American population of voters is unironically to run a fucking mallet through this goddamn government. And this dipshit is still maintaining decorum. Like, he's still busy talking about civility. Dude, just say you're a Republican or you're talking to this guy, right? Not me, I hope. Like, how can you, dude, Donald Trump is going to accidentally nuke Iowa, and these guys are going to be like, well, you know, the decorum, the institutions in the process, okay? That's it. That's it. They got nothing. You're a bitch. You're a bitch, Jim Himes. You got nothing. You have no motion. God damn, dude. Fuck decorum. Holy shit. It is crazy. Like, what this is, you're nothing. You're lower than dirt, okay? If this is what you are advocating for right now, you are lower than dirt. This is directly a consequence of not standing for anything. That's why they so desperately cling on to bipartisanship and desperately cling on to norms. Okay, procedures, norms, decorum, because they have no ideological conviction. They have no interest in changing the trajectory of austerity that Donald Trump is implementing. They like it. A similar analog to the way liberals feel about Trump's actions in Gaza. They feel a sense of elation. They feel a sense of excitement that Trump gets to do cruelty to the leftists that they despise. Okay? They're like, oh, well, now we have the moral high ground because it's out of our hands. We're not doing it. And simultaneously, Trump is the one who's making them suffer. Hasan literally criticizing a Democrat for licking Trump's ass and absolute dumbfuck chatter tells. No, that chatter wasn't saying I was a Republican. He was talking to Jim Himes. This makes people feel super good because liberals just want to maintain the moral high ground. They don't actually care about policies. Okay? They don't actually care about policies. They don't actually care about the impact. They don't actually want to do right by their voters or any person, really. They just want to sit there and go, oh, Trump is so bad. But while they secretly love that Trump is doing this stuff, okay? Liberals, like Democrats specifically, Democratic politicians, are also on board with these sorts of austerity measures. There are obviously a select few, like Al Green, who have consistently stood up to defend Medicaid, okay? But there are still absolutely Democrats within the House of Representatives, within the caucuses, that 100% would love to sign off on the austerity, but because they got a D next to their name, sometimes they feel a little embarrassed to do so. And I do think that these guys, like the 10 people that were yelling at Al Green, they're on board. I also think that the Democratic Party's communication on these issues implies that they're also kind of on board. That's why Eliza Slotkin spoke very briefly, if at all, about the austerity and focused on, foreign policy, Trump's foreign policy stuff, while also simultaneously saying, we want to do bipartisan border bills with you. We want to do bipartisan border bills with you. You just won't let us do it. We want to do bipartisanship with you. You won't let us do it. Who is this for? Who is this for, I ask? Who's it for? Is there a base of support amongst liberals that's just like, no, we love bipartisanship with the Trump administration. We really want to find a way to manage the collapse of American empire in a way that makes sense. We want to privatize everything as well. I don't want Social Security, actually. Let's just turn it into a cryptocurrency or something. Fuck it.
And look, I have no love for Donald Trump, but I do have reverence for the office of the president. In the military, they salute the uniform. They don't salute the man or the woman in the uniform.
Oh, God. And then some silly ass bullshit about the military. Okay, great.
And just think about where this leads. If we defend that behavior at the next State of the Union, when there's a Democratic president in the Senate, people will start standing up and obstructing that speech until there can be no speech. So I feel very, very strongly that at some point we need to stand up and say, as horrified as we may be by Donald Trump or by Barack Obama or by Joe Biden, we act with decorum and with the civility that says to the world that we are a serious country. What you saw, by the way, as much on the Republican side at the State of the Union address, and yes, Al Green, was a country that is not being serious about governing itself. We have nuclear weapons. We're the most powerful economy on the world. We need to start telling the world that we are serious people, and we're telling them the exact opposite with the behavior that we saw in the speech.
Dude, we are not a serious country, and you are not a serious person. Oh my God. I hate this. All right, we're still waiting for Donald Trump to come out and speak live. Trump puts new limits on Elon Musk, ladies and gentlemen. The president convened his secretaries with Musk to clarify power. It's beginning. It's happening. President Donald Trump convened his cabinet in person on Thursday to deliver a message. You're in charge of your departments, not Elon Musk. According to administration officials, Trump told top members of his admin that Musk was empowered to make recommendations to departments, but not to issue unilateral decisions on staffing and policy. Musk was also in the room. The meeting followed a series of mass firings and threats to government workers from the billionaire Tesla founder, who helms the Department of Government Efficiency that created broad uncertainty across the federal government and its workforce, as you guys know. That's what Doge does. Doge's actions have faced ferocious resistance in court and criticism from Democratic lawmakers and some Republicans. It also has been an unpredictable force, a mallet that is picking apart the administrative state and doing so in the silliest ways possible, constantly lying to the American public about where these massive cuts are coming from, like actively lying to the American public, saying like, oh, we cut $8 billion here. Oops, turns out it was just $8 million, not $8 billion that you cut. Things of that nature that they keep doing over and over again. A lot of the lies that Donald Trump has also championed, like the transgender mice thing that he talked about, apparently in the state of the fake State of the Union that he did. Yeah, it turns out, first and foremost, transgender mice and studies conducted on transgender mice or trying to make mice trans probably yields a lot of medical benefits. That's just how medical research works. We've talked about this quite a bit. But it turns out it wasn't actually trans mice, like as in transgender mice. Okay? It was, from what I understand, transgenic mice. However, White House has since then doubled down on this issue, claiming that everyone else is lying. Here's Nicholas Christakis posting a Rolling Stones article on this. The man is an idiot. Trump claimed Biden spent $8 million making mice transgender. The White House tried to back this up with records of funding research into cancer, asthma, and HIV, some of which used transgenic, genetically modified mice. To be clear, some of these studies did involve cross-sex hormone experiments, and that is fine. Specifically, the grant amount, $532,000. Purpose, use a mouse model to investigate the effects of cross-sex testosterone treatment. Context. The study likely involved administering testosterone, a male hormone, to mice to study its physiological effects, potentially in the context of understanding gender-affirming hormone therapy or related biological processes. The use of cross-sex suggests examining how hormones typically associated with one sex affect mice of another sex, which is common in endocrinology research to model human conditions, including those related to transgender health. Now, it's not even this study in and of itself doesn't exclusively focus on the impact of trans medical care. Studies like this happen all the time, and it's additionally weird when you got a guy like RFK Jr., who is a recipient of testosterone replacement therapy, something that he openly admits to, by the way, is running around in this administration that is actively making TRT and other kinds of hormone replacement therapies less safe. Okay? That's it. We cannot, under any circumstance, allow these morons to decide what kind of medical research seems silly or inappropriate. What the hell are we doing? What are we doing? How do we get here? How? I mean, we're back. This is like George W. Bush era stem cell research shit, okay? You're making trans rights a political issue? What? It's not even about trans rights. This is not about trans rights or trans wrongs. This is just about medical research. I am not a scientist, and neither are you, even though there are some researchers in this community, okay? And as someone who is not a scientist, who understands the limitations of his brain, okay, I will always repeat that there is a very good reason for why this kind of research is conducted. And I hate that people have completely lost sight of the concept of critical thinking and just go, that study sounds stupid to me. Cut it. Here's the health research from the New York Times. It says Rolling Stone has it wrong. There have been quite a bit of National Institute of Health funded research that has used animal models, including mice, to assess the impacts of cross-sex hormone treatment. Trump was wrong to claim that these studies were meant to turn the mice transgender per se. That would require that mice have the humanoid cognition to have gender identity in the first place. The Washington Examiner recently published a 9-page list of animal model research of cross-sex hormone treatment. It was compiled by the White Coat Waste Project, a nonprofit that opposes animals in research. Benjamin Ryan is the health and science reporter for the New York Times, NBC News, Washington Post, The Atlantic, Guardian, New York Sun, cancer survivor. Wait, what? Oh, okay. The same thing happened after Trump's debate with Harris. Liberal media outlets presumed it was so bonkers that she would support taxpayer funding of ICE detainees to get gender transition surgery. They didn't bother to fact check it properly. She did support this. ACLU teased this out of her in 2019. Yeah, the irony, of course, is that you know who else supported this? The transgender bottom surgeries in detention facilities. Donald Trump. That's right. Donald Trump also, under his administration, allowed these kinds of medical procedures to take place. It makes no sense not to. It is marginal. It is inconsequential. It is insignificant. It's medical treatment. Okay, if you have prisoners, you have to offer them medical treatment. You can't just like decide that nope, they're less human. Okay, they're subhuman. Not going to give them any sort of medical treatment whatsoever. Anyway. The real question is whether there should be animal model research to study the impacts of drugs that many transgender people already receive. Republicans decry the lack of solid safety data on the pediatric gender transition treatment, and yet they seek to cancel studies that could address the dearth of knowledge. So, that's the thing. The reality of the matter is there are numerous studies conducted on animals. There's a lot of animal testing that takes place. Some of it is on cross-sex animals, okay, to figure out the impact of hormone replacement therapy. But hormone replacement therapy doesn't just help trans people. You're a moron if you think that hormone replacement therapy is only for trans people. It's not. It's for cis people as well. I technically take a form of hormone replacement therapy because I take Propecia for my hairline. Okay. RFK takes TRT, testosterone replacement therapy. That is hormone replacement therapy. It is incredibly important to continue studying the effects of hormone replacement therapy for everyone. Okay. I don't like that these people are just across the board anti-science and they go, oh, there's a trans mice involved in it, so I don't like it. Okay? They will legislate it away for trans people specifically like they're doing in Texas right now. It doesn't. My point is, once again, these people that hyper focus on trans people thinking that they're doing something to dominate trans people, they fail to recognize that this harms cis people. There are more cis people than there are trans people. A lot of, if not all of the anti-trans legislation ends up impacting cis people as well. Estrogen is, the most used prescription for E is women with menopause. Exactly. Or young girls that have issues with that. Like it's like birth control, contraceptives, different kinds of hormone replacement therapy that cis women and cis men use at every point in their lives. Okay. It is idiotic to think this is just exclusively dominating trans people. There are more cis people than trans people, and there are a fuck ton more cis people on HRT than there are trans people, myself included. Okay? But getting back to Musk, because this is one aspect of the Doge cuts, just simply flooding the market with a bunch of lies and expecting the idiotic audience to receive this misinformation gladly and then continue running their mouths about these, these different forms of medical research. Musk joined the conversation and indicated he was on board with Trump's directive. According to one person familiar with the meeting, Musk acknowledged that Doge had made some missteps, a message he shared earlier this week with members of Congress. Trump stressed that he wants to keep good people in government and not to eject capable federal workers en masse. But his administration has in recent weeks fired tens of thousands of federal workers across numerous agencies in a series of blanket terminations. A federal judge and the chair of a federal civil service board have both concluded that the terminations were not tied to performance issues and may have violated civil service laws. Lo and behold, shocking that you can't just say all probationary employees are now fired and then claim that it's for performance issues. It is unclear whether the new guidance will result in laid-off workers getting rehired. They have already forcibly had to rehire a bunch of laid-off workers from the Department of Energy, for example, the nuke people, the people that are in charge of the nukes, because that's what the Department of Energy is in charge of as well. The nuclear arsenal. They had to immediately rehire them after firing them. They had to immediately rehire the people that were working on the aviation flew at a time when obviously aviation flew is ripping through our poultry stock and causing egg prices to skyrocket. What did I say? Didn't I say avian flu? Did I say aviation flu? Oh, God. I got aviation on the mind. Another area where Trump has demonstrated, his administration has demonstrated spectacular failure is the FAA. But yes, I meant avian flu. But aviation flu is also a different thing. It's when planes fall out of the sky. Yo, hope you have a great day, Hasan. Hey, Pokelaws, you too, brother. Aviation flu happens when you don't have at least one gay pilot. Yeah. Trump, globalists are behind stock market sell-off. Okay, give me the live feed. Who has the link to the live feed for Trump? Trump is speaking. Trump is speaking. My goat is speaking. It's time to listen to my goat. It's time to hear out my goat. Where is he? Where is he being unhinged? I need to hear him.
And I think we'll do even better now. But this is something that we have to do. There'll always be a little short-term interruption. I don't think it's going to be big, but the countries and companies that have been ripping us aren't particularly happy with what I'm doing. But the United States will be very happy. And, you know, our farmers are going to be very happy. And again, they'll be disruption.
Are they? I don't think so.
In the end, I said it before with China, we signed an unbelievable deal with China, $50 billion in purchases, and we're doing great. Biden, however, when he came in, they never enforced that deal. So that's the only thing that basically you have globalist companies that have been ripping us off that won't be able to rip us off.
Globalist companies.
I think that's what the big charge is.
Have you been influenced, some of these exemptions that have been announced and some of these temporary delays, have you been influenced in those decisions because of the market reaction?
Well, there are no delays at all. No, nothing to do with the market. I'm not even looking at the market because long term, the United States will be very strong with what's happening here. Now, these are countries and companies, foreign companies, that have been ripping us off, and no president did anything about it until I came along, and then I did a lot about it. You know, we took in tariffs from China, $600 billion. Nobody else took in 10 cents from China. They never did. But when COVID came along, we had to focus on COVID. We did a great job. We got rid of that. We ended up handing over with a market that was higher than it was previous to COVID coming in. But this is very much about companies and countries that have ripped off this country, our beloved USA, and they're not going to be ripping us off anymore. So, you know, I think that has an impact on the market.
Mr. President, sir, this is a slate of nominees that's been prepared by the Presidential Personnel Office. It includes a number of sub-cabinet level appointments, a number of your ambassadors that have been previously announced, and also, crucially, given the administration's concerted effort to focus on violent crime, it includes a number of U.S. attorneys in major cities that have real crime problems.
Okay. Some very good people, too.
Thank you, sir. And then we have a number of ceremonial proclamations that Lindsay Halligan is going to.
So two very special proclamations, the first of which is a proclamation that proclaims March 2025 as Women's History Month in honor of all the wonderful women in your administration, all the wonderful women in America, and in honor of everything you've done for women and this administration has done for women in just, what, a month and a half? So.
Yeah, we've done a lot, and women have done a lot for us, right? This is an honor. We have a
Women have done a lot for us.
Thank you so much.
Nice to have you, Maria.
Thank you very much, Mr. President, and thanks for all that you're doing for women.
Thank you. She's going to do an interview of me later. Maybe I shouldn't do this interview. I should be like Biden, not doing the interviews.
Yeah. My goat. My goat is talking. You want to pull up?
Yeah. That's great. Women, we love you.
We love you too, sir.
Thank you.
Okay.
Excellent.
So the second one is a proclamation proclaiming March 2025 as Irish American Heritage Month in honor of, to commemorate
too,
our
and like push the
amazing
mic
friendship
in.
between America and
Hold on,
Ireland.
I'm gonna unlock
and
it.
to
Let's hope that there is no
just honor all of
weirdness
the
coming from
Irish
the mic.
Americans, and I'm a little bit biased because I'm American and Irish, but
Yeah, well, great people.
Who is this part? What is? What is she saying?
it's coming up as well.
And they voted for me in heavy numbers, so I like them even more. You have to like it. You know, you're not supposed to, but you have to like that.
His
So for
signature
the
is
Irish-American
awesome,
people,
though. I will say
proclamation.
he has so much fun with it. He has so much fun with it, and I do like his signature.
Mr. President,
To be fair,
your envoy Steve Witkoff told us a little while ago that if Hamas does not release hostages, that the U.S. and Israel could take some action. What does that mean in your eyes? Is that military action? Would you join strikes with Israel?
Well, you're going to find out. I had the honor of spending a lot of time yesterday with quite a few of the people that we got out, and I can't believe how badly treated they were, really badly treated. Stories that you wouldn't even believe. Some of it was documented, some of it was so bad you couldn't really, I don't think you can put it on. And it's a shame, and they said one thing, that they have 59 hostages, of which many of them are killed. They want to know if we could just continue. They said without us, look, Biden wasn't able to get anybody out. We came along and they started releasing. But we have 59 left, of which 24 are living. The rest are dead. And I put out a statement. It's sort of self-explanatory, I think. But
yeah, it's always self-explanatory.
somebody's going to have to get a lot
belligerent
rougher than
man.
they get. It's a shame. And
Actually,
those
no,
24 that are
his
living
things
because they
need to
were
be,
with
like,
them just 2
decoded,
weeks ago
like,
or
really
3 weeks ago,
carefully and
depending on when they got out.
Yeah, when he says
But they
stuff
said
like,
they're in
"I'm
very
gonna
bad
pummel Gaza into the ground," you'll see. Yeah, just you wait. You know, I'm always thinking. I'm always thinking like, what does he mean by this? What does he mean when he says like, I'm gonna show you what's what?
Yeah, it's wiggle room.
Is the mic still messed up? Is Noah's mic messed up? Noah, speak for a second.
Hello.
Is it
still messed up?
Nah, yes, no, yes, yes.
No, yes, no. It's fine.
Is it peaking? Sounds good.
It has a buzz. Does it?
I don't know why. It's got ring in it. I don't know what that's about, honestly. It might be the XLR cable, but
Hundreds of billions of dollars.
give him the green one? No, I don't want to give him the green one because we're going to have a third person in here in a little bit. So we're going to have to use 3 mics.
Many crazy things that, you know, you can see it happening. It shouldn't happen, but you can see it happening. You see a lot of it.
I don't know how to
being
fix
put
it,
out.
though.
But the other thing I think most important for today, I want the cabinet members to keep good people. I don't want to see a big cut where a lot of good people are cut. I want the cabinet members to keep the good people, and the people that aren't doing a good job, that are unreliable, don't show up to work, etc. Those people can be cut.
I have unplugged it and replugged it. It didn't work.
And I said, I want the cabinet members go first, keep all the people you want, everybody that you need. And it would be better if they were there for 2 years instead of 2 weeks, because in 2 years they'll know the people better. But I want them to do the best job they can. When we have good people, that's precious. That's very important, and we want them to keep the good people. And so we're going to be watching them, and Elon and the group are going to be watching them. And if they can cut, it's better. And if they don't cut, then Elon will do the cutting.
Why the fuck are people saying that it's still buzzing? It's currently not buzzing. I can look at the audio levels here. It only buzzes when he speaks. So why the fuck are you guys lying and saying it's buzzing right now? If there's buzzing noise, it's coming from the video that you're watching, not from the mic. It might be buzzing separately.
It would be really funny if it's just the buzzing from like
just thrown out the window.
No, I mean, I'm sure there's like an issue with the XLR cable because it's not the first time this happened. But
authorize those contracts.
But it's annoying that they're like...
No, Elon has been really teaching everybody about the numbers that you can do. But what I want is I want the numbers, but I also want to keep the good people. We want to get rid of the people that aren't working, that aren't showing up, and have a lot of problems. And so they're working together with Elon.
Someone linked me Noah talking so I can see for myself how bad it is.
We have to, for the sake of our country. You can't have that kind of
like
fat.
one of the moments where it was buzzing, so I can check it out. Okay, this is what it sounds like. I love doing this.
Yeah, it's wiggle room.
Is the mic still messed up? Is Noah's mic messed up? Noah, speak for a second.
Hello, hello.
Is it
still messed up? It's fine.
Nah, yes, no, yes, yes.
It's like completely fine.
Bro.
It's like totally.
Okay, all of you are no, you're dogs. No, you're dogs. You're literally dogs. No, there is a very, very high frequency buzzing that happens. There is a very high frequency buzz that happens, for sure. I hear it as well. But if you are truly that upset about this, like you are a dog. Like you're not a human. You're a different species.
Nothing but money. They're not going to spend that money. They're just taking that money. We're giving nothing. They're coming in because of the tariffs, because they don't want to pay the tariffs, and they're opening up big. So, but with respect to people, I said I want to cut the people, but I want to keep the good people.
President, tariffs, sir, can you walk us through the next steps on this? Steel and aluminum tariffs are due to kick in next week on Canada, Mexico, and every other country. Are those going to be modified as well?
No, those are not modified. Those are happening next week. And the big one will be on April 2nd when reciprocal tariffs. So if India or China or any of the countries that really, India is a very high tariff nation. I'll tell you what's a high tariff nation is Canada. Canada charges us 250% for our milk product and other product, and a tremendous tariff on lumber and things as such. And yet we don't need their lumber. We have more lumber than they do. We don't need Canada's lumber. So what I'm doing is I'll be signing an executive order freeing up our forests.
That's gonna fix
so
it.
That we're allowed to
no, I think take
down trees.
If we just, you know what's gonna fix the housing market situation?
Degrowth.
Yeah,
Also, we're cutting
making it impossible.
Fire divide is a 50 yards.
He's JD Pong. He's like he's killing. He wants to kill the Treatlerites. Like he's punishing the American working class.
I would at least like I would entertain that thought for more than like a third of a second, were it not for the fact that it's also like, and we're gonna find oil wherever we can and suck it up and put it in the air.
Energy from Canada.
Like it's he wants very badly also to like microwave the planet.
Be self-sustaining, which is in most things.
The buzz on the mic is so loud.
Our forests
I
massive forests. We're just not allowed to use
if I hadn't seen the clip, I would.
So I'm going to be freeing that up very shortly so that we don't have to go to other countries to buy lumber. You know, why should we be buying lumber from other countries, paying tariffs, paying big prices, extraordinary prices, and we have lumber. We have the best lumber. Go ahead.
And this USMCA exemption you're essentially announcing today for this 1 month?
It's just a modification, short term, because I didn't want to hurt the American. It would have hurt the American car companies if I did that.
Would you consider the same sort of exemption or pause for the auto tariffs you're talking about next month.
We're not looking at that, no.
You're not?
No, we're not looking at that, no. No.
TPS for the Ukrainians who live here in the U.S.?
What about it?
Are you considering revoking the TPS status for the more than 200,000 Ukrainians who live here in the U.S.?
What are you saying?
The Ukrainians that are here in the U.S., they're under a TPS status.
On GPS?
GPS.
He doesn't know. I thought you said GPS.
GPS.
Yeah.
There was some news saying that they were going to be revoked and they were going to be deported from the country. Are you considering that?
Well, we're not looking to hurt anybody.
I mean, he's extended TPS to Venezuelan migrants on his way out before, so.
Land like the El Salvador, like he knows, like, I mean, who knows what
I'll
he
be
is.
making a decision pretty soon. Okay?
President Trump
But we're not looking to hurt them.
President Trump.
We're not
Especially
looking to hurt
Ukrainians,
them.
they've gone through a lot. Yeah, Peter?
They've gone through a lot.
Straightforward on Sunday. When are you going to get rid of daylight savings time?
Okay, are you ready? So, this should be the easiest one of all, but it's a 50-50 issue. And if something's a 50-50 issue, it's hard to get excited about it. I assume people would like to have more light later, but some people want to have more light earlier because they don't want to take their kids to school in the dark. And it's very much, it's a little bit one way, but it's very much a 50-50 issue. And
please replace the
it's something
cable. Okay, you know what? I'm going to end the stream right now, and I'm going to go and fucking replace the cable. Like, this is not something I can do in real time, chatters, okay? Either suck it the fuck up or shut the fuck up. Do you understand? What is wrong with all of you? Like, you guys unironically think that this is just something that I could just, like, I have another XLR cable that I can just, like, bring in right now. Shut up. Calm the fuck down. Jesus Christ, dude. Holy shit. Shut up.
Biden for that one. He should have released that a long time ago. So they are giving me a report next week sometime, and I do believe I'll be releasing. I want to release the report. A lot of people have asked that question. You had one who had 3 apps, 2 of which were foreign, supposedly, and who has the biggest white shoe law firm in Pennsylvania, even though they don't live in necessarily a white shoe area. What's that all about? His law, you know, the law firm. The other one had 7 or 6 cell phones, and I don't have 6 cell phones. And why would somebody have 6 cell phones? So we're going to be releasing a report on that soon, Peter.
But based on what you're saying right there, the lack of information and the data points that you just gave, does that make you think that there's some part of that there's some bigger?
It could be. Well, it makes other people think that. It makes me think it a little bit too. I say, when you have 3 apps and 2 of them are foreign, and you had an FBI that wouldn't report on it, they didn't want to say why, I would say that could be suspicious. And then on the second assassin, you had, you know, and by the way, I have to tell you, Secret Service did a great job on that by spotting him. But on the second one, he had 6 cell phones. That's a lot of cell phones. And a couple of them had some strange markings on them. So, yeah, I want to find out, and I would be willing to release it. I mean, maybe there's a reason that we shouldn't, so I don't want to get too far ahead of my skis, but yeah, I would be very willing to release that. I'd like to see it. I want to see it myself, Peter. Not only you, I want to see that one myself.
Mr. President,
may I?
Yes.
President Macron yesterday said that France was ready to offer its nuclear protection to other European countries. What do you make of it? And in this case, would the U.S. also maintain a nuclear umbrella for European countries?
Well, France is also willing to put soldiers into Ukraine for safety reasons if we can get it. I will say that we've made a lot of progress with Ukraine and a lot of progress with Russia over the last couple of days. And it'd be great to bring that to an end so we don't have to talk that way about nuclear. It'd be great if everybody would get rid of their nuclear weapons. You know, we have Russia and us have by far the most. China will have an equal amount within 4 or 5 years. And it would be great if we could all denuclearize, because the power of nuclear weapons is crazy. It is crazy. And you know, I was very far along the process with Russia, despite the Russia hoax, which didn't make it easy. It was a total hoax, a total rigged hoax by some bad people. But despite that, I was very close to having a program with Russia, denuclearization, and we're going to get China. I spoke to President Xi about it, and he would have been very happy to have gone along with it. But bad things happened, like an election that was rigged happened. And so we had to come back 4 years later. But I would very much like to start those talks. The opposite of what you say, the denuclearization would be incredible.
Mr. President, on the auto tariffs that you were talking about, I know yesterday you spoke with the big three. Did you tell them that no more exemptions were on the way, and what was the reaction?
I told them, that's it. This was a short-term deal. And they came back to me yesterday. They said, could we have some help on the tariffs because of the speed? And I said, look, I'm going to do it, but that's it. Don't come back to me after the April 2nd. I don't want to hear from you after April 2nd. We're not going to be doing it anymore. I want to help them.
What was their response?
They didn't complain, but I helped them short-term during this short-term transition. April 2nd is going to be a very big day for America.
Mr. President, my understanding is that the longstanding U.S. policy is that we do not negotiate with terrorists. So how did you come to the decision to send somebody from your team to negotiate with Hamas?
We are having discussions with Hamas. We are helping Israel in those discussions because we're talking about.
Also, that's not true.
Israeli
that we
hostages.
don't negotiate with terrorists.
And
that's like literally a thing they
we're
say
not doing
in movies.
anything in terms of Hamas.
That's
we're
not
giving
real.
cash. We're not giving
so I don't know
$6
who asked
billion
that
like
question,
you hear other
but I want to
administrations
shake his
give.
hand.
In fact, I got 59 hostages out, and we gave nothing. In 59, we gave nothing.
Oh, they all
Not
say
including
fixed.
what's
Wow.
going on with Hamas.
Like universally.
I mean, I consider that something where we're helping Israel for the most part. We had a couple of hostages.
What about
as you
this?
know. We got a couple
just
of
have to angle it,
hostages
that's all.
out, American hostages.
Let's move closer.
But certainly, Peter, I do. You have to negotiate. There's a difference between negotiating and paying. We want to get these people out. If you would have seen the people yesterday, maybe you did, I don't know, but if you would have seen them, the way they spoke about their captivity, it was unbelievable. It's terrible.
Are you thinking about making any changes to NATO where NATO country gets attacked, but they're not paying enough dues, so the United States doesn't defend them?
Well, I've said that to them. I said, if you're not going to pay, we're not going to defend. I said that 7 years ago. And because of that, they paid hundreds of billions of dollars. I said, if you're not going to pay your bills, we're not going to defend you. And it also went for the attack. But if they got attacked, they said, well, does that mean you won't defend us? I said, are you current or are you delinquent? They said, if we were delinquent, would you? I said, nope, I would not. And because of that, as you know, hundreds of billions of dollars came into NATO. You wouldn't have NATO right now if I weren't there. And your previous Secretary
You wouldn't
General
have NATO.
has said that. He said he's never seen anything like it. When I came to NATO, when I first had my first meeting, I noticed that people weren't paying their bills at all. And I said I should wait till my second meeting, and I did. And I brought that up. And I said, if you don't pay your bills, we're not going to participate. We're not going to protect you. And when I said that, as soon as I said that, it was amazing how the money came in. The money came in, and now they have money. But even now, it's not enough. It's really not
All right.
enough. They should be
I
paid.
fixed it, I think.
You've overseen about $2 trillion worth of domestic private sector investments come in just about 2 months. This is the newest one. It comes after your announcement of a new shipbuilding office at the White House during your joint session to Congress. Can you talk about why this is important, not only for national security?
First cable was better. I will.
Renaissance of domestic manufacturing.
I can't say what I want to do to you,
maintain a strong country.
but I'm thinking it. I'm
We have
thinking
to
it,
maintain,
and you can't stop me
we
from
wanna pay
thinking
off
it.
Debt. We have a lot of debt, but that'll start coming off quickly when this all comes around. Look, we've been supporting the whole world. You mentioned NATO and you mentioned other things. We've been supporting the whole world. When I first came in, we were paying almost 100% of NATO. NATO it was crazy. We were supporting NATO. We were paying the bills for other countries, and yet those same countries, mostly European, the European countries were ripping us off in trade. They won't take our cars. They wouldn't take our agricultural product. They wouldn't take anything. We were taking their cars by the millions, Mercedes and BMW and your little Volkswagen, all of them.
Your little
we were taking their cars,
Volkswagen.
they weren't taking.
Yeah.
We were
Your
taking
little
their farm
Volkswagen.
products, they weren't taking ours.
You like a Beetle? Little
And
Beetle.
yet we were protecting them by giving them the money, and that adds up to a bad number at the end of a lot of years, and that's what happened. And now it's time for this country to stop being ripped off. I had that done very much in the first administration, but then we had to focus on other things at the very end with COVID. And
thank you for the 100
we had the greatest
gifted.
economy in history. We had the greatest economy in history. I think we're going to redo it here, but even better. And I wanted to do what we're doing now in the first term, but we had so many other things to do. We had to fix the border, which we did. We had to fix our military. We rebuilt our military. We completely rebuilt the military, only to watch Biden give so much of it away
Mark
to
Milley,
Afghanistan.
woke Maoist Milley.
It's not even believable.
Unbelievable. He came in and ruined the military, made them all woke and gay,
did, or that
vaccinated
administration
them.
Did
We took the
to
picture
this
down.
country is,
No more
is,
pictures.
Frankly, not even believable. And in
Unbelievable.
particular, allowing millions and millions of people to come into our country. Many of them were murderers and drug dealers and gang members and people from prison for
It's crazy how
heinous
hard
crimes.
these murderers supposedly just, cross this magical boundary and stop doing murders.
Yeah, they all just.
They all just get rehabilitated instantly. They get one-shotted. The
It's
term
like-
you were using
well, it's
last
like
night.
the-
Be
it's like
spending
this,
anything on that. We had the
term I
safest
was
border
using
ever.
last
Yeah, he uses
Now we have
one-shotted a
I
lot.
didn't use. I
As you
literally
saw, the
prefaced it by
numbers just
saying
came
like
out,
that word that
where we
everyone
have
uses now
actually the
to
lowest
highlight and
numbers in the
detach
history of our
myself from,
country.
because I recognize
We
that
shouldn't
it's
have had to
a
do
horrible
that.
way to talk.
What we're doing now is we're looking for murderers. Can you
Phase
believe
Noah
it?
in the
We're
building.
looking for
Exactly. That's how we
murderers.
talk now.
Because thousands of murders, some about 50% killed more than one person. One killed 5 or 7. And we're looking for those people right now. We shouldn't have to be looking for
President Trump, on Peter's question, are you going to make that policy, U.S. policy, that the U.S. wouldn't defend NATO countries that don't pay?
Well, I think
There
it's
it is,
common
Mr.
sense, right?
Douchey.
If they don't pay, I'm not going to defend
Big fan
them.
of
No,
your
I'm
work,
not gonna defend them. I got
Douchey.
into a
Keep
lot
up the
of
good
heat
work. You're better
when
than
I
your
said that.
father.
He said, oh, he's violating
Douchey Senior.
And the biggest problem I have with NATO, I really, I know the guys very well. They're friends
I
of
know
mine.
the guy. The
But
he's talking
the
about
United
it.
States was in trouble, and we called them.
What do you mean? He knows them very well. He knows
We
the
got a
NATO guys
problem.
very well.
Listen, they're a great
France,
hang.
we got a problem.
They've always got sodas.
A couple of others I won't mention.
They even give out
Do you
gummies
think
at
they're
their
gonna come and
parties.
protect us?
Nice guys, but
They're supposed to.
they've got issues.
I'm not so sure. With Japan,
They
with
let
Japan,
people
we have a
drive
deal,
home
which
when
is
they're
a
in no condition to
very
drive
interesting
home.
one.
Bad
I love
guys.
Japan. We have a great relationship with Japan, but we have an interesting deal with Japan that we have to protect them, but they don't have to protect us. You know that?
What?
That's the way the deal reads. We have to protect Japan.
Do you think he knows how that happened?
And by the way,
Do
they
you
make
think
a
he knows
fortune
why?
with us economically.
Wait, I wanna
That's
hear what he
another
says.
case. But we have to protect Japan, but under no circumstances do they have to protect us. I
Japan's
actually asked
standing
Kulwin-
military is quite literally unconstitutional. A constitution that we wrote, by the way.
We did that.
We made it so that it is illegal for Japan to have a military. And this fucking idiot is like, they don't have it. They call it self-defense force. They're saying it's illegal, folks. They can't protect us.
Close to 100% of NATO. So think of it. We're paying 100% of their military.
Let's see.
And they're
Let's do it.
screwing us
Let's
on
trail
trade.
into the Asmongold side of the universe and see what his chat is saying.
To the White House. What do you expect from him? And do you think you'll see him in a necktie?
Well, I think what's going to happen is Ukraine wants to make a deal because I don't think they have a choice. I also think that Russia wants to make a deal because in a different way that only I know. Only I know. They have no choice either.
Crazy Trump is screwing in the U.S. and all these American shills don't care.
I don't know. I can't tell you. I'm going to Saudi Arabia.
Mr. President,
They've been very,
Wait, what? Did he just say he's-
I've made a deal
He's
with
going to
Saudi
Saudi
Arabia
Arabia, yeah.
where
I didn't know
because
that.
normally you'd go to UK first.
I think he's
And last time I
continuing
went
with
to
the
Saudi
Biden
Arabia, they put up
nuclearization
450
agreement.
billion, you know.
Like Biden,
You
the
were
Biden
there.
admin was talking
We
about
had
giving
a,
Saudi Arabia nukes.
we have
You know what I
American
like?
companies
I like
taking
giving
450
nuclear
barrels.
power
I said,
to
well,
the country.
That did
where it's-
9/11?
Yeah, and that like where it's like
They've
still
gotten richer.
contentious for women
We've
to
all
drive.
gotten older.
Yeah.
Like I think that
So I said,
that sounds
I'll
fucking
go
great.
if you pay $1 trillion, $1 trillion to American companies, meaning the purchase over a 4-year period of $1 trillion. And they've agreed to do that. So I'm going to be going there, and I have a great relationship with them. And they've been very nice, but they're going to be spending a lot of money to American companies for buying military equipment and a lot of other things.
UFC boxing, W Saudis. Dude, this is who the sports washing is working on.
over the next
A
month and a
guy
half.
like perhaps one of the most Islamophobic people you've ever met going, W Saudi Arabia. I love the UFC.
Yeah, man, that's
Yeah.
What are you waiting for?
It's like, dude, they just got Cristiano Ronaldo.
Yeah.
The Saudis are taking over soccer, dude.
Yeah.
I have a great
Gramsci's
relationship
homegirl.
with
Thank you for the 20
President Xi.
gifted.
But you've spoken to
It was hurt because of COVID.
Thank you, Mr.
That's why I don't call it the China virus anymore.
Yeah, he
So
eliminated it because he called it the China
But to be
virus.
clear, you've spoken to him since January 17th?
I don't want to say that, but I have spoken to him.
Thank you.
And
Wait,
I
what?
speak to him a lot.
Regarding this
I don't wanna say
executive
that,
order
but I
you
have
signed
spoken.
revoking security clearances at Perkins Coie.
It is kind of shocking how many people are angry at Trump and Asmongold's chat. I think this goes to show, I think that the platform is very top heavy and people just kind of gravitate towards.
People don't. I mean, I'm sorry. I think it's like really hot. I think most people don't want the education department to go bye-bye. I don't think that many people had as like difficult an experience in school as perhaps some streamers.
I've never seen so many people in his chat just like actively dissenting.
Approved of your.
I love this guy. Who are you with?
My name's Nick Gilbertson with Breitbart News.
I see. I really liked your questions.
Thank you very much, Mr.
Yeah, I wonder why.
I wonder
The answer
why.
is just Nick. Just
I really like
and
your
I know
questions.
your name very well. Good job, you do.
Yeah, they're saying
Yeah, the
glazed
answer is,
questions.
I thought it was very embarrassing for the
Glazed
Democrats what
questions
happened
from
the other
Bright.
night. And that's not said for any other reason other than it's obvious, it's fact. Even CNN fake news said that. They came out and they said it. And worse than CNN is MSDNC, which is the worst. And the good news is very few people watch them
You know what's
anymore.
crazy? He
They
says
have
very
lost
few
such
people watch this. A
credibility.
lot of people still watch
Frankly,
cable
what
news. But
Nicole
here's the
Wallace
thing: they're all
said,
so fucking old, man.
I've
It
never
really
been a
is,
fan
like,
of hers.
Everybody who's
But-
watching that.
And she's
shit.
not very talented. But I'll tell you what she said
Like
the
in
other day about that
2016,
young
when I was
man
still like, like
is
covering
disgraceful.
media
She should
in
be
tech
forced to
some
resign.
extent. I remember
And
like,
Rachel Maddow should
one of
be
my
forced to
coworkers
resign.
published this
Nobody
article where it was
watches her
just sort of
anyway. I
like
don't know.
laying out like
not
here's the
possible to pay
average
her as much
age
money as I
of
hear.
like the major
But
viewers of the
certainly
major
she's lost
network. And in like
full credibility,
2016, this
both
is like
of them.
almost a decade
But
ago.
what
The
they-
average
what
age
they
of a
said
Fox
the other
viewer
day, they
was
should
like
be forced to
69.
resign
The average
about that
age of
young
a CNN
person.
viewer was a few years younger, and
Who was suffering
MSNBC
greatly.
maybe a
Thank
year
you.
below that. But it's like all these people, like all these fucking people, just they collect Social Security. Like they're not representative of most people. And you have to like think about how much brain real estate they take up in the minds of everybody in that
China's
room.
going to play a role, and so hopefully China will approve of the deal. But they're going to play a role. But we have a lot of interest in TikTok.
How long would you extend it and how close?
See, but if I need, I don't. Right now we have at least another month, so we don't need an extension. But if I needed an extension, I'd probably get it extended. Yeah,
Mr. President, regarding the executive orders, there was talk that you might sign one winding down the education department.
Which department?
The education department. Are you having second thoughts on that one?
No. I want to bring the
Wait,
schools,
why did he say fake news then?
I want to bring the schools back to the states. And, I've said it 100 times. We're ranked at the bottom of the list, and yet we spend more. We're ranked #1 for cost per student. We're ranked at the bottom of the list in education. And I know if I bring it back to Iowa, Indiana, Idaho, all these great states, I think I could say 40 states.
Idaho schools.
I want to bring it back. 10 states won't be perfect. 5
I would
states
love
will
for
be
the education system
probably
that
not
gave
so
us Sarah
good.
Palin
But they will be
to be
every bit as
empowered.
good as Norway and
I like that he says, you know, some states are going to fall behind and that's okay. Like, you're the president of America, dude. What do you mean some states are just not going to be fine? That is a psychotic thing.
It's also just like, it's like, that's what's happening now.
Yeah,
That's the case now. And what you're just doing is gonna make it
look
worse.
at Mississippi, look at Alabama. Like, they're not doing fine.
Also, like, within these states, it's like, I mean, it's all just about like, obviously, like, returning it so that, like, education becomes, like, class
Well, I
again.
want to just do
And,
it.
like,
We're starting the
like,
process.
in the
We're
same
trying to
way
get
that,
the
like, it's
schools
undermining
back
suffrage, undermining,
into
like,
the states. Let the
universal
state-
rights
Also,
enshrined in the Constitution.
who do you think is fucked over in this more? Red states or blue states, chat? Like, obviously, red states are underperforming on education already. And it's directly going to worsen this problem by creating this ginormous gap that already exists between those who have the money to be able to go to a private education and get a private education, those who are lucky enough to be able to get vouchers to go to private school, and those who just get no education whatsoever going forward. These guys will not stop until basically everyone is homeschooled, okay? Which probably will lower school shootings, at least. Or maybe localize the school shootings. You know,
But
when you do
Lego set sales, they're going to go way up.
Yeah.
Sci-fi fantasy novel sales, they're going to go up.
Yeah.
I mean, you know, we should look at the positives.
Yeah.
People, eye contact will be a really valued skill.
You say great leap backward. Yeah. JD Pondon doing the great leap backwards.
Out of Gaza, I think that Gaza's a mess, and I think that Gaza could be good. I think it's got to be run properly. But right now, Gaza is an absolute mess, and it has been for many, many years and decades. Yeah, Peter, did you have one
I think
more?
it was a bit more of a mess in the last year and a half. But that's just me. That may just be
Stuck
me.
in space for 8 months. Have
Oh,
you spoken to them?
they left him alone. Biden left him up there.
And what do you know about that?
I know everything about it. I said, we have 2 astronauts that are stuck in space. I have asked Elon, I said, do me a favor, can you get him out? He said, yes, he is preparing to go up, I think, in 2 weeks.
What do you know about how this went down? Because he's saying that the Biden
It's crazy
White
that they
House
already
was
have an
offered
existing
some kind of SpaceX rocket.
they already have an existing rocket that they can take
That's
back
what I
down.
heard. I can't tell you that.
But
that's
it's been
what I heard.
delayed
But
a bunch of
Biden was
times
embarrassed by what
because
happened.
the government
And he
did
said,
not want
"Leave
to
him
take a
up
risk.
there."
Like NASA
I
didn't want
would've
to take a
said,
risk.
if you're
Boeing didn't want to take
embarrassed,
a
you
risk.
gotta get him out.
So they
Elon
delayed it.
is right now
But the rocket
preparing
is
a
still
ship
up there.
to
They
go
can
up
still
and get
use
him.
that,
I'm
and
sure
they're
that
planning
they will see
to.
this
And
in
Trump is
space.
now using this as an opportunity to give
We
Elon
love
a
you, and
W.
we're coming up to get you, and you shouldn't have been up there so long. The most incompetent president in our history has allowed that to happen to you, but this president won't let it happen. We're going to get them out. We're coming up to get you. I've authorized Elon. I said, can you get them out? Because, you know, they've been left
I
up
like
there.
that idea that he's
I hope they
talking
like
to
each
them
other.
like psychically.
But they've
Like,
been-
we're coming to
they,
get you.
Love each other.
Hold
I don't know.
on.
But they've been
Bro,
left up there. Think of
Bro, if I'm an astronaut, I'm trying to stay the fuck away from America, not gonna lie. I'm trying to stay up there at the ISS for as long as I can, okay?
No kidding. There's
Yeah,
no games
actually,
with her
like
hair, but-
changing the course and defecting to
And you
China.
know, there's a
on the way
danger
back
up there
down.
too. They can have some failures up there that would be very bad. You got to get them out. So I've authorized Elon a week ago. I said, you know, we have 2 people up there that Biden and Kamala left up there.
China can't even get them
And
because the
he
ISS
knows
does
it
not cooperate
very
with
well. I
the
said,
with
"Are
the
you
Chinese
equipped to
space.
get 'em?"
That's why it's a
Yeah.
defection. That's why
Starship.
they have to go.
And they're
they have to
preparing
like
it right
land in
now,
Chinese
and
waters
so Elon is
or
going to
Vietnamese
go up
waters, you know,
and,
but then take the opportunity
Get
to
him. Should I
explain,
go on that journey just to be
their
on the ship
appreciation.
when we stop?
Yeah, Manchurian candidate.
Yes.
So they-
I should
they're-
do it. Oh, that's terrible. I thought he liked it.
As
I thought he
explained
liked
on the
it.
BlowBack
I
podcast,
thought it
as the first time that the concept of brainwashing was ever used in an American newspaper
Well, when they come back, I'll greet
because
them. How
of the
about that? No, we're gonna get
fantastic treatment that the People's Liberation Army showed the American captives that caused the Americans to claim that these American captives were defecting. Did I get that right?
It was that and the germ warfare thing.
Yeah.
Because the movie is about like it's like a defection thing, but in real life it was like wow, these flyers, like these American pilots are all saying we use biological and germ bombs, and they sound really uncoached and like they're speaking honestly about it. It must be brainwashing.
Yeah. Speaking of which, you know who else did that yesterday? Our favorite Itamar Ben-Gvir, who said that about an Israeli captive that had returned to Israel, and he said his statement resembled Hamas. Israel has officially moved. There are members in the Israeli Knesset now that are saying Israeli hostages are Hamas. That's right. Let's take a look at the Jerusalem Post article real quick because it's very funny. I want to see what he said. The captive said that caused Ben-Gvir to say that, what is this? No. Hasan, you look like someone who has sexual intercourse with dead goats. I mean, your mom is the goat of sucking my penis. But she's not dead. Hasan, you look like camel fucker, no hate. I'm going to unban this guy.
Cap on the...
Yeah, I'm going to unban this guy. Okay, it's weird that you're calling your mom a camel. It's cool that you're calling her the goat. She is the throat goat. No hate. Okay, but she's definitely not dead. She was definitely alive last night. All right, hold on. Let me see if I can find... Does anyone have the article of Ben-Gvir, Itamar Ben-Gvir from... I think it was on the Jerusalem Post. I posted it on my Instagram. The old Guac Guac 3000. She's on her Nancy Reagan shit. Yep.
Everybody has so much to say about that fucking microphone, and yet nobody can just like pull up a link.
Yeah, oh, I know. They love this. They love chirping. They're like, meh, meh.
There we go.
Here it is. Ben-Gvir accuses freed hostage Eli Sharabi of echoing Hamas propaganda in testimony. This statement came as released hostage Eli Sharabi, stated that his decision led to Hamas retaliating by worsening the conditions the hostages were held in. Eli Sharabi was echoing Hamas propaganda when he spoke about his experiences in captivity during an interview with Channel 12's Uvda last Thursday. Former National Security Minister Itamar Ben-Gvir said Saturday night. Sharabi had said Ben-Gvir's decision to enforce stricter conditions for terrorists in Israeli prisons was what led to Hamas worsening the treatment of hostages in captivity. I am proud of my actions, Ben-Gvir told Channel 13, adding that he would not apologize for the decision. If you get kidnapped, you're officially Hamas. It's funny because like this guy isn't even saying something that's like remotely pro-Palestinian here. And it, you know, why would he? He was held captive, you know? Just want to let you know that Noah was messing with all the knobs and settings when you were gone and laughing and saying chat will be so annoying. It's fucked up, dude. Thank you, M. Hood, for telling me the truth. Ben-Gvir is a guy.
I do what I want.
I mean, barely. Okay. Kind of wild. The request links from track where we pay you to post links like we're paying to be secretaries is worse than interning XD. Dog, you pay to be a micromanager. All 40,000 of you. Let's be real, okay? This new Ynet article is looking crazy. Breaking. U.S. officials are losing patience. Israel's trying to sabotage U.S. talks with Hamas. Reports Ronan Bergman. Wow. I can't believe it. I can't believe it. You're telling me for the first time American officials...
It was an amazing... She lived an amazing negotiating process.
Yeah, what? No way, dude. American officials are accusing Israel of trying to sabotage U.S. contacts with Hamas? No. Remember when I covered this yesterday? Wait, what? Israeli police assaulted the families of those killed and imprisoned inside the Knesset after they requested to attend a discussion on forming an official investigation committee into October 7 events, which Netanyahu and his coalition have blocked. Wait, what? I don't know about suppressed news. I need to see a real article on this.
I mean, I will say in the same spirit, that's all. I have the same reaction to it. You're telling me that the Israeli police are beating up the families of the hostages.
Yeah, that's also shocking.
That's also never happened before, and not like only been filmed or photographed. Like a bunch of
the only people that the only people that the Israeli police don't beat are people doing pro-rape riots. Okay.
Yeah, it's like
people who are like.
That's when they put on like the kid gloves. That's when they bring out like the paddy wagon. That's like friendly and
that's
nice.
That's when they open the gates of the military facility that they've detained the rapist concentration guards at and released them into the public. So That's funny though. Yeah, Knesset guards violently prevent victims' families from attending debate on October 7 probe. Oh my God.
They do this in the street. Like this has happened in the street too. I mean, it's really. And Netanyahu, like he takes like hits, he takes swipes at them.
Oh, it's so insane, bro. Ethan's gonna clip this and be like, Hasan is laughing at the hostage families for getting brutalized by the Israeli police. Ay, ay, ay. It is.
I will say I'm impressed with the. Is that like a GIF in the article embed, or is that it's yeah?
Yeah, they made it into a GIF.
That's pretty.
Or a GIF.
That's pretty good.
That is, dude. How can people not look at this and be like, this is a troubling sign of a deeply unwell society? Okay, like just imagine they're American. Okay, please. If you have any, I mean, this is a community. This is a community that gets it.
I would say like one way to put it though is like what is it that's like about coming apart? It's not that like it's just that like the police are beating these people up, because like we've obviously have plenty of videos of like American police beating people up for doing nothing in a room or whatever. But I think what's kind of nuts about this is that like that these people are not given like the equivalent of like sitting in the gallery at the State of the Union for anything October 7th related. Like suggests that they have a political crisis and a social crisis that is tearing the country apart and turning these people into objects of hate by the government itself. Yeah. That's like which leads to situations like this.
Exactly. And the reason why I always like bring this back to America is because this is me talking to the liberal Zionists, basically. The liberal Zionists that live in the United States of America that still have some progressive values they maintain and haven't turned into fucking Michael Rappaport. And they look to stuff like this and think this is simply a byproduct of Benjamin Netanyahu, not recognizing that there is a much larger problem, okay? This is identical to conditions worsening in the United States of America as the American police and the American military become more aggressive towards civilians who have an understandable gripe and a reason to demand an adequate investigation, an independent investigation into the actions that caused their family members to die. Okay? Why would a government say, no, we're not going to do that? Okay? Why would they do that? If a 9/11 style situation occurred again in the United States of America and the family members were like, wait a minute, there's something really weird about this. Can we look into it? And the American military and American police were beating the shit out of those families.
Yeah, let's be clear. Like there were a bunch of those families in the U.S. They just got ignored, which is like what, at least in Israel's case, like I mean, part of the problem is that like it points to the schism in this is that like there's a bunch of people in Israel who like maybe that like however they feel about the campaign in Gaza and all this other stuff, like meaning that they're probably for it, but that like on the point of like they don't want to see violence against the hostages or whatever, but there's. I mean, that to me is like what seems that like it's evidence of how this stuff just gets politicized. It's like, oh, if people do care about it, then fuck it, let them get hit. You know, like try and show that like you don't care that they have people that care about them or whatever. It's a dissent that doesn't matter.
Genuine, honest, and a bit pessimistic question. Do you genuinely wholeheartedly believe anything good will come out regarding Palestine as a person with family and friends in the region? This has been the case for decades. Nothing new, just another cycle with a 1,000 to 1 kill ratio and no progress. Yes, I do. I definitely do. And I think part of that is because the contradictions worsen, as you see stuff like this happen in Israel, as you see the Israeli economy crumble, as you see the benefits go away, the benefits of being a Western adjacent nation go away for the average Israeli citizens, slowly but surely, they will leave Israel. This is why I regularly maintain the position that the greatest threat to Israel is not Hamas or Iran. The greatest threat to Israel is Sherman Oaks. The greatest threat to Israel is Beverly Hills. The greatest threat to Israel is Boca Raton. Okay? Because if a lot of the people that live in Israel go, why the fuck am I still here? I don't get any of my treats. I can still listen to the worst psytrance music anyone has ever heard and wear my capri pants in Boca Raton. They're just going to go to Boca Raton. Okay? And you're also going to lose, like you're going to inevitably lose like a lot of the academic resources that you have. Like you're going to have intellectuals and academics leave Israel as well, especially with like the academic boycotts that take place too. Like you're basically shutting off your next generation by behaving in this like incredibly violent way. You're gonna have brain drain.
I mean, just yesterday it was reported that there's a professor of computer science at Ben Gurion who posted under like the pseudonym John Brown on Twitter. I've seen his content. You've probably looked at tweets of his at some point or another.
Yeah.
But he like was suspended from his job, and he was like this. He was not publicly known that he was tied to this account, and it was because he said that Israeli soldiers had committed war crimes.
Yeah.
There's a computer science, this is like
the more shit like that happens, the more you hear about like 500,000 Israelis leaving Israel. Okay, the more the Israeli economy becomes unsustainable. That's why I said, that's why I kept repeating over and over again that like this is going to turn into like Israel eventually, if they follow this trajectory, is going to turn into a nation filled to the brim with just like rabid, uneducated settlers, okay? Like ultra fundamentalists, ultra Zionists that simply, are having differences in opinion, differences in agreement in the Knesset over like whether women can read or not, with nuclear arms. Like it's just, that's unsustainable. Okay, it's going to turn into a pure hog state, which it kind of already is turning into a pure hog state to begin with. I
mean, it's dependent on also like it's like similar. I mean, I would argue like people want like they think everybody wants to be like a U.S. vassal, right? Because they think that they could get to be like Israel, favored military treatment.
Yeah,
they could develop like a broad base, like industrialized society with a middle class and all these different things. And it's like it just projects this illusion of stability, all those things taken together over the last few years, when like the context in which that state exists has pretty rapidly shifted. And like the context in which that leadership operates, like what they believe. I mean, for example, like Mayor Kahana, a guy who it was illegal to support in Israel 30 years ago because they thought that his version of extreme Zionism was so dangerous and so self-destabilizing. That's now a norm. And then even in the diaspora, like, Tablet Magazine is running Kahana was right articles.
Yeah.
You have what were previously understood as effective boundaries for containing the ideology from like running too far amok or whatever. It's all been removed. And it's not because like they made a choice and it could have been undone at some point. Like this was always how it was bound to go.
You see liberal Zionists unironically touting the Kahanist line of never again just means for Jews. Like that's insane. That's an insane thing to say. Like the notion that like, no, never again wasn't about anybody else. It was just about us. Like, what the fuck are you guys talking about? It's supposed to be about like Jewish militancy. When you see people who are otherwise supposed to be like progressive accounts on Twitter saying stuff like that, that is a turning point, I think, for average Israeli society and their attitude on these issues. What? Why not repurpose the IDF into a reconstruction force? These soldiers with real life skills. I mean, this is something that I've personally advocated for with the American military as well. But kick out the settlers and replace them with displaced Palestinians during the reconstruction process. Why sentence an entire generation of young Jews and Palestinians to endless trauma? I just don't get it. Okay, well, yeah, it's a very pie in the sky. Let's stop the genocide first. After October 7, I noticed that they were bringing fake refugees and fake asylum claims here as crime tourism. Coined the term crime tourism. What are you talking about? Why am I reading this? All right. Edging into radlib territory. I mean, I think that the American military is a jobs program, and I think that it would be nice if the American military's output wasn't, the complete wholesale murder of brown children overseas, but instead was to like build bridges and shit. That would be cool. But, it's not going to happen in America, and it certainly is not going to happen in Israel right now.
Well, and also, like, in Israel's case, like, they're struggling with the fact that, like, the more that they invest in their military, like, that's also, like, one of the things killing the country and that, like, is producing, like, this sort of, like, what's becoming, like, however long they go with this will become a feature of it, that, like, the heightened draw on reserves, that is a cost it is borne by the rest of the country. And like, even if they're not about to like fall into immediate financial calamity, right? Like that's not a sign that they're able to like allocate investments in society in all that healthy of a way.
Yeah. And before Simone Zimmerman gets here, who is one of the documentary makers of Israelism, which we've watched on this broadcast before, I want to talk a little bit about the American collapse, because America and Israel are, one nation under God, indivisible, if we're being real. Because a lot of people say it's a favorite client state, and I understand that. But I think that due to the pervasive influence, the outside influence of the Israeli lobby, and due to the dedicated brainwashing, social conditioning operation that Zionism engages with on a regular basis, I don't think it's necessarily a favored client, but one that is just directly a part of the United States, and so valuable to the United States that, like, even when they fuck over the United States, even when they do counter espionage against the CIA, for example, it's still considered appropriate, because what are you going to do? Because it's that valuable to us. And also, there is that level of influence. I would say this is like one of the things that people somewhat disagree with me on. This is like an attitude among anti-Zionists where they're like, they say like, oh, this is not something that you can describe purely on material grounds. I disagree with them on this issue. I think that it's like, I disagree with them on this issue because I think that, yes, the influence of the Israel lobby is certainly significant. I still think that the initial reasons as to why this allegiance was developed is because of Israel's position Israel's position as a unsinkable aircraft carrier in a resource-rich region,
and also that, like, I mean, again, like Israel, it's part of why also it's important not to lose sight of the idea of like Israel as a settler colonial project. Like part of the basis for that was that it was meant so that Israelis and Zionist leaders, as they courted and sought to court Western governments and even collaborated with them on things like, in the Suez Crisis with France and the United Kingdom in the mid-1950s, in 56. I mean, I think what you can use, what we can sort of suss out from that is that Israel viewed that settler colonial affinity not just as a, like, we're white, you're white, even though we're not really white, but you get the idea. It was also about how they could be instrumentalized as like a fellow white nation in this, like, grand strategic game against, again, like Arab states, which were largely at that time, particularly in the Nasserist era, aligned with the Soviet Union.
Yeah.
And that
you can't do pan-Arabic nationalism and link up with the Soviets. That's terrifying, I think, but there's also white supremacy. There's also an element of white supremacy involved in this. You can't trust the Arabs no matter what. Okay? You can't trust the Arabs no matter what. They're Muslim, they're Christian, doesn't matter. They're still Arab, okay? Whereas the way that I think a lot of dumb Americans, a lot of Western leaders view Israel is like, well, those are our guys, those are our neighbors. And to a certain degree, they are, you know what I mean? Like that's that's the reason why, like, a lot of people, I think, initially were claiming that, like, Israel is a white nation, a white supremacist nation. And there is aspects of white supremacy in Israel as well, with respect to Ashkenazi Jews, for example. But Israel has a shit ton of Arab Jews as well, even though they're still, because of the ethno-religious supremacist nature of Zionism, the Arab Jews have a specific classification. They're still Jewish and therefore of a higher class than what they consider to be, in Israeli demographics, Arab. Arab implies someone from an Arab nation or someone from even that area, even from Palestine, that is either Muslim or Christian. Yeah, you have Jews that come from the entirety of Levant and the MENA region in general that are subcategorized under the banner of Judaism. Be careful. Arabs are also white, and Arab supremacy is just as real. An Afro-Arab, this cannot be denied. As an Afro-Arab, this cannot be denied. Okay, we're talking about Some Arabs are white. Some Arabs are not white. It doesn't matter. This is not the point that I'm trying to make here. Lock in, okay? Also, it depends on it depends on which country you're looking at. Yeah, go tell an American that Arabs are white, okay? I think Simone Zimmerman is here. We're going to be talking about the brain-rotting operation of Zionism and the pervasive nature of it, and how it basically breaks the minds of many otherwise progressive Jewish Americans. But yeah, hold on. Let me pull up a chair. You got one? Okay. And then I'm gonna fix the microphone as well. 1 second. Hi. All right, here. Let's just fix this. This. Oh my God. Hold on. Where is it? All right, chat. 1 second. I'm gonna fix the noise gate, and then we're gonna be good. Okay. I did it. All right. Did you watch either Mehdi Hasan versus Joe Walsh clip or the Sam Cedar Benny Johnson clip? Both very satisfying. No, I have not. I have not done either of those things. But yeah, okay. What else was I gonna do? What else was I gonna talk about here? Oh, we will of course be featuring. We will of course be covering this part of the conversation, which I think is very interesting. Sympathies towards Israelis regarding the Middle East situation has hit the lowest in 25 years of Gallup's annual tracking. Support for Israel amongst Democrats has tanked drastically. 59% of Democrats sympathize more with Palestinians than Israelis in this conflict. That is a crazy number. That has never occurred. That has never, ever occurred in the United States of America, okay? That is crazy. I think this is the peak. This is the peak of sympathies for the Palestinians. And it's incredible. That's why I always say, no matter what, when I analyze the situation by looking at what things used to look like in the past, when Israel was being violent, Israel was doing sieges, Israel was doing the grass cutting, mowing of the lawn operations, that it never got to this point. Never, ever, ever. Okay? And also, remember, all of this, like all of these sympathies from the public are coming at a point where there is unfettered, unrestricted, unlimited propaganda. Unlimited. Think about that. That to me is also insane. This is unprecedented, and I will not. I'm never gonna discount this, and it also does give me some semblance of hope. Okay. We won the info wars? No, we haven't. We haven't won shit. Okay. This is entirely in the hands of Israel. The only reason why 59% of Democrats sympathize more with Palestinians than Israelis in this conflict is directly due to the unrestricted, unlimited violence that Israel has done, so much so that it is virtually impossible to deny. It's virtually impossible to justify. That's it. That's it. It's all in the hands of the U.S., not Israel. Yeah, it's because Israel, for many, many years, I think, has greatly benefited from the cycle of dehumanization of Palestinians and had to continue doing that in an effort to create. You're discounting the work of Palestinian journalists? Don't fucking do this to me right now. Don't do this woke shit. Of course, it's entirely in the hands of brave Palestinians across the board who have filmed their own genocide, okay? Virtually every single day. Don't fucking do this rad lib shit. Okay, that much is obvious. I'm talking about Israel's cruelty on top of everything else. God damn. It isn't as quiet anymore, and thus liberals are doing their survival tactics now, hence the remorse. Yeah. How did Americans feel about Palestine and Palestinians during 9/11, the Gulf War era? No, people just didn't even know anything, and they only thought about it in the terms of like, Israel's our ally, they're our neighbors. It is what it is, you know. They're good guys. They're the good guys. Like, people didn't put much thought into it at all. Yes, I know Bad Empanada made a video criticizing my take, saying that I'm a liberal Zionist or something. I don't care, guys. Yes, we can have disagreements, even if we almost entirely agree on everything. And every now and then, Bad Empanada freaks out over some minor shit, okay? I don't care. I don't know why everyone is like, no, you have to watch this. Especially considering that, like, if you're a leftist and you understand the take isn't that fucking big, is minor, I know. Even if the disagreements are minor and you consider yourself to be a progressive, you consider yourself to be a leftist, why the fuck are you trying to make drama between two commentators who are anti-Zionist? Like, I just don't get it. I don't care that he did it, okay? If he wants to use mentioning me or doing a call-out post on me as an opportunity to educate people on his perspective, then that's fine. You know, that's great. More power to him. But I'm not going to sit here and respond to it, and then you're going to clip it out of context and like send it to him and then blah, 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 blah. It doesn't matter. My thoughts on this are known, okay? I recognize that Zionism is a fascist ideology that revolves around Jewish ethnic religious supremacy. I recognize that Israel is a rabid settler colonial enterprise that has always maintained an apartheid that started off with a ethnic cleansing operation that was planned by early Zionist militias. These are historically accurate facts that I reckon with and routinely repeat. Having said all of that, I also have a difference in opinion in terms of strategy with the likes of Bad Empanada. I live in the heart of empire. I live in the imperial core. I am living in the United States of America. I'm a Westerner, okay? I'm Turkish. I have a Muslim background. People call me a terrorist all the time. But having said all of that, my goal is to pull people from the margins, okay? And if that is my goal, then I will never discount people that are that I have disagreements with, that might even be engaging in like Jewish exceptionalism or whatever Bad Empanada is saying, because I get how social conditioning works. Okay, I understand how social conditioning works. I understand how that can change people's minds. Okay, at the end of the day, we are Hasan, what the fuck saying, dude? Firstly, Turks same with support white supremacy for like support pan-Asianism versions so well. Anti-Israeli Arabs, no problem. Same with differently. Bro, no, you need to learn how to write, okay? I'm giving you an hour. Go back to the drawing board and you know, put together a coherent argument. I'm sorry. If you're having an aneurysm while typing that, I'm not going to entertain this. Disagreements are healthy. Imagine we could all agree genocide is wrong and this is what we debated. Yeah. I think that every person plays a role in this, okay? And as long as someone is anti-occupation, as long as someone demonstrates empathy for the plight of the Palestinians and they play a role in this, even if I have disagreements with them, even if I feel like they're doing white saviorism or whatever, okay? It still doesn't matter because it moves the needle in the appropriate direction. These things take time. It doesn't happen overnight, okay? The notion that everyone is magically going to rewrite decades of fucking brainwashing, overnight because of the historic atrocities that are unfolding when they are literally trained to believing that these are not real human beings and parasitic forces that must be purged. Like, I recognize that it takes a long ass time, but they play a very important role. People in Israel play an important role. Even the hostage families who literally want the entirety of Gaza to be wiped out in the period of time when they are demonstrating against the Israeli government, that is creating political pressure for the Israeli government. Do I agree with their opinions? Fuck no. Okay? So many of the hostage family protesters unironically were like, we want to pummel Gaza too, dog. Just get our family members out first. That creates a point of pressure internally in Israel, even if they don't listen to it. Okay? Do Rhodesian voices play an important role? Yeah, I mean, South African apartheid is a great example of this because, yes, economic pressure and boycotts are important because it causes the population to forcibly reckon with the realities and the damages incurred by conducting a fucking genocide, by maintaining an apartheid. That's how it works. So, yes, that is how this works. You know, I'm not in the Palestinian Islamic Jihad, so I see no reason to LARP as such. But from my position, I will understandably contextualize how violent or militant movements begin, why they exist, how their methods have evolved over time. That is my job. Okay? And for that crime, people call me a terrorist supporter all the time, or a terrorist, or an anti-Semite all the time. Okay? To an insane degree. To a degree where people demand that the federal government take action against me. They demand that I get deplatformed. That's it. The Black Panther movement and Malcolm X played an incredibly important role in the civil rights struggle, but so did Martin Luther King. Despite both of these leaders and despite both of these movements being deeply unpopular at the time by broader society. Okay? It's very important to understand that the struggle is always going to be multifaceted, and I'll take pressure from every aspect that I can get. And before people say, oh, are you claiming that you're MLK? No, I'm not saying that. I'm just explaining to you how social struggle and social progress has taken place in this country. I don't disagree with you at all, but I believe that you can also push the needle towards always bringing up what is also part of the Israeli provisions and Jewish exceptionalism when you can. I already do that. Shut the fuck up. I already do that. I do that all the time. Anyone who says that I don't do that is a fucking delusional, okay? Shut up. You're now demanding that I do something that I do all the time. Now you're getting clip chimped in the more woke, more radical direction, I guess. Anyway. Are you guys coming? Oh, yeah, I'm ready. Yeah. Yeah, even with the IRA, there was a political wing of the movement and there was a militant wing of the movement. These things cannot exist without the other. Okay, there is no world in which one can be successful on its own. You can't, you cannot demand that a state, an apartheid state like Israel, peacefully give you the recognition that you deserve as a human being. Okay, and of course, as the maintenance of the apartheid state becomes more violent, the reaction and the retaliation to that in the form of militant resistance is going to become more violent as well. Having said that, you still need a political movement or peaceful resistance to work alongside this. All right. We have Simone Zimmerman in the building, ladies and gentlemen. She is responsible for the Israelism documentary. We've watched it on stream before. And also, of course, joining me is Noah Kulwin, who's been staying with me. And I'm very excited to have you here. There's a lot we're going to talk about. You got to get real up close to the microphone when you speak, by the way, just before chat starts chirping at you.
How we sounding?
I just want to let you know you are in the presence of StopAntisemitism.org's second runner-up for Anti-Semite of the Year. I did lose to...
In 2020.
In
2020.
Well, oh, wait, you were...
I was back in 2020.
Oh,
wait, she too.
Oh,
they both
sorry.
are. You have this in common.
Wait, no way.
Yeah.
Oh, you were also almost anti-Semite of the Year?
Yeah, I was in the top 3.
Who lost? Who'd you lose to?
Nerdine.
Oh, okay. That was...
And Ice Cube. No, Ice Cube didn't get it, but we were in the
Yeah, you forgot Ice Cube had that
Oh
phase.
shit. Okay, that's crazy. I lost to Candace Owens. Your year is a tough one because
well, I don't know. Maybe Simone had kind of a Mickey Mouse ring because like you're dealing with it like post October 7th,
Yeah.
when it's like, you know, there's like it's a lot of competition. Whereas back then, Simone, perhaps
yeah,
it was.
I was just like chilling in my apartment during the pandemic, and they were like offering $360 Amazon gift cards to people to vote for me. While I was just like trying to you know,
amazing,
bake whatever Allison Roman
So they had to rig it. They had to rig it against like a woman making shallot pasta in the Brooklyn apartment.
Well,
Great.
my favorite on that one. Hold on, I'm gonna fix it. I'm going to increase her volume. Chat, shut the fuck up. I know. Okay. My problem.
There it is.
I know. Oh my God, that's amazing. I love this because this year is so obviously. Oh, this is Nerdine Kiswani. Never mind. This is someone else. Rabid Jew hater and terror supporter. I thought it was the year where the Ben and Jerry's lady got that. It's not. Nerdine Kiswani is not the Ben and Jerry's lady. I don't really know enough about her, but I guess. Oh, she's New York City chapter of Students for Justice in Palestine. Okay, hold on. Brooklyn Day of Rage protests, calling death to American Israel, threatening to set people on fire over wearing IDF sweatshirt and bullying Jewish students at her current law school, CUNY. I don't believe anything that Stop Anti-Semitism says, so I'm going to take that with not just a singular grain of salt, but multiple. And also, I'm going to fix your audio really quickly. Hold on. I lost to Candace Owens, who is actually an anti-Semite.
She actually is anti-Semite.
Yeah, I genuinely think the reason why I lost to Candace Owens, who is a real anti-Semite, was because she is a black woman, and Stop Anti-Semitism unironically like hates women of color more than anything else. So I think like she was like, all right, you know, this year we're going to give it to a real anti-Semite instead.
Yeah, it is kind of surprising that they did that, but they got her also in the intersection of real anti-Semitism and also rabid anti-Zionism.
Well, yeah,
so
because she went after their boy. She was like, well, why is Ben Shapiro so powerful or whatever? Wasn't like he part of the basis of their schism?
Yeah, but she also was part of that really disgusting amplifying of like, it started with the like ADL truther conspiracy.
Right,
Yeah, this is like,
I remember it. Yeah.
You know-
Because they've been obsessed with like going back to the Leo Frank stuff.
Yeah, the Leo
Leo
Frank
Frank.
thing didn't happen, and then the reason that Israel does apartheid is because like in the Torah it says that
Yes.
Jews are
Oh no, Talmud too,
In the
right?
Talmud.
No, not the Torah.
Yeah.
No,
I forgot
Talmud.
that she was a scholar.
Yeah. So she held that like really. I have to say, I tuned into it for a second. That was some dark shit with Andrew Tate and Dan Bilzerian. It was like
he's
the Nazis against Israel chat room. So, yeah.
It's always super cool to hear all of the most prominent figures that like seemingly the right elevates all the time. They all just happen to be actual anti-Semites. So then what happens? Most of the anti-Zionist sentiment you hear come from people who aren't actually anti-Zionist at all. They don't really give a shit. They just hate Jews, you know, all while simultaneously suppressing voices like mine and apparently like yours as well. I don't think a Jewish person has ever won Anti-Semite of the Year yet.
Yeah, they don't want the smoke, dude.
Yeah, that's crazy.
Yeah, they just want us on the list.
Yeah, to people, those who don't know who are watching, also, I see a couple people in chat asking. Ice Cube had a moment. He had a moment where his relationship with the Jewish community was challenged because of some comments, but it's all good now. It's all in the past. It's all buried, and he has been.
They got together.
He's linked and built with the best of them in the Jewish establishment. Since.
Yeah, Noah was at the meetings, the media control meetings.
Yeah, don't worry about it. I was there. I can vouch. We're all good. It's in the past.
Yeah. HasanAbi is my favorite anti-Semite because he's constantly educating people about the harms of anti-Semitism, calls out anti-Semites, and never says anything anti-Semitic. Truly a positive example for anti-Semites everywhere. Yeah. I do have a conspiracy on this, though. I legitimately do have a conspiracy. I want to run it by both of you guys, okay? I have this suspicion that the likes of Dan Bilzerian and the likes of Andrew Tate and the likes of Candace Owens and like these very obviously anti-Semitic people are often elevated and highlighted because they're much easier to disparage, especially among like polite society, so that you can say, see, every single person that shits on Israel is not doing so because of some progressive reason. Or yeah, Jake Shields is another example too. But they're doing it because they're anti-Semitic. To basically cast this broad brush and to justify the notion that anti-Zionism and anti-Semitism are one of the same. And it's always born out of some mysterious secret anti-Semitism. That's the reason why, you know, Jews such as yourself are also criticizing Israel's actions.
I think that's like a pretty good theory. I mean, I would say I think it's also it's good to elevate those people because then we don't have to pay attention to like all the Nazis who really love Israel and, you know, all the people on the far right that pro-Israel groups and Israeli government officials have really deep relationships with, and there are actually far more of those deep connections across the global far right with the pro-Israel movement than there are the Candace Owens of the world.
Yeah, there are more rabidly anti-Semitic pro-Israel people out there than there are Jews anti-Zionist or pro-Zionist alike. That is something that a lot of people fail to comprehend or consider. Obviously, look at the Christian evangelical movement. Like those guys just simply either by force or gently want to send all the Jews to the desert so that the rapture can happen. And then, you know, everybody obviously burns in eternal hellfire unless they convert to Christianity.
I would also add that like there is like I think a sense also with like that like right-wing appreciation of Israel that like they look at the anti-Semitism is not just grounded in the like apocalyptic like millenarian style stuff about needing to gather all the Jews in Israel, although that's real for a lot of them. But it's also about this idea that like, oh yeah, the Jews run everything and we want to too. Like it's the idea of
you're saying it's like a Japanese style of philo-Semitism?
Yeah. No, it's like a model. It's I mean like a model global minority thing. Like, can you believe like these guys are 0.002% of the world population yet drive like 20% of the discourse? Like imagine like, you know, how that would be if like, you know, India could finally stand up, or, you know, like pick a country that has like a raging nationalist movement at this moment that like, you know, could look at something like Israel and be like, that's a plausible outcome for us. You know, it's that to me explains a lot of it as well.
Yeah, you notice I'm pretty sure StopAntiSemitism.org did not go after Richard Spencer, who was, you know, very much like we want to do here what they've already done in Israel. So
Yeah,
he called himself a white Zionist, I think.
He had this like really freaky confrontation with a rabbi at a university in Texas. I remember this really well, where he basically said like, how can you call me an anti-Semite? I love what they've done with Israel. I think we should do it here. And the guy he was talking to was like, I remember pretty like he didn't quite have a good response to that.
Yeah. That is, yeah, woke anti-Semitism. being pro-Israel is the greatest shield that you can have, as Ben Shapiro once famously openly admitted to when Ann Coulter was saying some shit about Jewish people. I don't know what she was saying, but she was saying like they control the media or whatever. And Ben Shapiro famously tweeted out, Ann Coulter regarding Jews. She loves Israel, so I will not lose sleep over her very obviously anti-Semitic statements. Like straight up, just kind of giving the game away, but nobody really cares. But that's just, that's just how it works, really. I will say there is a troublesome nature to, I think, a lot of the prominent conversations taking place right now with the likes of Patrick Bet-David, as Andrew Tate has returned from Romania to come to the United States of America and, go on all these podcasts, go on his like media tour, where apparently biggest scam in history, Andrew Tate's explosive World War II theory challenges the narrative.
Oh, God.
That's valuetainment.
I find...
Do you know who Patrick Bet-David is, Simone?
I've like heard the name, but
Wait, don't say anything.
Oh no.
Okay.
No,
Did you
hold
guys
on.
just talk about this on Bad Hasbara?
Patrick Bet-David, we did.
Yeah.
Oh,
That's how
no, so you do know his background then.
Just a tiny bit, but go ahead.
Because he is the most Israeli man who is not from Israel or Jewish.
Jewish.
His name is Patrick Bet-David. On first sight, you're like, Felix has said this as well, where he's like, oh, he's from Israel, right? And he's like, nope, he's not. He is Assyrian and Iranian, I believe.
They fear nationalism
Oh,
when
wait,
white people
you
get
can't
banded
hear it yet.
together.
Hold on.
What does it mean that I'm valued?
It's because they apply it to World War II.
That's what he calls the channel.
They say, well, white
Valuetainment.
nationalists
This is
do what
podcast.
Hitler did because he was a white nationalist. So they say that when white people get together and are nationalistic, it's like the Nazis. When other people get together and they're nationalistic, it's not. Is this actually true? Is this the largest psyop in history? I mean, World War II has had such a profound effect on our culture up until this point now. World War II is the basis for all good and bad in the entire world. If I say
Noted scholar of history.
It is
Andrew
like
Tate.
it is like legitimately crazy to see somebody who is having like the conversation of an 8th grader, but it's like the names of like a bunch of like now people in the White House are on the wall behind him.
Yeah,
like it's a little alarming.
to you name the worst person in history, you'll probably say Hitler. You won't say Stalin, who killed more because he was on our team, or Mao.
I love that they're also like deeply anti-communist at the same time. Like it makes sense, but liberals also have this kind of attitude. Like he's just doing, this is the lightest form, the most acceptable form of Holocaust revisionism that even liberals also entertain due to a lack of understanding or lack of knowledge or the deep resentment that people feel towards communism, where they just do like, well, Stalin killed more. Actually, he was worse than Hitler. Maybe we were on the wrong side during World War II. Like that's the inevitable logical through line that you follow through. Great stuff, though. Simone, I have a question for you.
Let's go.
This is something that I've talked about on Bad Hasbara as well, but I don't understand why liberal Zionists who are like otherwise progressive on other issues, especially those living in the United States of America, like how they don't foresee the allegiance that they've cultivated with guys, not like Andrew Tate, but like, maybe the average American Christian Zionist, as not on shaky grounds that could inevitably turn very dangerous towards them, but instead like this, permanent allegiance. Like I feel like when people started saying America was built on Judeo-Christian values, like there was a point where I think a lot of progressive liberal Zionist Jews started believing that.
Yeah.
And I don't know how you legitimately believe that. Like these guys will 100% quickly turn that conversation over to, no, America was built on Christian values. What the fuck are you talking about? Like there's already a lot of always has been a lot of nascent, unexamined anti-Semitism everywhere in the United States of America and in the Western world. But because of Israel's actions constantly being portrayed to the uninitiated as being done at the behest of Judaism, falsely associating Israel's actions with Judaism, I think the first interaction that a lot of people have, paired up with the anti-Semitic tendencies that people have, lead them to think, no, it is, yeah, okay, Israel's killing a lot of babies, and it is for the Jews. I don't like the Jews anymore, is like the way that I think a lot of people encounter this subject, and that's how you explode anti-Semitism.
Yeah, well, I'm curious what you... I'll say two things on that. Like, first of all, I think this is why it just really drives me crazy when I get accused of anti-Semitism, because I'm like, do you understand that the Jews who are publicly deconflating ourselves with Israel are actually doing more to fight anti-Semitism around the world right now than all the rest of these organizations that are, you know, they say they're fighting anti-Semitism, but they're actually just doing Israel advocacy. I mean, I do think that it is... there's kind of like a double message happening right now. So like pro-Israel organizations basically say, you know, you have to stand with all Jews. That's standing with Israel is standing with Jews. But then when Jews around the world get attacked, receive that blowback for Israel's actions, they're like, what the hell? That's anti-Semitic. And it's like, you can't really have it both ways. I think, as you said, like the average person, that contradiction doesn't make sense to them. And I'm not saying it's, I'm against, you know, random Jewish people being targeted for the actions of the Israeli state. And I'm also against the Israeli state saying it's acting on behalf of Jews around the world. Yeah. But I think the other part of the question, I mean, I think the easiest answer is like the ADL's conference this week was like a really good, I think, showcase for this. I mean, the ADL has formed like, you know, a deep alliance with the far right in this country, right? I mean, you had Elise Stefanik headlining their conference, and you know, when she made like there's this great article in JTA about the conference where Elise Stefanik, you know, white nationalist,
supported a Holocaust revisionist in a New York primary, famously.
Did she really?
Elise Stefanik, yeah. Hold on, let me pull it up real quick.
She's my mom's registered to vote in her district.
Really?
Yeah, the upstate. It's
oh, there you go.
She's a special one.
Elise Stefanik.
It's crazy. Like this woman, she literally made her name being one of the biggest proponents of Great Replacement theory in the House, and now she's like the champion of anti-Semitism on campus.
Stefanik back candidate praised Hitler, questioned Texas and Buffalo shootings.
Oh, there you go.
Oh wait, Carl Palladino.
Yeah.
Oh my God. Well, he's like an old. That's amazing. I like that Carl Palladino. He got in big trouble because he ran for New York governor, and it was like a total. He's been a walking nightmare for years. No, it makes sense that she would cling to that.
Yeah. In 2022, Stefanik endorsed Carl Palladino in the election to succeed retiring U.S. Representative Chris Jacobs in the New York 23rd Congressional District. Stefanik reportedly had a history of disputes with Palladino's rival in a Republican primary. Palladino made comments on a radio show in 2021 praising Adolf Hitler, saying he was the kind of leader we need today. Stefanik condemned Palladino's remarks when asked about them by HuffPost, but did not withdraw her endorsement. After Palladino called for the execution of Attorney General Merrick Garland, former Republican Congresswoman Mia Love called upon Stefanik to rescind her endorsement of Palladino. Stefanik actively campaigned for Palladino, hosting a tele-rally for him the night before the primary.
I mean, lines up.
That's the number one. That is the number one defender of Jewish people.
Our ambassador to the UN.
Yeah. Fantastic stuff.
I mean, it's crazy. So like, she's like the headline speaker at their conference, you know, then she makes some like kind of out of pocket pro-Trump. She like said something like, if Trump were president, October 7th wouldn't have happened. And then all of a sudden people were upset, right? And there's all these great quotes that are like, oh, this is a non-political conference. Like, what is she doing? You know, bringing politics in here. And I'm like, guys, where did you miss the memo?
I mean, the one I think of is I still can't believe he blew this. Like
apparently she got booed. Stefanik booed at ADL Summit for claiming October 7th wouldn't have happened under Trump.
But to be clear, like everything else she said, you know, we're going to make the list of students. We're going to deport the students. We're going to fight anti-Semitism at the UN. I mean, all like the idea that all of that is fine it's like, I think that there is, I'm curious if you experience this still. Like, I think in parts of the communities that we grew up in, there's an internal narrative that like Israel is kind of just like our own internal issue, right? And so we're glad that these people help us, and we have to form these unlikely alliances, and it doesn't kind of, it doesn't connect to the kind of broader politics. And I mean, I obviously think that's not just laughable, but like insane. When you're literally
were they booing him because they were like, no, it definitely would have happened regardless because the Arabs are like anti-Semitic parasitic monsters. Is that what it is? Like,
it's also like a lot of the people at the ADL like are like they voted for Kamala Harris,
right?
They voted for they're Democrats. Like this is a I don't think that they represent like the broad, as the Gallup polling today points out, they do not represent the broad, majority of how Democratic voters and people who identify as Democratic feel about Israel or Gaza or anything that's happened in the last year and a half. But the ADL and a lot of these organizations, like if you look at the people who fill these rooms, who attend to these kinds of conferences, like it's not CPAC. Just because it's crazy Zionist, it's very, like they believe in a very dogmatically pro-Israel, pro-genocide policy, and as evident, as Simone was just discussing, like everything, like particularly around campuses now, things that are draconian and hard line that we would associate with like the worst qualities of McCarthyism, but they also, it's not CPAC. Like it is, I think like there is a meaningful distinction there.
Yeah, I mean, people still think they're at a conference of a civil rights organization that is literally helping dismantle civil rights protections in this country right now.
Yeah. And the thing I was bringing up was the green, but to me, the like sort of the most emblematic, like the moment that like we'll be telling our kids about, like to this effect, is the like Elon Musk Sig Heil. Like that there was this, like that he does the salute. And
shouts out Barry Weiss,
immediately opens the door for all these other fucking people to do the same thing, whether it's Bannon or that weirdo priest. Like all these people do it. It becomes like this viral gesture that people associate with right-wing movements of the moment. It is normalization, cliched as the word is. And like Greenblatt's initial response was, well, and then he eventually has to.
What did they call it? The awkward gesture?
The awkward gesture. Yeah. And then
he's autistic. He's autistic.
Oh, yeah, he's stimming or whatever.
Yeah,
and, then,
and now Barry Weiss also.
Yeah, so it's like he's, so that to me is the like in miniature, like the whole thing just gets summed up in that like because these people are pro-Israel, they will give them not just the benefit of they'll defend them.
Yeah, but it's also important. Like this is what these people have been doing for years. I mean, Jonathan Greenblatt, took a selfie at the opening of the Jerusalem embassy when Trump moved the U.S. embassy to Jerusalem, like with a lineup of the craziest far right
people who he had literally the ADL. Trump won. The ADL was against like Bannon. It was against all people he was putting in his administration.
Yeah, they did the Jews will not replace us shit at Charlottesville,
like 2017. It was like like within the first few months. That would be like 3 months from now, or sorry, 5 months from now, if it were the if in today's terms, like it was totally bizarre and like insane. But you're exactly right. He backed down.
The Tree of Life synagogue shooting was a Trump supporter who literally outflanked Trump. He talked openly on Gab, the neo-Nazi website, about how I love Donald Trump, but he's not doing enough to like deal with the Jews that are bringing in the caravans, which is such a common trope that has existed in perpetuity whenever they like that. That's super. Super normalized, like that. That's what Tucker Carlson was talking about.
Replacement.
That's replacement theory. That's what also Elise Stefanik has also boosted. So, and I think that's what the Buffalo shooter also believed.
I will add. I think that a lot of people believe that like the anti-Semitism that arises from discourse about broader replacement theory, that there are elites who want to use immigrants to replace the disenfranchised right, true-blooded like Americans or whatever. Like they believe that like the anti-Semitic quality of that is like foam spilling over the glass. It's unfortunate, but the thrust of our point, which is that there is like this unaccountable elite that wants to replace you with like a Filipina nurse or whatever, like that's like that's the ball game. And so Elise Stefanik, like, does she herself have anti-Jewish animus? At this rate, perhaps. But, you know, it's also entirely plausible to me that she doesn't have any, but she actively does not give a shit about those who do. This is definitely the bargain that people like at Tablet Magazine make, because they believe that the thrust of their argument is like wholly true and that they can identify with. So they will cover it up. They'll actively cover it up.
Yeah. There was another funny moment where this contradiction amongst like a relatively progressive liberal Zionist figure who was wearing a fucking IDF dog tag at the anti-Semitism congressional hearing, talking to Josh Hawley. I don't know if you guys watched that.
The one yesterday?
I watched it yesterday when it was happening. And it's like he has the yellow ribbon for the hostages. He has a fucking IDF dog tag on. And he has to describe to Josh Hawley that their position overall is, alongside the ADL's position apparently, that it is not acceptable to deport students for their, which I was shocked to hear that was the ADL position as well. But that their position as administrators in an institute of higher learning is that they should not deport students for protesting against Israel.
This was someone from the ADL who said that?
No, it was I forget what organization he was from.
Was it Kevin Racklin? From Nexus?
Nexus, yeah.
Yeah.
Now I don't know what his like actual opinions are, but it's very obvious that he was like even he was like, no, we can't, like that's not acceptable. Like you can't just like deport people. And then Josh Hawley kept saying like, you don't want to deport students who assault Jews? You don't want to deport students who assault Jews? What's wrong with you?
Yeah, and they accused him of being on ketamine. I have heard that.
Wait, Josh Hawley or the person from Nexus?
Kennedy, I think. Senator Kennedy asked Kevin if he was on ketamine. I mean, anyways, like I think the point is that like what basically has happened now is like you've had all these like Kevin, I would say, is someone who's like a kind of mainstream liberal Jewish guy who's
society perspective.
Yeah, here it is, by the way. Sorry. Keep going.
Well, it's just like at this point, you know, what we've had happen is the kind of normalizing of saying that the positions that the vast majority of American Jews hold are it's a very slippery slope to just be. I mean, the obvious endpoint is Trump saying, you know, the 80% of Jews who didn't vote for me are disloyal, all of that, calling Chuck Schumer a Palestinian, that whole kind of like discourse. And then Steve Bannon, I saw someone in the chat said this earlier.
The Bannon
just saying, you know, liberal Jews who don't support Israel are the greatest threat to Israel, the greatest threat to our movement. But the point is that like when groups like the ADL constantly normalize calling people like me and Noah anti-Semites, out of the consensus, all these things, like it's just very easy to keep moving that bar like farther and farther to the right, where it just says that like the 80% of American Jews who aren't MAGA are disloyal.
Yeah, they're not sufficiently pro-America. They're not sufficiently, or they only care about Israel. We should just send them to Israel. That is the end point of this. And I don't know why, like otherwise progressive Jewish people just have been so brain broken by Zionism and internalize this so much.
And
that
also,
they just, can't
I will
see
say, it only took 3 years for the Ukraine war to become such a domestically politically polarized thing that Trump threatens to deport all of the Ukrainians, you know, given protected and refugee status in the United States. Like, I do think that there is like a quality where there are at least a few people in the pro-Israel movement who've been watching what's happening to the Ukrainians and to the like the way that like Trump has been managing like the cessation of hostilities in that war, and are thinking like, well, you know, maybe in a decade or two, the situation could be such that like we're the ones in that position as well. Like, I think that there is like a certain amount of like recognizing that this is just like, this is excess, even by the standards of people who do believe that like, yeah, like it's an unsafe time to be a Jewish student on a college campus or whatever.
Yeah, that's the other side of this story, because I think it like the reason why I keep asking you this question is because like I mean, you've obviously written and talked about extensively about the pervasive nature of Zionism as a formative part of the social conditioning of American Jews, who still very much are progressive with this very notable exception, and there's a contradiction there. So could you elaborate a little bit more on how that journey begins, maybe even by talking about your own personal experiences?
Sure.
Growing
Yeah.
up.
I mean,
I'm gonna grab a soda, by the way. Do you want anything?
I left a glass of water on the counter. but no.
Hold on, I'm bringing that to you. But I'm gonna get it from there.
Oh, great.
Go
Yeah.
ahead.
No, I'm good. Well, this is
this one goes back.
Yeah. This is great because Noah got to see some of this in action because we had our journeys alongside each other. I mean, I think that you just kind of said it, but those of us who were raised with this narrative of like civil rights, of being kind of on the side of social justice, I came to campus genuinely being like, I care about social justice. I care about Israel. These things are not in contradiction. Like, I'm gonna make some friends. I'm gonna tell them my truth. They're gonna teach me their truths. Like, it's all gonna be good. And for those who've seen Israelism, it was a long journey of kind of like facing the contradictions in the worldview that I was raised in. Many nights of like staying up late talking with my roommates about why I believed the things that I believed. And ultimately it was, I think for people who are on campuses right now, like I'm one of those people for whom campus activism like shook me to my core, and it didn't happen overnight. I initially was like, why is my community not doing good enough Israel advocacy? I went back being like, guys, we got to have better talking points. Like, we got to fight back against what these students are saying. And
you were a Hasbara warrior.
Oh yeah, 100%. And I was like, we got to do better Hasbara. And I went looking for better answers. And the reality is that there aren't better answers because this thing isn't defensible. And once you kind of stop using those justifications about most moral army that I think it's really hard to face that people you love are complicit in something that is monstrous, and to face that like you think of yourself as a good person and you are supporting something that is bad. Yeah. And it takes a long time to kind of unlearn that kind of programming, and to like, I mean, Noah and I were both people who, like, as college students, really had to sit together and like turn over these worldviews
Damn,
together.
she keeps throwing you under the bus, Noah.
No, it's true though.
I'll give her.
Wait, throwing you under the bus?
No.
She's one step removed from pulling up the Berkeley article.
No.
Oh my God.
I talked about on stream with them divestment. Your junior, like.
Let's go.
Yeah, exactly. Our shared experience. No, because Simone and all, like, I had a little bit before college, because of my own experiences in Israel, like a bit more of the like loosening before I had come to campus. Like the jar on my Zionism had been loosened, let's say, or the lid on it. But then it was like when we were at the campus, like it like there was still a lot of work to do and a lot of room to grow, in that we, I mean, to me at least, it felt like this like progressive, not in the political sense, but just this like this continuing experience of just like learning how this thing that we had felt was like our community, the world in which we came from, like the institutions and establishment that like taught us what we considered like the social justice values that we brought with us where we went, like this experience of like constant antagonism and rejection from like what were really not hostile positions or even that confrontational, particularly by the standards of today. Like we were, like Simone and I were very involved, and the way we got involved in that was we were involved in the J Street U chapter on our campus, which I've talked about on the stream before.
Which you were, so you were like a little bit more woke already, though, in comparison to like.
No, I mean, I say that, but it's like I came as a freshman, Simone was a junior, and like she was on the national board. She like we were like
I organized Noah.
Yeah, exactly. Like I'm here because of her. But the thing that was very like
no wonder you were on the 2020 list. Just fucked up.
The thing that was
making little pro Hamas Jews all around American college campuses.
I personally am responsible for all of BlowBack. Where's my royalty?
Yeah. We was this experience of like we tried to get like our chapter recognized by the Jewish Student Union within the Hillel, and that was this crazy ordeal, both because of the insane like bylaws of that organization, but it just became this excuse of like, yes, we want a two-state solution. Most of us identify as Zionists, and like we were not allowed to have our club be affiliated with Hillel. Like that was like, to me, part of this like experience of like combined with like learning and all of the, you know, whatever, like the ballasts being removed, holding up my Zionism, you know, like defense is like most moral army falling away. Some of them already had by that time, but just, you know, it was, like I said, a progressive process that just sort of accelerated and sort of set, at least speaking for myself, certainly set me on the path of, you know, being even more critical of even more critical of what I had felt. Like it was a journey. It wasn't like an end point. I didn't feel like, oh, I've had these realizations, it's over. It was like a process that set me into being into the kind of person and place I am today over many years.
I would also say like the things that you and I experienced together on campus, it was like, you know, one of the critiques that we often get from people to our right is like, why aren't you trying to do change within the system? Why aren't you trying to do something that's like, I don't know, more conciliatory, more, you know, slow and incremental? And like, I cannot tell you like how radicalizing it was to be a like young liberal Zionist coming into my Hillel and just being like, hey, can we just like talk about this thing that I heard about? Or like, can I just have an activist who, you know, is deeply committed and lives there and but also wants to tell us about these things that he sees? And they would like, students would come into our meetings. And this is again, like, I can't even imagine a decade later. I know that what's happening to college students now is way crazier than what happened to us. I mean, we would bring these speakers, students would sit in our meetings with cameras. There's like 6 of us being like, hey, we just want to learn about what's happening in East Jerusalem. And like,
but not to cut you off, but chat, at this point, she's not talking about like engaging in like anti-Zionist activism, right? You're still talking about like,
oh no,
yeah. She's talking about
we
her
were like
positions
the nice
as a liberal,
kids at Hillel trying to be like, let's talk about the kind of harder things about Israel so we can try to make it better.
Yeah.
Like, because we care about our community, we want to talk about hard things and we want to try to change them from the inside.
And I will add, like, if there was like a political dimension to it on the national level, which there was, so it's not an if, there was, it was, in the words of like the organization from J Street at the time, we were Obama's backing bloc. I mean, that was, you know, like I think of that phrase like all the time. Like the idea was we viewed ourselves as Obama's shooters on the college campus, backing up what his efforts were with John Kerry to bring about a 2-state solution. And, you know, like, so to Simone's point about like what it meant, oh, why don't you work from change within the system? It was like we were doing educational events on campus focused on coexistence without any meaningful, like radical political valence. And then, you know, nationally, what was it? Saying that Obama's doing a good job. It was not radical by any particular crazy experience.
This shadow says, people don't realize how ingrained Hasbro is to American Jews, especially young Jews. I remember at my Jew camp, we had an Israel Day where Israeli soldiers would come to our camp and simulate combat drills with us. Everyone thought this was normal.
Yeah.
Like, there is I mean, look, as an outsider, okay, as someone who is not, also shout out Simone, we met at a J Street U conference in 2014, haha.
What's up?
Damn. Okay, why? Okay, all of you guys are actually connected to one another. What the hell is going on?
That's right, Hasan.
Everybody's met
Keep
everybody.
an eye, Hasan. Be on good behavior, Hasan.
So, oh God, I'm gonna get clipped so hard. I feel like there must have been a pivotal moment for you though. Like, so you're saying that the reaction that you got from like Jewish groups that technically are supposed to welcome you because like you just have dissent within your own in-group, them pushing you aside and saying that you're like woke, you're doing like woke, silly, anti-Israel nonsense, despite the fact that you were pro-Israel at the time. Was that like the pivotal moment that caused you to reflect on all of the like obvious propaganda that you were growing up with?
Yeah, I mean, I would say it's always two kind of things at the same time. It's like you're seeing the reality on the ground in Palestine. You're seeing what Palestinians are experiencing. It's a radicalizing experience. And then at the same time, you come back and you're like, because initially I was like, guys, do you know about this? You know, it was like really innocent. I was like 18 and I was like, can we have a good faith conversation about this thing that seems really bad? And the answer is no, you can't have a good faith conversation. And one of the things they say is like, you're not supposed to air the community's dirty laundry. So we were like,
my God,
we were trying to have these conversations.
Wait, to bring up the example of this, the one I will think about forever. I forget if you were abroad this semester, but when we went to the consul general's house.
No.
You weren't there? Okay,
No.
so yeah, you were, because Simone was abroad the second semester
Of your freshman year?
right, and
Okay.
so
We're going deep into it.
this is
deep Berkeley
this
now.
is lore dump.
Yeah.
No, but so the Israel consul general at that time had a really beautiful home in Piedmont, like a wealthy wealthy enclave near Berkeley or whatever. And a bunch of like Jewish student leaders were all identified to go there one night. And like essentially the message from this consul general was to all of us, like, it was like a warm vibe, everybody smiling coming in. But he was like, listen, it's not good that we air our dirty laundry in front of the public like this. Like, this was a thing I was told directly by an Israeli diplomat, speaking to a room full of college students. And, again, I was, at the time, I must have been 19 years old. I thought it was normal. Or at least I thought that if it wasn't normal, it was like a sign of how serious and meaningful the work we were doing was.
I'll say for me, like the final straw of my college experience was that you already talked about this, that there was a divestment campaign again during my senior year. And I'm not proud of this, but basically what we did as the J Street U chapter was that we were like, okay, so let's not do divestment. It was don't divest, invest in peace, show that we believe that, America can be a force for good and blah, blah, blah. And so we wrote a bill that basically said that we supported, an end to the occupation and dealing with the settlements. It was super mild language, but just basically like, pro two-state solution, U.S. diplomacy kind of things. And we're in a closed door negotiation with other folks in Hillel. And one of the students said, well, you need to also have Hamas rockets in there if you're going to say this. And I was like, okay, well, if we put that in, can we also say like the human rights violations? And they were like, no, absolutely not. And ultimately where the negotiation between us ended is like one of the students explicitly saying to me, our organization will not sign on to anything that has anything critical of Israel in it. And so ultimately I found myself in this position where I was like, why am I trying to do a unity thing? Like I have this, one of the things that we like in the kind of Jewish community, one of the narratives is about communal unity. That's how like all these organizations, ADL, AJC, all these groups, like part of how they have their mandate and kind of advance their hegemony is by demanding that like the Jewish community speak in one voice. And I really wanted to do that. But then I realized very quickly that like what the compromise of that was silencing myself and basically conceding to the hegemony of like, we will not say anything about Israel in public. And all of a sudden I realized like, I see myself as a person who wants to support change. I see myself as a person who is against human rights violations, all that. Why am I on the other side of the people? Like that was the moment where I was like, why am I on the other side of these SJP students who like, I agree with, I support, I disagree with their tactics, but I think what they're talking about, they were talking about divesting from settlements. Like it's something that I feel a lot of like sadness about the fact that like students like me were like part of blocking efforts like that. And of course, after that thing, one of the students from the pro-Israel group turned around and wrote an article about how all of us in the J Street U chapter were like secretly colluding with SJP. And I'm kind of like, I wish we had been actually,
yeah, exactly.
You know what I mean?
That would have been way more honorable than what we did.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, they also had like, there was a real, it also feels like a bit of like a window, like a seeing with like goggles into the future, some of the conduct of the like really hardcore pro-Israel groups. The student group, I don't know if they still exist, but in our 8 day at Berkeley, it was called Tikva. And like these, it was just like the first time I'd encountered like a kind of like radical, like right-wing dogmatic intransigence, and that like carried over into this, again, like they tried to like make us social exiles within Jewish spaces. They tried to make it incredibly difficult for us to be like, I think they did it within their power, which meant that they didn't have much ability to actually do it. But like to the extent that they tried, like they did. And I think the long-term effect of it, at least from my impression was down the line, was that it like helped create an atmosphere that like, again, continued to put enormous pressure on Jewish members of the community at Berkeley, obviously, who were, wanted to have any relationship with like, communities they'd come from and their contemporary politics, which has obviously just had the effect of making the organized Jewish community at the campus like seem way right wing and pro Israel.
Yeah, I want to speak on that as well from my experiences with all of the young Jewish HasanAbi heads that I met at the campus protests, where they literally talked about being, and you're talking about this from the perspective of like still being a Zionist and still feeling outcasted, still being made into a pariah. These guys were already they were involved with JVP or SJP, or sometimes unaffiliated, but like were obviously at the anti-Zionist protests on these college campuses. Many of them were arrested as well. And they talked about not being able to take advantage of any of the Jewish community groups any longer because of their position on Israel. Like even if they were, even if they wanted to go to Hillel, for example, they were cast aside, and it made it harder for them to make friends. Is what they were like. It was a constant gripe that I heard from a lot of anti-Zionist Jews, that they felt isolated from their own community, the community they grew up in, for being brave and being bold and recognizing the truth. There's also a chatter in here that said, I haven't seen Simone's doc yet because when a screening was scheduled at my college campus in 2023, admin postponed the screening, then fired the professor who organized it without cause, then ended the beloved weekly free film screening program in retaliation at Emerson College.
Oh shit, I just met your professor last week at the Jewish Left Conference in Boston. Yeah, we really do all know each other, I guess.
Yeah.
Yeah, that really sucks. By the way, just you can watch it. It is available for streaming now on Al Jazeera and on Vice. It's also on Amazon and Apple TV and whatever, but for free streaming, it is available. So
similar to the chatter on screen, the professor of the screen Israelism in Colombia back in early 2024 faced pushback from the admin to not show the doc, but she went ahead with it anyway. She has not been pushed to take a year off starting next semester.
No way. I mean,
she's been pushed to take a year off. She has not been pushed to take a year off starting next semester. What does that mean, Yubi?
Maybe she has been.
I think you meant she's been pushed to take a year off next semester. Oh, she has now been pushed to take a year off. Yeah.
Shit, I haven't heard about that. I mean, people, the kind of censorship, the kind of cowardice that we're seeing from university administrations right now is completely insane. I mean, also for people who have seen the film, it's let's put it this way. I think it's like pretty mild compared to some of the things that.
Oh yeah, yeah. That's
it's
the other thing.
How mild it's.
Yeah. But the point is that it's describing something that's accurate and true for people, and that's even worse.
Yeah, that's something that I stress all the time, which is that there's no place for anti-Semitism in this community. Obviously, like I don't allow it. There's not even like I actively work to try and pull people away from leaning into anti-Semitic opinions, anti-Semitic tendencies. And yet, time and time again, I get hit by the likes of ADL for all of the radical terrorism support that I engage in and all the anti-Semitism that I engage in. And that, and there has been some success by the ADL pushback and other content creators as well in this space that have made it their lives mission to basically try and get me deplatformed. And I realized somewhere along the line that I think people like yourself or people like myself who command the attention of large progressive communities that have a bunch of young progressive leftist socialist Jews in it as well are more dangerous to the cause of Israel than anti-Semites who are also anti-Israel. And it kind of partners with this question that this person is asking: is there not a material benefit to Israel and its supporters that anti-Semitism increases in the West? And I think that the reason why Benjamin Netanyahu can actively, when he's not engaging in Holocaust revisionism, collaborate with like open anti-Semitic ultra-nationalist figures in Europe and even in the United States of America is because it is beneficial to the interests of Israel that Jews in the West feel less safe. That way, they either have to go to Israel, or even if they don't go to Israel, they always offer material support to Israel because it is at the heart of the settler colonial project, the ethno-religious supremacist project of Zionism, that there is constant danger to you, and that's why we must be strong and we must dominate our enemies.
Israel reconciles.
You can be a fighter by doing Hasbara.
Well, and it's like the idea is that like if anti-Semitism, like it's a sort of like here's like the logical procession of it. It's that like if we increase anti-Semitism in the West, if we make like the wandering Jew go back to where he wandered from, which is back to Israel, then it's he is embracing his true heritage and his identity. And that like structure of like hyper-nationalist logic and ethno-nationalist chauvinism is akin to the same logic that these people want to deploy to reconcile the political contradictions that exist in their own countries, in their own places, wherever those are. So it's also like, it's that the anti-Semitism, like it helps Israel in the sense of like how Israel is it's currently constructed, but like, it is like it serves a purpose in the worldview of these anti-Semites. That's not just that they actually think Jews run things, which, again, but it's like, again, this like model rogue state idea of this idea that like the way Israel has been able to use its ethno-nationalism to, again, resolve, like to pull its country together in their view and to make it the vibrant place that it is. That's what's worth emulating. That's what's worth encouraging. So if anything, there is a twisted fucking way in which people view active anti-Semitism as actually being the most beneficial thing possible for the Jews in the long run.
Yeah. And I think that is like an insane proposition. As someone whose name is Hasan, who's come to the United States of America numerous times before moving here in the post 9/11 universe, I always look at the situation. I'm like, it's as if Muslims in this country were actively being like, you don't understand. ISIS actually is true Islam, and you're Islamophobic for is saying that like what ISIS is doing is wrong. Like that's what it feels like to me when I hear someone who is like a vocal advocate for Israel over and over again. Except, of course, the difference there is that because of Islamophobia playing a formative role in manufacturing consent for the war on terror, people were actively making this comparison, actively tying Muslims back to ISIS, and saying this is your community problem. Whereas with Israel, due to the prevalence of the Israeli lobby and of course Israel's role in American foreign policy in the region and its importance to the American State Department, you have the dual loyalty tropes being played out in a woke fashion by like Jake Tapper on CNN, like, because that's what it is when Jake Tapper says like, oh, you're going to a Hillel and protesting against, or you're going to a synagogue and protesting against the state of Israel, you're anti-Semitic. Yeah, devoid of context, that does come across as anti-Semitic. But when you add the context, when you factor in the context of the situation, when there's literally a real estate sale happening at the fucking synagogue that is selling off stolen Palestinian land in the fucking West Bank, and that's what people are protesting, you're actively tying this settler colonial enterprise that's currently doing a genocide to Judaism in the hearts and minds of many Americans who don't have any association with Jews at all. Like they've never met a Jewish person and they think like, oh yeah, they do run the media, I think. I don't know. Also, seems like they like killing babies. That's how anti-Semitism explodes in this country.
I will also say, I think there's one other country where there's like the context and like at this bend in the conversation feels relevant to bring up, which is in the UK, where like I think that the kind of like the racial and ethnic, like ethno-nationalist paranoia that is kind of rapidly consuming that country in a way slightly different to here. Like they just had Suella Braverman, a woman of like I believe Indian background, but who was previously Home Secretary, who had just wrote this whole essay in I think the Telegraph, big British paper, about how like I'm British, but I would never call myself English because I know that's not, I know where I'm from is essentially what she's saying. And again, there is this like retreat that you see in a bunch of different big Western societies now to believing and affirming these like radically offensive and untrue essentialist characterizations of how people are. And, similar to what you're describing about like the idea that it's like, it's like meeting a Muslim person and saying, oh yeah, like you must love all that Sharia shit. Like, just like an assumption, yes, that both people all relate to their backgrounds or religions and what have you in the same way, but also the idea that like there is a version, a parody, like carnival, like funhouse mirror idea of like what the most like raw and true ideas of these national categories are. And for Jew, it's Israeli. And evidently, I would say, to emphasize your comparison, I do believe that for like Americans and many people in the West, for Muslim, it is ISIS. Like that's the like kind of like pathetic logic that has increasingly become accepting and commonplace. It's a triumph of ignorance.
But then for us, you have Jewish organizations who like, instead of being like, yeah, no, all Jewish people are not this thing. Yes. They're all like, yes, Jewish people are connected to this thing, and they reinforce it. And I think to go back, like, I think your point is that it is actually good for Israel, for Jews around the world to be afraid and to feel unsafe. This is why, they are blasting in their media footage of college campus protests, everything from like, what happened in Amsterdam, where they like kind of create an entire media frenzy.
That was so insane. That was crazy. The ADL, like months after it was revealed to not be a pogrom, and everyone was like, "Oops, my bad." For like all the officials that had immediately rushed to say, "I can't believe this."
Yeah, this is why we gotta like deal with all these Muslims. I mean, they went straight for, and like the woman whose video they were circulating, she literally had a video of the Israeli soccer fans harassing Muslim cab. I don't remember who was actually in the video.
They were harassing locals, and then they presented that as like a
locals are harassing the Israelis, and she's like, "Hey guys,
the Muslim hordes harassing Israeli fans who just gently wanted to watch a soccer game play out or whatever." And that was insane. The ADL came after me for that. They still, months after, everybody were like, yeah, my bad. We kind of went a little crazy with it. The ADL came after me to say, Twitch still hasn't done anything about their anti-Semitic content creator, Hasan, who is, who's
denying the thing that didn't happen.
Yeah, who's not recognizing the Amsterdam pogrom that took place.
Yeah, I mean.
It's psychotic.
It is psychotic. And I think like it's that the whole point of that is to kind of keep people who are less informed about what's going on in this feeling of like, Israel might be kind of unsafe, but the rest of the world is way more unsafe for us. So we got to support this place because that's the only place we have. And that it's devastating to me, honestly, to see the kind of the paranoia and the fear that kind of promotes in certain parts of our communities. And
it is their ads now. I mean, Yeshiva University, which is it's a major university in New York City, and like they have a medical school. I believe Howard Dean went there, and a law school, Cardozo, that's really ranked. It's a for real university. It's and they market. They have billboards. I saw one in Jersey that's about like a lot of anti-Semitism going on. You should, you want to send your kids to a place that's safe safe from that. Send them to Yeshiva University, and you see the same university, but you see like the same shit on TikTok as well. Oh yeah,
I saw that TikTok. The little kids like in front of the laptop, and they're like, "Oh, which school can I get into?"
I don't know.
They're so scary and anti-Semitic.
At the end of it is YU, and it's like, "Oh, this is where I can go," and it's like, yeah, there's like. It's insane. The idea of like perpetuate, like it's
where Jews are not safe? The Upper East Side of New York. What the fuck?
No, Morningside Heights now is a no-go zone for Jews. Even though mostly Jews live there.
You have to literally be schizophrenic if you to believe that. Like that is the most insane. That pisses me off so much.
Well, think about how many conversations you and I had before we went to college about people who were like, listen, you're going to go to the campus.
Yeah.
And the people, they're going to be people there, and the people, they're going to say things. And the things they say about Israel, they're not going to be good. And you've got to be ready. You've got to go to war. Like the conditioning to like be waging like psychic pro-Israel combat on a campus. I mean, like conditioning's a bit strong word, because I will say that like, for most people who even receive this propaganda or receive this indoctrination, even if, let's say, they have ambiently pro-Israel attitudes, you cannot, I think that like it's a Sisyphean task to try and convince a population that like the American college experience is fundamentally like off and bad and wrong for Jews and unworkable. Like it's just not believable based on the experience, based on the facts.
Well, it is if you send a kid onto a college campus and say the existence of a Palestinian narrative and Palestinian protests means you are unsafe.
Correct.
So right now, when students are arriving on campus and there is a very widespread pro-Palestinian movement, I think there are a lot of young Jews who come onto campus and like before they've even had the chance to unpack the brainwashing, I mean, they do feel unsafe. I remember feeling
That's
that way,
true.
and it really took me a minute to be like, what is this thing? And to have the space to kind of like learn about it, unpack it. But I initially did feel like personally.
I think as well, I always remember like the feeling, like biting back the feeling, or at least and eventually confronting it outright. That this is that this is language that's targeting or demonizing or goes above and beyond what even I was opening my mind up to. I totally remember that.
Yeah, but I mean, I'm also like, that's why I feel so strongly that this type of behavior from the American Jewish community, it's like actually abusive to children. Like it is hurtful to Jewish young people to put them in a situation where they are like so deprived of actual information and they are put into a situation where they think they have to be these like soldiers for Israel defending Israel as is carrying out a genocide. I mean, I really do like, it's not to defend what any individual person who has probably done, you know, horrible things to student protesters. Like it's not to forgive any actions that young people take, but I do really sympathize with like the average, like the really extreme brainwashing that a lot of people arrive on college campuses with. And I really hope that like they are finding people who can like help them leave and help them understand what they've been.
Well, let me tell you, Simone, from my own personal experience, having a podcast with a person that I thought was very critical of the state of Israel. Sometimes it goes in the opposite direction.
I don't know where we're going.
I'm talking about Ethan Klein. We had a podcast together called Leftovers, and the podcast, of course, unceremoniously ended after October 7. We did like 2 episodes after that, and then the podcast ended. And the reasons as to why it ended is, well, at the time I thought it was because, Ethan doesn't want to talk about politics any longer. But instead, it turned into this whole thing where he spent the remainder of the past like 17 months actively coming after me and increasing the pressure valve, and also even successfully deplatforming a couple smaller pro-Palestinian voices, pro-Palestinian content creators by claiming that they had a Habibi tier list, like who has a Habibi pass tier list. And the bottom of the tier was loves Sabra hummus.
Oh my God.
And that was considered by the ADL and by Ethan Klein as the peak of anti-Semitism.
Yeah.
And they successfully banned these content creators for 30 days off this platform. One of the content creators was a Lebanese Jew as well. The one who made the tier list was Jewish. He was called a token and a terrorism supporter. I've, of course, been endlessly called a terrorism supporter for contextualizing the ways in which militant resistance exists against the apartheid state. And I guess the question I have is like, is there any point where you can just like recover that? Like, is there any point where someone who previously might have been critical, but like post October 7th, slowly but surely turned into someone who became very overtly pro-Israel, is like interested now in flying to Israel, I believe, with his family and showing everybody how wonderful and how multifaceted and how multicultural of a society Israel is, and is actively spending all of his bandwidth talking about the issue of Israel-Palestine while still simultaneously maintaining the position that they are truly pro-Palestinian, by the way. That's the
Are you saying like, do you think he's ever going to come back?
Is there any way that you can, like, not you personally, but is there any way that anyone can personally convince this person that, like, you know, they've lost their mind a little bit?
Oh, well, I think I'm willing to look. I guess what I would say is like, I have to believe that the answer to that is yes, because I'm somebody who went through a political transformation. It took me many years. It took a lot of people talking to me, turning things over with me, and people did move me. You know, I always say when I do these screenings on campuses, like, you never know if the fight that you had with someone, or the like 3 hour getting into it where they left and you were like, damn, that person's never going to change. You never know that like that conversation might be sitting in a person's head and really like percolating, and like months later or even years later, they might come back and be like, that thing that you said really, really stuck with me. I mean, that's what the work of political transformation is. So that's one. I think thing two is like, I do think that we are going to see in many years from now a lot of people who defended what has been going on for the last year and a half who are going to wake up and have epiphanies. It's going to be because more reports come out. I mean, it's kind of horrifying to think about everything we know about what's happened in Gaza over the last year and a half. There are going to be more reports that come out of people who have, you know, actually go, when people are finally able to go, there's so much more. We just know that there's so much more that's going to come out. And I think that, of course, there are going to be people who are going to have breaking moments. There is going to be something that's going to make them flip. I think a lot of people right now who are out there in public, like, have things gnawing at them. You listen to what they're saying, it doesn't all make sense, right? I think the question of like, what kind of accountability there should be for people like that, for somebody with a public platform who's done incredible harm, you know, what kind of actual repair they have to make. That's like a whole other conversation to have. But I just have no doubt that there are going to be people who are, I mean, you know, there's that like new book, I haven't gotten to read it yet, but there's that new book, like One Day Everybody's going to be against this, right? Yeah. And we're already seeing now, like, Trump all of a sudden says, you know, he's going to build these villas in Gaza, and all of a sudden people are like, this is the most horrible idea I've ever heard of in my life, as if they haven't been witnessing an ethnic cleansing campaign underway for the last year and a half. So I mean, think even just the fact that Trump is going to be stamping a lot of this means that you're going to have more and more people coming out and being willing to say things.
And I would also say that, like, the only thing on a personal level, I affirm everything Simone said, having also been somebody on the receiving end of those similar kinds of conversations, and hoping that, you know, the grace extended to me, I can extend to others in the right context. But to that point, like, I think that people, like, you should also evaluate, like, how do people live, and like, what are they hearing, and what's in their ears, and what context are they existing in? And I think for people necessarily like whom Hasan's talking about, and Ethan, who, you know, like, they work themselves into a frenzy and they make it difficult. They make it difficult for others to reach them. And I don't think that, you know, that should necessarily change how one person acts, that like, oh yeah, like, will that person come into the fold? Should I try and extend every effort to reach them? I don't know. But it does mean that, like, yeah, we should extend, like, you know, the hope, I guess, would be that, like, you can, you know, inspire some change in a conversation with people. But if they don't want to hear and they're unwilling to change, then they won't.
I would also just say, like, I mean, sounds like you got to deal with that relationship, but I mean,
that's just one, that's like almost a placeholder, really. Yeah.
But I guess, like, for me, I'm just like, somebody like that at this point has like a personal stake in not changing. Because he's getting a lot of affirmation from his platform and so, like, that's where you have to also be like, this person's career is now tied to not changing his mind. But there are a lot of people who listen to him who I think are worth speaking to and are worth.
That's exactly perfect. You described it perfectly. That is my big frustration is not this like singular individual who is very narcissistic, as most content creators are. I'm certainly not innocent of this either. But it's not the fact that this person like deeply personalized the resentment and the backlash that he was receiving from his own community, as someone who had cultivated a very progressive community over the course of many years, and then saw unimaginable amounts of feedback from said community because he kept saying things like Jewish Voice for Peace could be considered capos, or telling a queer Muslim content creator that, like, you know, enjoy Hamas, like Hamas will kill you for doing drugs and being gay, you know, go to Gaza and enjoy that. Like, when people see stuff like that, they understand that, you know, this is coming from a place where you have some unresolved contradictions in your mind about Israel, and you cannot like disassociate from Israel in a way that is meaningful and then turning around and consistently saying like, well, all Jews are Zionists, so if you're anti-Zionist, you're anti-Semitic. Like repeating, the classic propaganda points over and over again like that only built up a resentment in his own community, and then looking for a way out and basically pointing the finger of blame at me personally is, I think, the reason why, in his mind, he's like, I have to eliminate this person. I have to make sure that, I have to prove to myself and everyone around me, and maybe even the remainder of my audience, that like it was him. That is the reason why everyone turned on me. He radicalized people into hating Israel, and then radicalized them into anti-Semitism. But he's one person. It's inconsequential, but he has a relatively sizable progressive community of people who think that they're pro-Palestine, but they actively spend all of their time smearing with vicious smears of anti-Semitism and terror baiting, and claiming that everyone else who is pro-Palestinian is everyone else that's pro-Palestinian, not like him, is.
But he supported the war and the genocide?
He didn't. He is like gone back and forth on it. Initially, he did not at all, but he just like has found this weird liberal Zionist position where he's like, oh well, it is a genocide, and it is fucked up. It is the war. The war is messed up, while simultaneously spending all of his time being like, well, if the walls were to come down, then all Jews would be genocided. Hasan wants all Jews, because I'm a one-state, I'm an advocate for a one-state solution. I used to be an advocate for a two-state solution, but I think the settlement project has completely eviscerated that from ever coming to fruition, unless there is, an ethnic displacement now of 750,000 Jewish settlers from both East Jerusalem and also occupied Palestinian territory in the West Bank. That is impossible. Like, that's never going to happen. So I think that the appropriate thing to do is eradicate the apartheid. And
can I just say?
Oh, please.
Well, I just want to say one thing. Like, I think that, again, I'm like about a person who I don't really know, but I think that there's a stream of kind of liberal Zionism right now that is basically saying like, what happened over there is bad and is sad, but we're not going to do anything about it. Yeah. And that's like, there's a kind of trope about Israeli discourse and literature, this idea of shooting and crying. So, the idea that you kind of like support the thing that's happening, you kill Palestinians, but then you turn around and you cry about it, you feel bad about it. Yeah. And I think we should obviously very actively resist, especially in a moment in which there's like an ongoing genocide, that kind of, it's not just just a really harmful way of thinking. And I hear this all the time from liberal Zionist commentators and individuals that I follow, where they're like, we supported the war, but not like this. Or, there's a podcast that is like a kind of niche Jewish community podcast that I sometimes listen to understand what kind of idiocy people in my community are hearing. And there was a conversation where their reflection on the Trump announcement about ethnically cleansing the entire population of Gaza, first of all, started out by one of the commentators saying, well, I mean, would it be nice if I could wake up one day and there were no Palestinians in Gaza? I mean, sure, but, that's horrible. And then the other guy on the podcast was like, oh, that's the Israeli in you talking here. This is on the Hartman podcast.
Oh, I remember. I remember this. I remember this bad.
And it's like, and then they went on to say, that would be so terrible. But again, they're still talking about it in the context of like, we support it. We're not going to do anything to stop it. Anybody who's calling for accountability, anyone who's calling for halting of weapons to Israel, the ICC, like all of these international institutions, calling all of them anti-Semitic. And so then what does it leave you with? Like, you say you're against the thing, but you're also against anybody who's going to do anything to try to stop it and to offer something different. That I don't think that is any, I think a lot of people in the movement would say, I would just rather the honesty of someone who's saying they support the ethnic cleansing than somebody who says, well, maybe I'm against, but will like kind of waffle that hard and keep people confused and complacent.
Yeah, and I do want to stress the importance of like the way that I think a lot of people do this in like relatively progressive circles or liberal circles is by always reshifting the attention back to October 7. Not in the same way that like the, you know, oh, I hope your beeper is beeping, enjoy yours, but instead reshifting it back to like the trauma and the atrocities of October 7 over and over again, and constantly relitigating that, and also spreading misinformation in the process as well, like, you know, mass rapes that took place or any number of different things that they say that has not been substantiated thus far. And you know, actively saying like you're a rape denier over and over again, and hyper focusing on the militancy aspect of those who are resisting against a settler colonial occupying force that has, under international law, no right to go into Gaza and bomb it into oblivion as a belligerent occupier. And I don't know how to bring people back from that position when they constantly turn around and just go back to like, well, the Ansar Allah movement is bad, the Hamas is bad, Hezbollah is bad. Like how dare you say that like these people have an understandable need for emancipation, and of course there is an inevitability to like you know, militancy happening as a direct consequence of like endless bombing campaigns that orphan hundreds of thousands of children.
I think that there is like embedded in all this, and sort of like what is implied by acknowledging like the horrors of what's going on and that it's really bad, but the thing that they can't like that is acknowledged implicitly in that, but that they can't express, is the idea that then like, well, what reaction might this engender in the people that we do this to? And then comes the fear and the overriding fear of like, well, what might they do to us if we were ever under the same roof in like one community, one state, whatever the arrangement is. And I think that there is a, you know, I think that this is an actively repressed sensation and thought for some people. I think it's just something that others may just feel in their body. The knowledge that like, well, if I do believe that this thing is really bad, but I'm not really able to articulate anything, you know, against it, then there's, you know, the knowledge, like this, like sort of, this like sword dangling over you that, you know, that like, well, one day, like these people may deal to us the unkindnesses that we've dealt to them, which is not what I believe, to be clear. Like, I don't believe that there's like some Palestinian pain being dealt back to the Jews, or like that's not the line.
And history has never, that's never happened throughout history either, with like, I guess the exception maybe of the, well, even in the Haitian Revolution, I would say.
I mean,
that,
like there's a bunch of people love telling lies about saying like, oh, in Algeria they went to murder slaughter all the friends, but it's not how it works. But like the anxiety is part of what I think is there, and that there is like this, you know, so when people say like, I'm afraid that like all the Jews are going to die or all the like whatever, like that's what they're speaking to. And I personally, I don't know how you unlearn that or unteach that in an individual person. Yeah. But I know that like, you know, encouraging humanity as a broad practice is like how you undermine it by showing that like, no, these are fucking normal people who want to live normal lives, and they're not raring to go to like chop your head off. They want dignity.
Yeah. The reason why I dialed it back as soon as I said the Haitian Revolution is because like in the or during the Haitian Revolution, yes, there was a lot of violence, but the retaliation for it from colonial powers was still, once again, tenfold back to Haiti. And the current predicament that Haiti is in is a direct consequence of that. So even in the Haitian Revolution, it still did not take place. Yeah, I mean, I always draw parallels to the Nat Turner Rebellion or the violence that took place during the resistance against South African apartheid, or the liberation struggle for Algerians, or the Warsaw Ghetto Uprising, which I think is a really decent analog. And yet, I do think that it's just like impossible for people to penetrate. It's impossible for me to penetrate the security blanket that they create around these racist opinions that like, no matter what, these guys are violent, they're rabid. I won't say it out loud that I feel that they're violent and rabid, but I am still scared that they are violent, rabid, and anti-Semitic. And it's just like impossible to shake through that. that like these are normal people who have been fucked over time and time again in incredibly meaningful ways, in ways that have ruined their lives, in ways that would break the soul of any person. And yet they've still demonstrated resilience. And on top of that, have throughout time reacted to the extreme cruelty that Israel subjects them to, and have increasingly become more militant as a consequence of that. And yeah, I don't know. I just don't know how to like get that across to people, because the moment that you open up this conversation, I think they just go, nah, you're a terrorist, you're an Islamist fundamentalist, you love ISIS.
Yeah, I mean,
that sort of shit.
I think it's like a level of complexity that like, I mean, first of all, you know, we talk a lot about how this is like the first live stream genocide in history. I think sometimes I have moments where like the most kind of humble part of me is like, it is crazy to live through this and to be making sense of it in real time on the internet. Where just like this much discourse about history happening in front of you is like something that's hard to do. So like, honestly, respect that you are doing all of this right now. I think that like, I mean, you know, I tweeted on October 7th something about how anybody who's been watching this situation could expect that it was going to explode, and was warning that it was going to explode. And people went crazy at me for saying that. And I think that, again, it's a level of both like humility and complexity that you have to hold to be able to say, like, this situation, the Israeli apartheid, what Palestinians live under every day, is something that no human being should ever be subjected to, ever. And the siege of Gaza, which has been happening for almost 20 years before this war, already you had reports of things like suicide rates among kids being through the roof, right? The kind of the inhumanity that people are subjected to there, not being able to go see your family for a funeral or for a wedding, having to get the army's permit to go see your relatives who live in the West Bank. I mean, these were the daily realities of, you know, not being able to get the materials that you need for the proper dental filling. Like this,
not getting building permits on the West Bank, like having 98% of them being denied, now 100%.
Yeah. I mean, all of this are like basic rights that human beings have to life and to family that Israel denies from Palestinians, and has denied from Palestinians every single day for decades. This is like why it makes people crazy that the kind of reality depicted in Israelism all happens before October 7th. And it's a really, I think, inconvenient argument to people who want the apartheid to continue, that when we say apartheid makes everybody who lives there less safe, this whole situation endangers everybody who lives there, and they don't like that. And that's why they accuse us of just being, you know, they just kind of brush it all with like, you know, terrorist supporters, justifiers. No, we're actually people who are trying to understand the situation so that we can end it, so that we can envision a different reality in which all people there would be safe with rights and freedom and all that. And they don't want that, because they want the apartheid to continue.
Yeah. There is this from Mohammed Al-Safin on Chapo, where he said that an entire generation of Palestinians have never even set eyes on an Israeli and knows them only by the bombs and sniper bullets they send, by denials of requests to seek life-saving medical care. Israelis have dehumanized themselves. And
Damn.
there is some truth to that. I mean, rest in power to Refat al-Raed, who also had said something similar. The first time he ever met Jewish people who were anti-Zionist was when he left Gaza, and he came to the United States of America, I think, where he saw that that Jews, in the way that he understood it from his own lived experiences, wasn't about just like slapping a Star of David on the side of a tank or a fighter jet and then like sending bombs to his house, or killing loved ones, and that there were actually Jews out there who weren't a part of this like monolithic force in the way that they interpreted it. And I think that Americans especially have, progressive Americans especially, have this understanding that like radicalization only happens in like online forums when you don't have access to your favorite Twinkie for the weekend, or I don't know, like when you can't eat burger. And they don't realize that like this, like what Americans or what the Western world perceives as anti-Semitism on that side of the fucking planet is not the same as like Nick Fuentes. Nick Fuentes has invented some kind of a Jewish supremacist attitude that he has invented this perception of victimhood as Nazis had before him time and time again, especially in the Western world. But for the Arab world, Israel packages its actions as Judaism, as doing so for at the behest of Judaism, falsely doing so, of course, and as a settler colonial enterprise, when it engages in these violent actions, like, yeah, people don't hate people there don't hate Jewish people. They learn to hate Israel, and Israel to them is just Judaism. That's the only expression of Judaism that they see, and I cannot explain that to Westerners in general who just will we'll go Hamas is a terrorist organization. That's it. Like it's a thought terminating term that people, I think, use as a mantra almost. They basically say, no, Hamas is a terrorist group. No, these people are violent. Like they just like tell that to themselves in order to justify not hearing the words that are coming out of my fucking mouth.
Yeah, I mean, I was thinking there's this book called Our American Israel that actually is being re-released on paperback pretty soon. I would really recommend it for people who are interested in learning more about the kind of shared mythology between the U.S. and Israel, and how like so much of how we think about Israel in the U.S. is also about how Americans want to perceive themselves, and so much of the kind of racist war on terror language, like all of that, it's very much like a joint Israeli-American project. And yeah, I mean, I think just, the thing that you said, like that totally flipped my world upside down. Also, the first time I met someone in the West Bank who was like, the only Jews we ever see are soldiers and settlers. Like, and I think for me, that's the book. It's a good read. You read it?
I have not.
Our American Israel, The Story of an Entangled Alliance by Amy Kaplan.
Slaps.
Yeah, there it is. I'm repeating it right now. Thought Terminator, another YouTuber I like calls them everlasting thought stoppers. Yeah, that's simply what it is. It's just like, make sure you don't show your phone, by the way, to the camera. So you just keep it low.
Oh, nice. What happens if it's?
Yeah. The term thought terminating cliche was invented to explain cults. No, it is cultish thinking. Zionism creates cultish thinking.
It also it makes you not consider anything like context. Like, for example, like, who South Africa, the state of South Africa also called terrorists an official state language for like the entirety of their existence? The ANC. And, the ANC committed acts of violence, yes, but that wasn't why South Africa called them terrorists. It wasn't why they called SWAPO and Namibia terrorists. It's because
they had a righteous cause.
Exactly. It's because they had a cause at all.
Yeah.
There probably are there probably are people out there with a cause I don't disagree with who get called terrorists. Fine, whatever. Point being, though, that like in this instance, it is evidently clear that if you have, if there is anything that resembles a context to those words, that if they've been said by other people in similar contexts before, you don't know that. You just, it's not like that would break the thought terminating function.
Yeah, I think that's why it's important to whitewash former revolutionary figures that have now been appropriated into like the permissible structure of a liberal interpretation of history that fall into the good bad dynamic. That's why it's important to say that Nelson Mandela abhorred violence when it's literally ahistorical. It's the most ahistorical thing that you can say. Nelson Mandela, who was, of course, famously in the terror watch list until 2008, the American terrorist watch list.
Nelson Mandela, who like neocons and right wing in this country hated, for among other things embracing Fidel Castro because of Cuba's role in ending apartheid. Yeah. But I mean, it is like, I think the terrorism piece of it is also like, look at who gets called a terrorist in this country domestically these days. And I think increasingly, look, if somebody does have like a notionally or nominally like liberal political consciousness, like I do believe that in rhetoric, those kinds of similarities are only going to increasingly become more stark.
Yeah. Luigi, also a terrorist. Remember, But in terms of things changing, let's talk about this. Gallup poll shows U.S. sympathies shifting in the Middle East. Among Democrats, 59% sympathize more with Palestinians compared to 21% with Israel.
Insane.
That is a fucking insane change of attitude.
That is a generational shift.
Look at this. Look at this. Look at where it was. It was in the high 10s to low 20s, almost in perpetuity. And then what happens? What happens at like around this this time frame? I'll tell you what happens. As much as I criticize these NGOs from time to time for playing a formative role in American imperialism, they actively say Israel's an apartheid. Okay? It's right around the same time where Israel sieges Gaza again.
And the Great Wall of Return, Great March of Return as well, sorry.
Great March of Return. Israel siege on Gaza again. The bombing of the Associated Press building, the assassination of Shireen Abu Akleh, and the occupation of Sheikh Jarrah, all of that, along with these NGOs coming out and saying Israel is an apartheid state. It is like they correctly, finally exhibited the bravery to say the truth. And I think in that process, as also alternative media was growing as well, and there was a more independent thought in this issue, and that people could have access directly to the Palestinians who could speak on their own personal plight. We got to this point where 59% of Democrats are now more sympathetic to the Palestinians. It's crazy.
It also, I will say, like, if you look at that graph, like the trend line initiates downward, like in a meaningful sense, like before October 7th, it accelerates way afterward, to be clear. We see the big drop there, but I think it's worth emphasizing that it is like, this was an acceleration of a trajectory that, like, I think Simone and I definitely would, I feel like we sensed and were conscious of when we were in college, you know, like it was, you could sense that a dam was breaking and that it was along generational lines, especially that it was just increasingly difficult for people who didn't have like inherited dogmas around this, if they're not Jewish and identify as Democrats, to like justify any piece of what they were reading in the news.
Yeah, I mean, also like these numbers on American Jews are also moving like crazy.
Oh, astonishingly.
Yeah.
Yeah, less than half in the U.S. now sympathetic towards Israelis.
Damn.
I will say that's a crazy way to phrase that, just because it's like not like it's just kind of funny. Like, they're not sympathetic to Israelis. They see an Israeli down walking the street and they say, I don't have much sympathy for him. It just is a funny way of phrasing it to me.
Yeah. Also, that also has the underlying assumption of like secret anti-Semitism baked into it, baked into the collective consciousness of people who are, you know, liberal or progressive. That's why. Because if anybody fucking said that about like French people, no one would be like, oh, I don't give a shit. Yeah, fuck the French. You know what I mean? Or British people. But because it's Israel, and Israel has packaged itself as the Jewish state over and over again in perpetuity, as it continues to do untold amounts of war crimes and terror, that you know, this simultaneously plays a role in people being like, well, that's a little scary.
I don't see any relationship between the headline and the subhead there. I think those
support for the establishment of an independent Palestinian state remains at majority levels.
What do those two things have to do with each other? I don't know.
Yeah. But yeah, that is going back to the previous thing that I was saying, though, is like there is this underlying fear of the same exact fear that like the historic oppressors have always felt, and is an unjustifiable fear to have, that like they will do to us what we've done to them. And like you admitted, or like you mentioned, there's an admission there of like, oh, we are doing to them something very bad, which we'll never say out loud, but we are doing something bad to them. And while it's never happened throughout history, this is the fear, and that's why so many people who say that they're pro-Palestinian still try to draw the conversation back to like, oh, I do want a two-state solution, knowing full well that will never come to fruition, and simultaneously claim that like anyone who's a one-stater is actually demanding the Holocaust to happen again to all the Jews in Israel. It's a fucking psychotic thing to say, and yet so many people maintain this position, and I don't know how to deprogram them away from this like insane perspective that they maintain and keep
I
so
think
close
the big
to their
one
heart.
is, I think like the facts are on your side, and just that it's like, that's not what oppressed people do. It's not historically how it bears out. And that like, if anything, like a far worse and more dangerous and far more reckless of a situation would be to create two separate political national categories, two different states, put them next to each other, and thus make their interests divergent, to like separate a common like reality for them. Like is actually like, it's not doing that at all. That's an illusion. It creates a new common reality in which like they remain pit against each other. I just have never felt that like the idea, like once the switch flipped for me that like two states were both unworkable, like the moral force of that, of an argument for it, also started to like seem like it also dissipated for me over the years. And it's felt like a way of like a cop out of just saying like, we can't trust Palestinians to live peacefully.
Yeah.
That's embedded in it.
Yeah, I mean, I think also when you're like, I don't know how we do this. I mean, the polling shows that we are doing it, right? I mean, these numbers have been shifting incrementally. Like more and more people are waking up, and I think the fact that we're like continuing to kind of like debunk the argument and put forth something different, like we're seeing that it's resonating with more and more people. And so like, I think even the fact that we're like still having these conversations it can feel really tiring and defeating.
I will also say, like, Hasan did a Theo Von show this week, and like the Theo Von interview with Gabor Mate, I don't know if you've seen it, but like Theo Von was at Trump's like inauguration, and he does this interview with Gabor Mate where it's like it breaks through on camera, like just like what the experience of a child in Gaza must be, like what his life must have been like, what his dreams must be and what they can't be, and things like that. And it's, like the truth breaks, in the right context, in the right moment, in the right mechanism. Like the truth can break through to anybody in that way. Because we are all human, and we all do, even in our worst capacity, possess the ability to imagine and visualize and feel what life might be like for other people. And that naturally is a comparison you make for yourself, and it's devastating. And, that's what a conscience is, at least to me.
Yeah. And unfortunately, the people who are actually in power in this country and in Israel, like, they just want to keep making things worse and make more and more people feel unsafe. And I think that you are hearing actually more and more admissions of like, there is, if you listen closely to the discourse, there is the admission that they know what they've done to Palestinians. They say it even sometimes, right? The Nakba never happened, but careful, we're going to do it again. Yeah. Right? I mean, that's a constant, that kind of double speak is really, it's very, very present. Like, I think actually when the ghost of the Nakba and the kind of admission of what is being done is like the fear of the colonizer comes out a lot in that discourse. But it's, the idea that like people would be safer without apartheid is something that the people who are for apartheid want to very vigorously resist. So,
and by the way, like it's, the colonizer thing, like it also like implicit, like what do colonizers do when the colony ends? They go home. Like I do, in like the historic examples, and like that anxiety is like, well, if these people aren't going to go home, as the state has been for 70 years, like if that, and people might leave in like a one state
like the South
hypothetical.
Africans that went to Israel.
Yeah, or America.
Yeah.
Shout out to some of our very good friends. I do think though that there is like a like that's part of like it's that's what is like that latches itself onto this anxiety as well. That like the fear of the colonizer also is like this fear that like they will be made to upend and surrender everything. They have to, like it's not a thing that they can shake so easy.
Yeah. And people always are like, Hasan, how dare you say that it would be.
I think we gotta, someone's unfortunately gotta bounce.
Oh, you gotta go? I'm sorry.
We could wrap in like a couple minutes.
No, this is perfect. No, it's fine. Thank you so much for coming on, by the way. Is there anything you want to promote?
No, I don't know. Thanks, guys. This was my first time ever on a stream. So
hell yeah.
Chat was great. You guys were fun. You guys behaved amazing.
Don't lie to them, Noah.
Well, it's the mic thing is over. That was before she got here.
Thank God.
But I still remember that.
No.
Yeah.
You guys were nuts.
This was great. The dog's amazing.
All right.
Kia.
I'm gonna see my friend out.
Okay, perfect.
Be right
back.
Well,
thank you so much
for
coming on.
Having me. Good to meet you.
Okay. All right. We always behave. That's a lie. You never behave. And you certainly weren't behaving. Okay. You were not behaving, but it's okay. The most frustrating thing is hearing family members say, of course I feel bad for Palestinians. I feel sad. Hamas has brainwashed them and put them in this dangerous position. Yeah. Yeah, that's what that's Hamas brainwashed them into thinking that the settler colonial apartheid is bad. Anyway, I hope that was instructive. What is this good shout out to you in this video regarding your combo?
Sure. People are largely not in favor of the Israeli military bombing the streets of Gaza, killing thousands of innocent women and children. But they're also not in favor of attacks like the ones on October 7th, for the same reasons. Plus, doesn't Israel have a right to exist? Don't we owe the Jewish people a safe homeland after the horror that was the Holocaust? And someone else brings up the Nakba and the decades-long ethnic cleansing campaign in the Gaza Strip and the mission to push Palestinians out of the West Bank through colonial settlements.
This is from Skip Intro. It's complicated. Why is NCIS so obsessed with Israel?
And you kind of just throw your hands up in the air and say, ugh, it's just really complicated. If we're being as charitable as possible, I think this is the kind of opinion that NCIS leaves its viewers with. Sure, Mossad is sketchy and bad, but so are the terrorists. They're both bad. I don't support either.
Yeah.
This is a sentiment that's
I fucking despise people that say that and just leave it hanging on that. Like, I'm sorry. That shit pisses me off to no end. It's the enlightened centrist ass attitude of like, oh, I don't really understand it. Like, it's fine. Oh, the Theo episode came out already?
I want to say thank you for the support.
God damn. He posted that shit real quick. Thanks for having me and Kaya on the show. Yeah. Show some love to this episode. Go watch it. Go like it. Go subscribe. Okay? Go do the dang thing. Because, you know, I'm sure that people will be actively brigading it. Someone should kill this guy. Nice, man. Yeah. My Theo Vaughn episode came out. Yeah. I didn't want to be rude, so I waited until guests left. I'm a teacher. How cooked am I with DOE being destroyed? Love you, baby. Hopefully you'll be fine. I don't know. I can't give you any real assurances, but if you're a teacher, your life is already pretty fucking garbage under every administration, considering how little they give a shit. But yeah.
Support of our merch. Really.
Thanks, Hasan. I'm sorry. You know this. You know this. You got love for the game. That's why you do it, right? Okay. Why would he say that? It feels like I made so many requests where I'm like, oh my God, I need to have my dog here, all this shit.
No, dude, I'm just myself stylish. You're like probably, yeah. Or is that?
This is just the top is just some. I mean, both are Japanese, I think, actually.
Oh yeah, that's what it is.
Yeah, it's a Japanese brand called Color with a K, and the pants are Adidas Y3 Yoji Yamamoto collab.
Damn.
You're telling your audience to go watch a podcast you're a guest on? How dare you? You want us to like and leave nice comments? You're such a monster. I know. I like that people, without even a shred of irony, thought that was called brigading. It's called normal process when you fucking do a podcast that you're in. Brigading is when you're not a part of the podcast and you actively tell your fucking stupid ass audience to write insane shit under the comments of said podcast. That's brigading, you fucking morons. Brigading is not when you go, hey, go and write some nice comments and support the fucking show that I was a part of. I'm sorry. That is the dumbest That was the dumbest point of contention that I saw online, that people were just like, this guy's a real bad guy. He's brigading. It's almost as dumb as people that fucking think that I am responsible for like who gets banned and who does not get banned online on Twitch. Like I control it. Yeah. I control the media, chat. Remember. Okay. You're not beating the small allegations with that jacket? Okay, calm down. All right.
You don't fuck.
All right, I gotta pee. Also, let me get you.
I mean, I don't.
I'm gonna get you food.
I mean, you got to look though.
I mean, I don't like to have a lot of.
Should we save this for the pod? That's normal. Oh, we're rolling.
No, you.
Oh, okay. All right. Oh, yeah. My bad. That's why I didn't have it on the. That's why I didn't have it in my mouth, because I thought we weren't filming yet.
Yeah, dude, that is style. It's definitely very stylish. My good friend Aaron, he started a company called John Elliott.
I feel like I've heard of that.
Yeah, they have them like in Nordstrom, and it's like they have like it over like, I think it was like right after like G Star kind of came out. Like I got into some G Star for.
Oh, you got some G Star?
That was like let me see what we're doing. Kind of as I got. I would like to have more fashion sometimes. I just don't know if I don't care.
Well, you gotta look.
I get too overwhelmed. I like knowing like there's about 17 or 18 things that I wear that'll be okay.
Bro, you gotta look. You can't be saying, I need to get into fashion, and you're making a deliberate choice to not have a mustache and grow a beard out.
Oh, you think so?
I feel like that's a look.
Maybe that. I never thought about that. Yeah, I guess
you got the flannel.
It's that little bit like a sock for your chin, kind of, I guess.
Yeah. That's brave, by the way. I just got to say.
To do just this?
Yeah, I think it's brave.
But do you think that's a cultural thing? What culture is your family from?
I'm Turkish.
Okay, so in Turkey, is that a thing? Do you see just this ever in Turkey?
Like, sometimes. I mean, we don't got Amish people. Normally, the only time you see the beard and the no mustache combo is if they just go with the full one.
Oh, yeah.
And it's just like, I don't know why they do that.
Yeah, I saw a guy with a huge beard the other night at a comedy show. I think it was in Ohio. He had a huge beard and then an Edgar, that kind of Mexican kind of Edgar cut in the front.
I love that.
Oh, it was great. This guy was ginger. I mean, probably Amish or recently Amish or once removed or whatever. And he had
How does that work?
I mean, you could tell somebody at fucking, he probably had nails in his pocket. You know what I'm saying? He definitely, I don't know, man. But no, you're probably the most I'm trying to think of somebody else more stylish that's come in here. Oh, here's some facial hair types right here. This is very important.
Bro, this is like that Russian ethnicities photo grid. You know what I'm talking about? Like in the USSR. This is crazy.
This does look like.
Yeah, they're like, they're showing us the different kinds of Armenians.
Yeah. This does look like 40 degrees of Uber. That's what it looks like.
Yeah,
right
see,
here.
look. That's what I'm talking.
Oh, I thought this was one of those Terror Watch fucking charts, dude.
No. This is like, look at all the different ethnicities in the USSR. It's to be better at racism.
Well, that's what dude. Racism used to be so easy in America. Like when I was growing up, it was like easy to do, easy to be racist. Now, I've been to these. It's almost like you have to have a chart. You have to have.
Yeah, that's what
a calculator to even be racist now. It feels like.
Yeah, I hate that. God damn it, racism used to be so easy.
Yeah, what happened to the good old days? You could just point out the window, and your stepdad just knew immediately what was going on. You know?
Yeah, I think it's just extra difficulty now. That's what it is. So you have to be smarter as a racist.
Yeah, there's a
We're trying to make the races better.
Yeah,
it's mad funny that you're having like the racism conversation. I'm glad you paused there because look at behind your.
Oh, Hulk Hogan?
Yeah.
That's the GOAT. He did it right. Okay.
Yeah, he left. It was not ambiguous.
Yeah. He didn't want anybody to.
He didn't want anybody to not really get what he was
saying. Yeah. We prestige racism, baby. Let's go. Exactly. Don't just click on the first thing you see, bro. Scroll through.
I saw what's.
That's crazy.
Fine.
No, his mic is not off. There's a dangling XLR cable on it because I swapped the cable out.
Yeah, dude, because you said there's like a barrier to entry now.
Yeah, there's a barrier entry to doing racism. Like it's like
All right.
it's
Get the size.
it's unironically a more difficult process now. But what I was gonna say is, if you want to go back to the facial hair chart,
Yeah, bring it up again, please, because I want to know what we're doing. Or was it yours, the other one?
No, that was just a USSR race chart, but.
Yeah, you can also get that USSR chart is easily, a lot of those men, you'll see a meeting with very young girls at Starbucks trying to get them involved in something a lot of times, it seems like.
Yeah.
But what is this one?
What do you got? You got the chin curtain? No, you got the goatee. That's what you have.
Yeah, I guess I have the goatee. It's very simple, kind of. It's like, I have a big nose, so I try to, you do little things to try and, trick a wife or you want to have a spouse. So I have that, and then I have a little bit more chin than my brother does. So I have a real chin in here. Some people, it's a total mirage. Like, there's a guy that's in that power slap game, and they can't even, he has this
They can't identify where his chin begins?
Yeah.
Yeah, I love that. Especially when dudes have that situation going on, and then they'll just grow out their beard and basically try to line it up so that there's a chin there. And it's like, bro, you are not fooling anybody. I don't even know what to do in that situation. If you got that no neck edge shit, then you're kind of cooked regardless.
Yeah.
But I mean, good luck. I don't know.
There is the one where it's crazy where sometimes, they cut the hair exactly.
Yeah.
Oh, that's no neck Ed. Yeah, he's doing real
from-
estate now too. He was doing lemonade sale. He was in he got caught up in big lemon, or not big lemonade, but lemonade.
Big lemonade.
He was selling. I know I think he was involved with lemonade for a bit. I saw him selling a.
He was involved with like a child. What do you mean?
No, he was selling. He got caught up. Ed and Pete's. There it is, something like that, or lemonade.
Oh, he actually had his lemonade brand.
Yeah, he was selling. It was
I thought he was literally saying he's selling lemonade out of a stand like a kid.
He actually ran a lemonade stand before he got into real estate. After reality.
Yeah, or he made a lot of money at the lemonade stand and had enough capital for a down payment.
It was the opposite of they have long
lemonade.
Yeah.
Long neck bottle. That was the whole play on it.
Oh, that's weird.
I know.
That's such an odd thing that he was. So he made like a short and stubby one.
Yeah. Who wants that baby lemonade out of Ed?
Oh,
he
it is.
definitely looks like the kind of guy
you muted
that
it.
just
I muted Noah.
He wanted to shame me.
I said enough of
enough.
I'm
me.
silencing Jewish voices. I said enough. We've done enough.
Looks like that fancy syrup. You ever see the fancy bottle of syrup? And it doesn't have. Bring it up if you can. It's kind of light brown.
The first
There's a
10
brown
minutes
top on it.
is just like us rambling ADHD style about the dumbest shit. Okay. He just keeps moving the conversation to a different place. Wait, what's going on? Oh, the reverb. Oh shit. I have to lower your fucking audio because Simone was.
Oh right, because she's her voice is her voice is not mine.
Yeah. Oops. Sorry about that. Okay. It should be fine now.
It's maple syrup, but it's wide.
Oh, like the maple version, like that.
The 365 by Whole Foods, that matte finish one.
Yeah, the one that looks like a liquor bottle.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, it looked like an old brown jug.
That one, yeah.
He kind of had that. Anyway, I feel bad we're making fun of the guy now.
Yeah, he wasn't. I don't know. I remember watching 90 Day Fiance, and he didn't seem like a good dude.
Oh, really?
He didn't strike me as a very nice guy. But I mean, who knows?
Oh, I'll jump on a hate wagon in a heartbeat, dude.
Oh, I know.
Fuckhead, bro.
Yeah.
No, but I saw the other day he was doing real estate, man. Hasan Piker, thanks for coming in, dude.
Yeah,
I appreciate it.
Now we start 8.5 minutes of just riffing in no discernible direction. Only. Me.
I know you're super busy, man. I admire first of all how streamers, how the effort it is. It almost seems like it's one of those races in the Olympics that it's like an endurance game.
Yeah.
But also just your openness to thinking about things. You don't seem like just one type of person or you could pigeonhole you.
Yeah, I do a little bit of everything. I mean,
but even just in your own beliefs, when you talk about political stuff, it's you seem very poignant, but also like aggressively open to things, you know, which I think, and that's a judgment, and maybe I shouldn't have said something like that. But anyway, I just admire the way that you do things, dude. So I appreciate you coming and hanging out. That's all I should have said.
Thanks for having me. I think streamers are basically like the bottom of the totem pole as far as content creators goes. Like, it's definitely laborious, but I wouldn't say that it's like super difficult, because like overall a Hollywood production, if that is like the highest stage of like content creation, and you have, you know, hundreds of people working all around the world, working around the clock to put like 2.5 hours of content together where everyone's gonna sit there and watch. Twitch streaming is like the lowest of the low, where it's just like a dude like me half the time, you know, picking at his crotch, watching YouTube videos, picking his nose. And it's,
you do that?
You know, it's always, you have to be on for 8 hours.
Not when I have guests on, though. I can't pick up my crotch when I have
Hollywood
guests
production.
on. If that is a real hurdle. Okay. Oh, now that we have captions, nice.
All I would say, it's like the, you know, lowest tier of content, lowest effort of content.
Would you say that it's the purest of content, though, in a weird way? Like, because it's...
I mean, what I do
you
is
can't
like,
hide.
Yeah, what I do is AM radio, but what I do is basically AM radio, but for Zoomers. You know, I like that's how the way I describe myself. Like, you know, like I'm sure you know Rush Limbaugh.
Yeah.
Like that's the way that I describe what I do to older people in general. Where like I'm like Rush Limbaugh, but without the brain rot.
Yeah,
quite literally and figuratively. I mean, he did die of brain cancer.
Did he? He had addiction, I know.
Yeah, he also had a hole, I think, in his brain from all the perks. He was perked up. He was a perked up shouty.
Well, he was definitely my body, yeah. I think he definitely was one of the early. He was almost like a rapper in a way, like with the pill.
Elon Rocket just blew up. What do you mean? Show me. What do you mean Elon Rocket blew up? Wait, no. What? Not the one from the ISS, right?
Or just another rocket.
Wait, SpaceX is failing?
No. Hold on.
Wait a minute. 1 second. We got to take a look at this. Is there a live stream chat? Starship flag launch,
the
second attempt.
Chopsticks may have done their work on try to align themselves with where the booster was coming down.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
This is. I think we saw. Maybe I'm imagining things, but I think we saw the Chopsticks almost pivoting over at the catch. We will have to wait for
rewind. What happened? It blew up before it could.
Whoa! I think we. All right.
You can go out to nasaspaceflight.com. You can join the forum, join what we call L2, and we have some amazing writers that write articles that keep you up with all the things with the venting coming off.
Whoa, what the hell?
Lots of ways for you to join the NSF
Is this
Rocket Nerd family. This is a great
tracking any issues, you know, but news.
So,
this is complete opposite of what happened on Monday, right? Around this time, we had that triple hold call on the countdown, and it was like,
it's normal, it's cooling.
That's bad. So we don't want that to happen today, and so far it's looking like everything is smooth. But you know, knock on wood.
You know, one of the big questions we get is where can we come to everybody knocking on their head? That's funny. Where can we come and watch the launch?
Go to the T. Okay. Oh, go to the launch. It's 12 minutes.
Seconds from now, the chat have different plans.
Go for it. Get to the
little over. If they are going through that, once that is confirmed,
looks like they're holding it.
They just troubleshoot a few minutes, and once they are confident, once everything looks good, they will progress. This is not. I
saw the vent on the side,
which means they're probably releasing the hold.
There's the DSS, I think.
It's hard
Detonation
to spot.
suppression system.
Yeah,
there we
watch
go.
for deluge.
Okay, watch out. Yeah.
And at this point, we will be quiet. See you on the other side.
What? It's so phallic.
Yes.
You can skip 3 minutes at least. So it just starts flying.
Pitching downrange away from
Third that, and the booster extend. We are. I mean, Alex. So far, so good, right? We are. Everything looking good. We are.
That watch out for the grid fins to turn.
Yeah, everything looking good here on the Raptor engines on the left. That's
8 minutes into the flight, you can see it blow.
Go for catch.
Bombs.
Oh.
There are go for booster catch.
No, that's normal. That's the booster.
That's the booster falling.
Yeah, that's the booster falling into the chopsticks, and the chopsticks are supposed to catch it.
Look at that glow, Alex. Fantastic views.
That's so cool.
What was the payload?
Watch for the engines to ignite, and then they will shut down all but 3 for the final approach to the tower.
Let's see what happens.
What was on the? What did they have?
Burn, so let's see it burn.
In it,
Give us that beautiful flamethrower. I'm sorry. There it is.
There are the engines.
Landing burn ignition.
Ooh, goddamn, it's loud. Oh, it's a test flight. You got baited by chat. I mean, it's still important. Wake up, chat. Chat, wake up. I mean, this is still, by the way, an unimaginably impressive feat.
I mean, it
is an incredibly impressive feat of technology, like technological advancements. The fact that they can like reuse boosters is crazy.
Wow.
SpaceX and Blue Origin have launched dozens of test payloads with no details, but they're all huge and stay in orbit. It's not a pointless money pit at all. You're wrong.
Another
times. Wow.
There we go. And very toasty. Look at that.
Look at that toasty booster, but also look in the bottom.
They just lost contact with the rocket, but the booster thing worked. I mean, isn't the booster thing what they're mainly caring about?
Because there's no. I don't think there's like any. I don't think there is any payload unless like they were. It would be an issue if they were also carrying humans.
The absolute.
Yeah, we sent a rocket into space.
Craziness
some humans on it. Yeah.
We don't know where they multiple engines back, not on the boostback burn, and also some unsureness, and they are still committing for this, Alex. Whoo! That was interesting.
This is where it goes wrong.
Wow. I am honestly impressed.
Oh wait, or no, that's probably just normal, right?
Oh.
Oh no, it's
that's a ship rotating.
The words
Alex.
you want to hear.
That's not nominal.
That doesn't look nominal, yeah.
I'm so confused. Why are people finding this shit so novel? It's the catch. It's the catching mechanism that's novel.
And this
successfully being able to do it over and over again. That's novel. They've been doing it for like a year now, but it's still new.
So we're still getting video down from
rather
the ship.
interesting.
You can see we've lost several engines and we've lost attitude control.
It's
of the
tumbling.
vehicle.
This is the second launch in a row. They've lost altitude control of the ship. It rotating is normal. It wants to rotate and point in the other direction so we can slow down.
I think
I see a lot of people in chat talking
Adrian,
shit.
if you allow
could any of you do
they
this?
called out on the nets. Oh, sorry.
I mean,
Can
there
any
are
of you do this?
some rocket
They
scientists in
called
my
out
community.
FTS is
That's
safe,
right, I didn't
which
think
is
so.
weird.
Yeah, no,
You
there
can
are
see also
definitely
the-
rocket scientists in my community. My brother could do this as well.
That's what I'm hearing. Nobody could do this.
Successful liftoff of the
No
8th
one.
test flight of Starship, followed by a successful stage separation. We saw the booster, actually, you can see it just behind us here. The booster had a successful catch back at the tower. Unfortunately, it seems as though we lost the attitude control of the ship. We are standing by as we listen in.
I know she's
with the
saying
teams
altitude
on the nets
control,
to
but I just heard
understand,
attitude
what
control.
information we're able to provide you. We will provide that as soon as we are able, but it's pretty incredible to take a moment and see the booster just behind us. Certainly a different view than last time.
And at this point, we've essentially lost contact with the ship. We're no longer receiving telemetry at this moment. So we were only about 20 seconds away or so from the end of that ship.
Bro, this guy kind of looks like he's got the Asmongold phenotype.
You're going to lose attitude control, and so we did see the ship.
But he looks healthier. Like it shouldn't go instead.
This
He
is
does look healthier.
This is what would happen if Asmongold didn't play World of Warcraft.
Universe where Asmongold sees
He even kind of sounds like him
today, but just give us a couple more minutes. We'll bring you more information as it comes in.
Yeah. Yeah, based.
Well, that was fun to watch from the roof. And it was not fun to watch.
Attitude control is correct. They mean they can't aim it. Not control is altitude. It's coming down either way. But if they can't control the attitude, it's going to smack the shit out of the atmosphere and blow up.
I mean, what it looks like.
I like it. I love learning.
4 engines went out early. That's almost looked like we had 4 engines out a bit early, and that started a tumble because, of course, that will give you
that's not true.
Asymmetric thrust.
Yep.
That's not from this time.
In the asymmetric thrust, you're basically starting to tumble, and they lost altitude control.
That's old.
Yeah, similar to what happened on Flight 7 on the way. We don't know the reasons why, obviously, but yeah, the inner 3 engines can gimbal. The vacuum optimized Raptors. Look at that beautiful ship hanging off the chopsticks booster. They are fixed, right? So the vacuum optimized. So if they have to do massive attitude control maneuvers, they do them with the sea level engines. And as soon as 1 engine out, they can still control it, but 2 engines out, 1 sea level just can't handle it, and it will go into, as you say, asymmetric thrust, which will start the vehicle tumbling. I just caught a bit of that as I came back into the studio.
Yeah, it's of course we are standing by for SpaceX to say more and give us a good overview of what happened.
Yeah.
There's yeah.
Now, was Adrian, I correct?
I think.
Go ahead, Alex.
Sorry. I was gonna say there's at least some things that we are sure.
FFA was refusing takeoff for this launch because the last one shit the bed before Elon was in power, though. Starship test flight 8 appeared to have suffered an anomaly. Video taken from the cruise ship in the Florida Straits. Flights diverting away from the active debris field in Bahamas. Oh, this is happening in real time. Is that? Yeah, flights beginning to divert away from the Starship's active debris field. Pilots were told they would be holding for approximately 90 minutes. That's crazy.
Under DEI.
Yeah, that's what happened. I mean, yeah,
that rocket would have made it. These planes would be going where they
don't
need
have
to go.
Enough, they don't have
Everybody
enough
would be fine.
Gay people.
But wokeness is gone, and so we lost it.
Yeah, I see that. I see that, and I hear that, and I believe that.
Please hold space for it.
Yeah. We need to do more gay bodies in spaces, literally in space.
We're about, right? That we can talk about here. That booster looks a little bit off from what we saw on previous landings. You may notice that it's actually sort of to the side of the tower. That is not how it landed on previous occasions.
Is that it?
Which means the chopsticks may have done their work on try to align themselves with where the booster was coming down.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
This is. I think we saw. Maybe I'm imagining things, but I think we saw the chopsticks almost pivoting over at the catch. We will have to wait for replays, and we will have to wait and see for that. But I think we saw a rapid movement of the chopsticks right before the catch to get the booster. But I mean, good. Let's talk about the successful part here first.
Yep.
They caught another booster. That's the good part here.
All right, so coming back with you real quick. So can confirm we did lose contact with the ship.
Whoa.
No,
that's not real.
Unfortunately, this happened last time too, so we've got some practice at this now.
It's not nighttime.
A lot of measures in place, like debris response areas where we coordinate very closely.
It's 6:55 p.m. over there, and it's not daylight savings yet. I don't know. Wait, that one, but that's fake. I mean,
that's fake. This one is real. Yeah, it's not. No, I don't think that's real. But it's a cool video. Yeah, I love that Twitter is the media now. It's so great.
It's a cool man. You're right.
I love that you are the media now, chat. Okay, which means
Yeah, take
a whole bunch of fake shit.
Yeah, once upon a time, there was like 3 guys in a control room with like, 50 years of experience between them working in like the belly of NBC, and now there's Hasan's chat.
Yeah. Or like your neighbor that you feel uncomfortable around with a blue check mark account on Twitter. You know what I mean?
Those are the 2 options.
Yeah, that's the guy. That's the guy who's going to give you
guy who's been asked politely to leave from more events than he can count.
Yeah, guy who's like guy who you've noticed is like acting real creepy around your daughter's friends. You know, that guy has an account with 300,000 followers, and he's constantly pumping AI videos on
With
it.
air traffic control, we have a lot of measures put before we ever launch a rocket to make sure that we're keeping the public safe. Those worked last time, and they're actively in work right now. So just to recap real quick, everything we saw, we lifted off right at the top of our window, essentially at 5:30 p.m. Central Time. Booster was able to get us all the way up into space.
Dog, saying the booster is fine is ridiculous. The entire point of this is to have a successful payload mission so that you can inevitably put things in it and then inevitably put humans in it. Obviously, if it fucking spirals out of control, then yeah, no, this was a failure. And it's fine. Obviously, it's never going to be 100%. You're going to fail a million times until you succeed. It's just a normal part of the process of scientific discovery, normal part of these sorts of technological advancements in general. I do not think that this is a waste of time or resources at all. Having said that, however, fuck Elon Musk, obviously. That's number one. And I will be actively searching for reasons as to why he is single-handedly responsible for the failure of this mission, because I am a petty bitch.
I already have my answer. They took out
the payload is the easy part. That's why they didn't bother making it work for this launch. Wait, what do you mean? No, the entire point of this is so that the fucking payload, they can actively show that the payload doesn't turn into debris. Oh, I'm fucking around. Oh, okay. I thought you were being serious. Because like in the past, the initial goal was to make sure that the boosters can return and be reused. That's a huge deal. It's a major cost-saving initiative as well. And eventually you could technically have it on other areas, like maybe on other planets, maybe in the future. You know what I mean? Like something crazy like that. Some real sci-fi shit. Have it on the moon. Build a fucking moon base.
What do we do with it, though? What's on the moon that we need? That's never been made clear to me. And I saw the movie Moon, and it didn't answer that either.
I think it's cool to just go there, chill.
I agree it's cool to go there. I just don't know if it's like I need to...
What's also interesting about that, actually, ironically enough, is that in the process of failing during the scientific discovery, during the technological advancements that are being implemented, you get a lot of new tech that you can use that turn into commercialized commodities, right? Space missions are good for that.
Well, yeah, like Velcro. Is like I've been the one to bring up that like it comes out of the space program and military research or whatever.
And it's interesting because like, you know who should know better than to constantly advocate to cut NIH funding, for example? A guy who fails all the fucking time. Elon Musk.
Yeah, but you see the NIH is gay.
Yeah. Like that's what pissed me off so much. Like a fucking billionaire who is only around because of government subsidies, turning around and being like government subsidies are woke and gay and that we should cut my taxes more, pisses me off. It pissed me off so much. Like, you are such a piece of shit, dude. You are such a goddamn piece of shit. A guy who's like made his entire career around renewable energies and then turning around and being like, yeah, no, I'm actually lined up with the most like pro fossil fuel administration in recent history. False narrative. It's not a false narrative. It's 100% correct. Correct the record if you got anything. Okay. Don't come in here and be like, that's a false narrative. Just say what is false. I hate this. SpaceX sucks, bro. NASA does this cheaper and they know what they're doing. SpaceX is far more expensive. I'm against all space privatization. No, I wish. Wouldn't Tesla have died without the government? Yes. Without the credit swap scheme that the government created, Tesla would not have been subsidized.
made its way back here. It's sitting on the tower right behind us, our third ever catch. Starship ignited all 6 of its Raptor engines. It was just about 20 or 30 seconds away. We'll get exact times from the end of its ascent burn when we started to see some engines go out on ship. Eventually lost attitude control and then lost contact with the ship shortly after. So obviously a lot to go through, a lot to dig through. We're going to go right at it. The primary reason we do these flight tests is to learn. We have some more to learn about this vehicle, but we're going to be right back here in the not too distant future, and we're going to get a ship to space.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. We fly to learn, and we're learning a lot. And as is the case with developmental programs such as the Starship
we fly
program,
to learn, and we learn to fly.
Linear. So at this point, we're going to close out our webcast for the day. But before we do, we'd like to give a shout out to our
They're nerds,
viewers.
bro. They're fucking STEM kids. What do you mean? Don't expect them to be poetic. Yeah, the purpose of a moon base is to use the moon as a launch pad for Mars as a cheaper launch zone for its lower gravity. That makes sense. But what the fuck are we gonna do in Mars?
That's what I just don't.
But
like,
they might have. Well, they found water, right? They found ice in Mars.
I mean, but it's like also like the time scale that like we could like terraform or do any of this stuff. The resources required. It's like. How about we figure out our shit down here first? Like if we had world communism by now, like maybe Mars would be.
I think we could do that if we had world communism right now. Yeah, Gil Scott Heron over here. Why are we fucking spending money on sending people to the moon, sending people to space?
I am pro space exploration, and I think it like rewards us and gives us stuff. However, I also think that. Like my ability to drive a car at 17, it's a privilege, and you can earn that privilege with good behavior, like world communism.
Okay, fair. All right, no more space exploration until we have globo homo communism.
Exactly.
Yeah. If we actually have world communism, we'd absolutely at least have industry on the moon and in space. Unironically, yeah. I mean, I think actively, the thing that sets us back, the thing that holds us back consistently is the interest of profit and the short-term profit-seeking behavior that refuses, that gets in the way of making exponential growth in the field of technological advancements. All right. Israelis are doing a TikTok trend mocking Palestinian children's suffering. Let's take a look.
Hi, Shalom, Dani. היי, מדבר. הגעתי לנעמי.
They call family members pretending to be a Palestinian charity raising donations for Gaza's children.
כן, ילדים עזתים, הם, אתה יודע, בסוף הם לא החמאס.
אז מה הם?
הם ילדים עזתים מסכנים שהורסו לה את הבית. שצה"ל, הצבא כיבוש.
Like, this only works if you're, locked in on a incredibly one-sided way of thinking about this conflict, where you're just literally like saying the truth, but everybody interprets this as you being like. When I watch this, I'm like, okay, what you said is correct, but she's saying it in a mocking tone because everyone involved in the process is like already single-minded on this. Nice. Like outing themselves and their parents as like monstrous pieces of shit.
Yeah, this is just like another like it's like the like don't post social media from vacation.
Yeah.
It's just like don't like now they're gonna be listen, do not post family joke.
Yeah.
It's going to make people realize that Israel cruel country.
Jokes are Hamas.
Yeah. Humor, listen, loose jokes stink sheep.
Yes.
Ancient Hebrew proverb.
Yeah, keep your joking to the Telegram channel. Do not joke on TikTok.
Send jokes in disappearing message and only to friend.
Yeah.
That video below. Wait, hold on. What am I saying? The video was real, by the way.
Oh shit. We are taking cover here in the Ragged Islands, Bahamas. Cross your fingers for us. That's crazy. Dude, Elon is so godlike and so gracious.
to shower the Bahamas with such a wonderful display.
It's a fireworks show. Be
Yeah.
grateful, idiots.
Yeah, I don't get
Stupid.
it. I don't get why you would ever be against this. and also, this is an old video reposted. I'm gonna lose my mind. MHUD, no. MHUD cooked me. I believe him though. I still believe him. If he says it's real, I believe it.
I think he had the women. Bring up Rush Limbaugh's wife. Let's even get a.
No, I don't know. I
Is
feel
this
like those
mean?
guys don't fuck. I don't know why. Like unless they're gay. The gay conservatives, like the ones in the closet, like they fuck. Okay, never mind. She's kind of a looker, huh?
Yeah, I mean, she's better looking than him.
Yeah, I mean that's not saying much.
That's true, but still,
Like-
I've seen. Yeah, sometimes you get a. Yeah, she has a very. Who does she look like a little bit? I've never seen his wife. Rush Limbaugh's widow, Catherine.
She kind of looks like, in that photo where they're kissing, she kind of looks like Walter White's wife. You know what I mean?
Oh yeah,
From Breaking Bad,
the blonde-haired lady.
Yeah,
Yeah.
but like hotter.
And Tori Spelling a little bit too. She looked like, if you go back one, Tori Spelling was probably before your time. But oh yeah, she does. Yeah, I never looked at his wife. Yeah, I never seen a picture of her before.
Yeah, I mean, it'd be weird if you were just like out there Googling Rush Limbaugh's wife.
Yeah, well, you just
I do that all the time. I look at all my favorite conservative commentators' wives.
you just think like, yeah, I guess what do people? I don't know. Yeah, I guess it's good.
Theo is out unking me because someone in the chat said he's 44 years old. I didn't even know that.
Doing that. What's one of the toughest things about streaming that people don't understand though?
I'll say it like this. Back in the day, Joe Rogan used to always talk about how when you do a 3-hour podcast, like there are so much that people can just like clip out of that and then take out of context, like rob it of its nuance and rob it of its context. And it was funny because like at the time when he was saying this, like podcasting was a relatively new medium. I'm talking like 2014, 2015 when when he like first was building out the Joe Rogan experience, right? Mm-hmm. Every other week, seemingly, the media would yell at him over some shit that he said on his podcast. And he was like, we're having an honest discussion. It's 3 hours. It's back and forth. It's going to happen. Like, things are going to get taken out of context. I think for Twitch streaming, that's tuned up to 11, where not only am I live, I'm talking about politics, which are, you know, I mean, I'm talking about some really crazy issues, hot button topics. And also, I'm doing that with a live audience who's constantly chirping at me in real time, trying to constantly piss me off. And then when they do successfully piss me off, they'll clip that shit and post it on Twitter, post it on Reddit, be like, call out post. This guy's bad. Look at what he said. And, you know, when you got like crazy dedicated haters too, especially because you're doing politics in general, you're going to have a lot of crazy dedicated haters. They just do, you know, they just compile all of that to be like, this is a bad person over and over and over again. Like you'll see it in the comment section of this video. There will be a ton of people who are going to come in and be like, this guy is a bad dude. Like he said this, he said that. Cause like the major reason obviously for that is because I'm anti-Israel. Like I'm pro-Palestine. I've been pro-Palestine for quite a while. And that really brings out the crazies.
Does
like
it really?
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. You haven't encountered this? I mean, you had Gabor Mate on.
Yeah, we had Gabor Mate. We had a rabbi. We had Bassem Youssef on. We definitely have tried to like learn some about it. I think in the end, for me, it just became like my feelings just tell me that it's just messed up what's happening to those people. It's like, and that a lot of it was covered up by the media, or they didn't want you to share certain information, or you weren't allowed to.
No, for sure. Yeah. I mean, that's how it's always been, though. It's not just for Israel. It's just in general. Like when it comes to American foreign policy, the American media is fairly one note. Our politicians are one note on it too. They're bipartisan on that.
Right.
That's like,
so when you say that, you mean that they're all in on the same, it's all kind of the same ruse, do you mean?
Yeah. They all agree. It's always uniparty when it comes to American foreign policy, when it comes to giving money to Israel, when it comes to a lot of that stuff, like going to war with Iraq, right? You got the media also presenting that lie that they have, you know, chemical weapons, they have weapons of mass destruction, and uncritically reporting on that to justify going to war
with Iraq going and invading a foreign nation that we had no business invading.
Right.
So that happens all the time.
Do you think that that's starting to get upset even by like podcasting, streaming? Do you think that apple cart's starting to change? It feels like.
Oh, for sure. I think that
just because people have a voice.
Media, the independent media sphere definitely is like dominating, partially because of that reason. Sometimes for bad reasons. People have lost confidence in media when they just don't like what they're reporting, even if they're reporting the truth. And then there are plenty of major reasons, like Jeffrey Epstein's death. Like you go to any outlet, most of them are going to rule it a suicide. No critical reporting on it whatsoever. Just unconditionally saying like, no, it was definitely a suicide. Like the average American doesn't feel that way. And also there's very valid reasons as to why they don't feel that way. Israel is another great example of this, where like it was like 80% of Americans wanted a ceasefire. And yet if you look at
also
all the way from
Epstein's
CNN,
an Israeli spy.
Yeah. The Fox News,
that's why I did
every single outlet was just like, no, you don't understand. Israel has to kill these children. Like, please. No, you don't understand. Oh. Like, can you imagine? Imagine a role reversal in that situation where like you got Osama bin Laden's best lads on CNN immediately after 9/11 being like, listen, like we had to blow up the Twin Towers. Like you don't, the World Trade Center, it was right there. It was asking for it.
One of them was a little askew.
Yeah. We had to fix it.
I think it's crazy. Well, there's that famous video that got shared a few years ago, like during COVID, when it was like every channel was reporting the same exact. It was just the same script. It was almost just
Sinclair Broadcasting.
Yeah.
So that's ironically a lot of right wingers spread that one.
Is that true or not?
No, it is. But that's right wing. That's Sinclair Broadcasting. It's like a right wing media company that basically bought out all the remaining local news broadcasters.
Wow.
So it's like an umbrella. Right-wing media is all over the place, actually, and a lot of people don't realize it. Like whenever Fox News talks about like mainstream media lies, I'm like, bro, you are the most popular news network in the country. What do you mean mainstream media? Like you're dominating everybody else.
Point. So you're saying that a lot of times mainstream media is also right-wing media.
Yeah, right-wing media is so dominant. And in the independent side, right-wing media is dominant as hell too. But like on the mainstream side, right-wing media is incredibly dominant. They dominate the local news with Sinclair Broadcasting, and also all the way up to Fox News, which is the most famous, which is the most like successful network news broadcaster in the country.
Is Fox News the most watched news network?
By widest margins.
Really? I didn't know that.
It's not even close. CNN and MSNBC, Trump always talks about how CNN and NBC are, in the pooper. Their ratings are awful. These guys love presenting themselves as vulnerable victims, and I really always get annoyed by that. Like they say that about, they used to always say that about like Facebook too. They're like, oh, they're banning stuff, and I'm sure they banned like vaccine denial or whatever, right? Because Facebook wanted to be woke and liberal. Until Mark Zuckerberg got hit with the Dominican Ray. But
so then when people say mainstream media, then I guess what did it, because it always felt to me like that every outlet was just always super liberal. That's what it felt like.
They are. No, for sure. Like a lot of like the New York Times, you got CNN, ABC, CBS, like NBC, these outlets are liberal. Now obviously I'm a little bit of a radical, I guess. So I'm definitely not fond of the Democratic Party either, even though my criticisms of the Democrats are because of their closeness to the Republicans in general. But yeah, they are. I would say that they're definitely liberal, but that doesn't necessarily mean that they're like on the side of the people or anything like that, or on even the progressive side of many of these issues. And that's why I said there's this uniparty attitude. Like liberals and Republicans, they basically come together and agree when it comes to giving more money to Israel.
Yeah.
Not.
Yeah. T-Pain was on on a yacht, got a nice view of the debris from SpaceX. That's crazy.
That's nuts.
Look at this.
Can you imagine not knowing about SpaceX and seeing this?
Wait, is it coming
back
down or hey, it's going down, right? Wait, is it going back to Florida?
No, that's the stuff
That's
that
like
burns.
famous last words. Wait a minute.
It's going down, right?
That's coming closer and closer to us.
Where's the rest of where's the one that keeps going?
I'm not sure.
I don't know. It looks like it's all going down. Nah, I'm not gonna say nothing else. Holy shit, that's crazy, chat. Oh my god. Oh my god.
Yeah, that's just
That
stuff
was
that burns
fucking
off.
awesome.
That was so cool.
It's Russia. It's Russia.
Thank
We did.
you.
Everybody
Oh,
did.
Pip and Kava missed it.
We did.
M. Hunt has been spamming this to prove to the haters that he was right, that the link he sent was correct. And I admire his dedication to his art. Not the voters. I'm talking like institutions. I'm talking politicians.
Yeah,
in
well,
general.
that seems to be, I think, it feels so far away from being represented. Like the people feel so far away from being represented, and I feel like that seems like it's gotten further and further in my lifetime. I can't tell if it's just because I'm getting older, and so you hear about more stuff like that, or if it's actually true. But I think people just feel like, you know, like, why are we having to audit our own government? You know, whether or not the means that they're going about it are good or not. But it's like the fact that people are cheering to have our own government audited. The fact that it's like, yeah, that 80% of the people would say they don't support what's happening in Gaza, but yet we would still send money to Israel. Like, I think
Trump has done that. The other day, Trump was like, yo, we can't give any more money to Ukraine, right? You're done. He's like, Zell Disney, you're out. And then he turns around and he's like, also, we're sending $3 billion of weapons and bulldozers to Israel pronto.
Did they really?
Yeah.
Bring that up.
3.4 billion, I believe, on the same day. Yep, Rubio bypasses Congress to send Israel $4 billion in arms. They were like, oh, we have to expeditiously send this out to Israel.
Arms for what?
What do you mean? To continue killing Palestinians.
Is there anybody left there?
Yeah. There's still a million plus Palestinians in the Gaza Strip. They're basically just like living in the rubble, trying to rebuild. I mean, these are some of the most resilient people on the planet. Like they've been through hell a million times over, you know?
Yeah, you still see a lot of great, like there was a beautiful video, I'm not sure if it was AI or not, of them trying to celebrate Ramadan the other night in the rubble.
The long table?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think that was real, though. I don't think that was AI. Because I saw people taking photos of that. Yeah, I mean, also the other side of this is like the Gaza Strip is like overwhelmingly children. Like we're talking,
I know.
Like the average age is 14. People are like 50+% are minors.
Well, I think
that's before October 7th.
But like a year ago, people would be afraid to have, I think, this conversation people be afraid.
Oh, for sure.
Including us. Like I'd be afraid that.
No, I mean, look, I've been openly pro-Palestinian emancipation for the past decade, and I've seen a major attitude shift.
You're like the Turkish Macklemore, dude.
Wait, what do you mean?
Because he's been.
When I was in third grade, I thought I was gay.
No, did he do that?
That's what was his song.
Oh well, dude, you got to be pretty. You have to have an open attitude to even think that way in third grade.
Oh my God, we're lying.
Dude, he's so funny. A lot of people will say like, "Oh, he's faking it. He's actually brilliant." And honestly, if he is, then this is brilliant. Like it's like if he's faking it, that means he's insanely smart and can present it in a very like natural way, you know?
But no, yeah, he's been unabashedly afraid to share about Palestine, you know?
Yeah. No, he's had his heart changed. I think his heart's in the right place. Like I think he's doing great.
He was from the beginning about it. I mean, he was early on it.
Yeah.
Not like 10 years. He hasn't been, but since it became like more of a hot button issue in the past 3 or 4 years for sure.
Yeah, I mean, look, I'll never discard allies. That's an amazing thing to look at the situation with clarity, with moral clarity, and just be like, listen, I didn't know enough about this, and now I've recognized the cruelty of what we are doing. Like, because that's the other thing, like America, whether we agree to it or not, or whether we recognize it or not, is like participating in this in a pretty meaningful way. They're offering political cover at the UN. They You got the basically war crime cops out there at the ICC and ICJ, the International Court of Justice, which prosecutes state on state prosecutions. You have the International Criminal Court, which is a court that prosecutes war criminals, right?
And both of them have issued for Netanyahu to be arrested, right?
So South Africa has a case against Israel for genocide that's ongoing, and at the ICJ and at the ICC, the International Criminal Court has a prosecutor that has issued arrest warrants for Benjamin Netanyahu and Yoav Galan for the crime of doing a genocide, for being war criminals, intentional starvation of a captive civilian population. It's a pretty obvious war crime. So,
well, I just think it's honestly, bro. Some of it I think is kind of pussy, like, and I hate to say that because some people don't have pussies or don't believe in them or whatever. But it's like, I think if your military is so great, send in snipers and get the bad guys. That's how I feel. Do some covert op shit, but just to be like,
their military's ass though. That's the problem. They just have overwhelming firepower and air superiority. That's it.
But that's the part to me. It's like, send in some, if those are the bad guys, send in and get do some. It just felt like this. I don't know. It just started to feel gross. And then the great thing was, it feels like you couldn't hide it from a nation. You could not hide from the world that what they were doing was wrong. But going back to what you're saying, how much are we complicit in so many of these? Types of things that happen in different countries, and do we need to be?
No, I think we are complicit. I mean, that's how I feel about it, at least. But that's why I actively urge people to protest and do everything in their power to try to put an end to this, because I think we have a lot of power in this regard in the United States of America. I don't think that America is like a true democracy by any means, and this kind of stuff basically puts that on display for everyone to recognize. Or, whenever people go, hey, can we get healthcare? And the government's like, fuck you. Then you're like, what? Like, this would be nice to have, socialized medicine. But you still got to keep trying.
It's that time, baby. It's that time to get that thing on ya. Get that thing on.
Your hands are bloody individually. Publicity, in terms of like your hands are bloody individually, but the least you can do is not actively champion America doing this stuff, and also go out and protest, like, and try to give a voice to voiceless people that are just being massacred for no reason.
Yeah. Why is there such a strong bond between America and Israel? I've heard Candace Owens was saying that she thought it was blackmail, but why do you think there's really such a strong bond?
Candace Owens got a lot of thoughts on that stuff. I think there's like two different camps here. You got people who critically analyze the relationship with Israel, and then you got people who are like, it's the Jews, I am in the critically analyzing the situation camp, rather than just being like, oh, it's Jews because they got mind control powers or whatever the fuck people say. It's because it is an unsinkable aircraft carrier in a resource-rich region, and it has its own espionage facilities, and that is the reason. Like, we basically carried over from the British this settler colony in the region that we can just kind of use. Or have a collaborative relationship with, and it's incredibly valuable for us. So valuable that, Israel's blown up USS Liberty like a American Navy ship.
Yeah.
And basically,
that was in the 50s, I think.
In that process, it was an incredibly valuable Cold War ally, because we were terrified of Israel going and collaborating with the USSR. You got PEN, Arabic nationalism happening all around the region. All these countries that are developing nation states are doing so on the boundaries of defeating their colonial occupiers, whether it be French colonialism or British colonialism. And simultaneously, they're looking to the USSR, right? And they're like, maybe you guys will help us out. This seems like a cool thing that you guys got going on over there. The socialism stuff ain't too bad. America goes, fuck that. And they basically hit the Israel button as hard as they could, where they were just like, you guys are going to be Theo does not know what you're talking about, Lamont. Okay, dude, I oversimplified it to begin with. And I think
I think he understood what I was saying. Also, this conversation is not just happening between me and Theo. We're both fucking broadcasters, chat. It's a conversation for the audience. You know that, right? Like, you understand that, right? Like, also, I think Theo Von knows a lot about Israel. I mean, he knew USS Liberty, probably for not so great reasons, but because that used to be like literally, I would have factored that in like 10 years ago as like a Nazi dog whistle.
Oh, totally. Like the what was the name of the plane that Israel? There's another incident like that I forget. But I always think of like there used to be, especially around like Gulf War era Nazis, like people who were like white, like the white supremacists who were like in the army or part of the military or whatever, but who like thought we were going to war against Saddam for Israel, which is not totally untrue. But it's like, yeah, there's like a whole right wing trope there. There's like a whole right wing trope there of like Pat Buchanan style guys being like, oh, like we gotta like we can't do it, like we like Israel will blow us up and attack us. The Jews will, like cut our own blood if we let them. And so why are we taking out Saddam for them or whatever? It's an old trope.
Yeah. So loud now. Okay. Suck my dick, chatters. Oh my God. That's crazy. We can't hear jack shit. Now you're like, oh, it's so loud. Figure it out.
Wow.
Be our extension.
Right.
It's like some of my friends say there are favorite client states, and then there are client states that America just discards. Ukraine is obviously a non-favorite client state, and that's what happens when you're done with Ukraine, where you're like, I'm done with this, pack it up, give me all your minerals, even if you have any, who knows, I don't care, know your place. America does this to the Kurds all the time as well, where they'll just like arm them and be like, yeah, you guys need to develop a nation state. It'd be nice. Kurds are an ethnic minority in the region.
Okay.
35 million people.
In what region?
In the Middle East. 35 million people don't have a nation state. A lot of them live in Turkey.
So kind of homeless,
Iraq. Well, yeah, yes and no. And there's like varying degrees of cruelty that they're subjected to in these countries as like an ethnic minority, my country included in Turkey.
Wow.
And they want to build a nation state. They got an autonomous region in Iraq now. They're in Syria as well. They're in Iran as well. And then
so they're trying to figure it out.
Turkey. Yeah, so America will go up to them and be like, we're going to arm you guys. We're going to train you guys. Go fuck shit up. And then as soon as they're done, they just discard them, and they're like, okay, go. They'll tell Turkey you can go and bomb these villages that they're in. Who cares? It doesn't matter anymore.
So what you're saying, I think it's like that's one of the things that makes it tougher. The more information you learn, I think, in the world, it's like
the shittier things seem.
Yeah, in some ways.
True.
But the reality of things, you just see the reality. It's like, yeah, you need. And if you were playing a game of Risk and you were these powerful people, how would you operate? And yeah, it gets to be tough to find out, okay, well then what does being an American still mean to me? And then also that things are so conflicting and dangerous out there amongst these like leaders and powers that you have to like kind of put a flag in something for yourself, just to kind of get to, because otherwise you'll just be sort of aimless, it feels like.
Well, I mean, I think I
don't know if I'm even explaining that fully right, but
you got to stand for something. Is that what you're saying? If you don't stand for something, you fall for everything.
Yeah. So here's what I think. It's like the more we learn about history, the more we learn about just like the like, well, America did these things, and some of it, 9/11 could have been the result of some of that. Just the more you start to learn that America hasn't always been this perfect partner, and that it's just starts.
That's like the gentlest way imaginable.
Yeah, bro was explaining woke lol. No, he's like actively working through it, where he's like, but I love America, but also I keep hearing about all the mean shit that they've done.
This is like, I do, when I hear stuff like this, I often think about like, damn, how was it for people to learn about like the Jim Crow South in the 1950s? Like, oh yeah, this thing that's like 50 miles away or whatever. Like It's so nuts.
I mean, easy answer. They didn't.
Yeah, obviously, but
they learned about it as not a real thing, or if it did happen, it was good.
Or it's like,
and
well,
we should do.
At least they don't live here. I get it, but yeah.
Or we should do more of it.
Yeah. Wait, why isn't that everywhere?
Yeah. You have awakened him in real time. No, it's not me. No, this is like everyone is on their own personal journey, but I think that I think probably like a lot how do you say
Gabor Mate?
Gabor Mate's conversation with him, I think, like was probably very eye opening for him, and it probably paired alongside the unlimited amounts of child murder that he saw on his child murder that he saw on his timeline. You know.
I also think that, like, again, like Theo Von makes stuff for people who are not like 70 years old. And by definition, that kind of means that, like, unless you are a bought and sold, like, Republican hack, then this is like a thing that you engage with. You know, I can see why Jake and Logan Paul don't, but like, it does make a little bit more sense for a guy like this to at least be engaging with it, like the reality of it.
Yeah.
What does it mean to be an American to me? But then, at the same time, you need to be an American because you live in a country that's safe and you're able to operate here within the country. So it's, I don't know, it just makes it kind of interesting. Does that make sense?
Yeah. No, I get it. What you're exhibiting is a very normal contradiction that a lot of Americans, when faced with the reality of American foreign policy, they come to terms with this. Like they try to resolve this contradiction where on the one hand you're saying, well, I'm an American. I like the security blanket that I exist under, right? But also simultaneously you're like, but damn, we're doing a lot of fucked up shit around the world. I mean, look, people always yell at me and say, oh, Hasan, you only say America bad. But I don't just stop at that. Like I want America to be good. I think America has an incredible potential. It's the wealthiest nation on the planet. It should be doing so much more to help its own citizens and so much more to lead the way, pave the way for a new evolution of the way that we look at international relations than the way that we engage with conflict. But the reason why America is the way it is because I see it as basically, 50 corporations in a trench suit. Like it's just it's a holdover to extract tax revenue from everyday Americans and then give it directly back to corporations in the form of subsidies without ever regulating them and demanding anything in return. I said trench suit.
I think one of the best examples of this was when, Russia invaded Ukraine. And then Russia is also part of OPEC Plus, so they went back to Saudi Arabia.
Okay, so take us back. Our listeners, if we get too much,
I said OPEC Plus. He's like, hold up,
all right. This is your really confident. No,
information. A lot of them don't.
They're gonna tune it out.
Well, I think if it's new information for me, I shouldn't say them. If it's new information for me, it's hard for me to go along. So OPEC.
Why are you throwing him under the bus?
I know. I am. My bad, guys. I am the problem. So, but OPEC is the oil.
Yeah.
So OPEC is like an oil NATO. Is that right?
Yeah. Basically,
oil
NATO. It's a cartel.
Honestly,
okay, that's a great way to.
That's not bad.
Yeah, no,
that's like way better than how a lot of people.
Yeah, he's a goddamn poet, dude. He's very good at. Yeah, he does have a way with words. That's what it is. It's a group of countries that have oil reserves that basically set the price of oil barrels.
Okay.
And Saudi Arabia is pretty dominant because like they have they are the oil
right, they're
gods,
the big dog.
basically.
They're damn.
Yeah. And the Organization of Petroleum Exporting Countries. And Russia basically went back to OPEC and was like...
Organization of Petroleum Exporting Countries, yeah. Okay,
yeah.
Cool.
At the time, Russia had a lot to, a lot to gain from. And all these other countries had a lot to also gain from basically limiting the price of... or limiting the supply of oil.
Mm-hmm.
We're in the post-COVID era too. And then they're also...
Bill Morgar, thank you for the 50 bones. Goddamn.
We're also making a lot of money, or they had lost a lot of revenue, so they wanted to recoup because nobody was like flying around or using oil because everyone was like stuck at home.
Oil's been down.
So they were recouping on those losses by just basically saying demand is on an all-time high. We're not going to produce, we're not going to keep up with that demand to make sure that we stabilize the prices.
Right. So they're saying, oh, there's only so much oil, even though there's as much as they want. They kind of want.
Oh yeah, they could have produced way more.
Right.
So the point I was going to make is, Brandon. Yeah, the moment I start talking about OPEC, we got the Oilers in the chat. The Oilers in the chat going crazy mode, gifting. Oilers of the world unite, baby. Let's see those gift subs. Let's see those gifted subs for all the working poors out here. Went back to Saudi Arabia. You know, he shook hands with MBS and was like, hey, Brandon. Yeah, he didn't understand what I was saying when I said Brandon. He's like, Brandon? Joe Biden.
Oh, Joe Biden.
Yeah. He went to he went to Saudi Arabia. He was like, come on, Dad.
Hold on. I like that. That like that's now gone so far around that it's a left-wing meme.
Yeah,
that,
I've never stopped saying Brandon.
No, who does?
I literally still call him Joe Brandon.
We're in the age of Brandon, Brandonization.
Yeah,
I mean, look, Trump is becoming more Brandon day by day, etc.
Yeah, Aisha Esquire, thank you for the 10 gifted. James Samaj, thank you for the 5. Decoy, thank you for the 5. Mate Feed Art, thank you for the 20. Yeah, Brandon heads, rise up. Produce more oil. Come on, don't do it. And they were like, nope. The reason why I'm telling this convoluted story is because then we have American oil and gas industry providers, right? Like we have our own oil. Everybody always talks about how we have independence, like energy independence in America. So he went back to the American oil and gas industry and was like, all right, you guys have to produce more oil because you have to offset what like OPEC is doing. And you know what they said? Fuck you. That's what they said. The oil and gas producers in this country, the fossil fuel industry gets 80% of our energy subsidies. It's like billions of dollars that they get.
Subsidies means they get kickbacks from the government.
Not even a kickback. Like government collects taxes and then government gives these companies, whether they're in agriculture or whether they're in the oil and gas industry, they give money to these companies to keep prices relatively low, to keep up with the cost of the production. Right? They're like, hey, we're going to give you this money so you keep prices low. But in a time,
right?
Yeah,
that was blessed.
Yeah,
I just can't let it go unpassed.
No, they're educating their audience. I like that. I like that they're defining a subsidy.
Yeah, with the Google AI summary.
Yeah. Oh yeah, they use Google AI later down as well.
Because that company owns so much of the actual market of whatever that product is that if they wanted to adjust it, they could do it.
Yeah, exactly.
I didn't even know
and
that.
They didn't provide. They just didn't supply the federal government with more oil. Like they just did not.
I would love the idea. So like
Veblen
has like he calls this sabotage, which is like the idea that like producers will restrict the production of something so as to like, you know, it ends up having the effect obviously of like damaging like perhaps like larger economic development, but it restricts and maintains their specific control over what their, you know, industry may be. But I just love the idea of like, I think like watching this does make me think like I would love to see like a really good like Econ 101 explainer style thing in this mode with him. It is very compelling.
Yeah. Just like artificially creating a shortage or artificially keeping supply low time to stabilize prices. And you got like the oil lobby guy. Young Dad says, no one knows a lot about history. He should start a podcast. It's very funny, dude. Is going on CNBC and actively being like, we have a fiduciary responsibility to our shareholders to maximize profit. We don't care if the prices are high, sucks to suck because our profits are great. And the reason why I explained all this is because I think that's a perfect demonstration of how America operates, like the American government operates rather, where it serves corporations, not the people. And then you got China on the other hand, where like it's, they got billionaires too. They got massive corporations too. But those corporations serve the government. Now that can be bad, but if the government is interested in uplifting the public good and doing like even development or whatever, then ultimately they just can force corporations' hands to do whatever they want.
Yeah, I mean, like you're saying, it's like, the more you learn, it's
he did
you have
not.
to then
that
decide, okay, you almost have to differentiate. Well, what does it mean to be an American to me? You know, because if I stay here and I sleep under this banner of America where I can make money and I can have, and there's a welfare system, and albeit there, you know, people have ideas of whether they're good or bad, and those, but that I stay here, I continue to stay here, I keep myself here, this is where I choose to be, you know, in the safety of this place. You know, it's like, well, how complicit am I, or am I just an American? And this is I got blessed into this place, and this is where I am. And if somebody else weren't born into this place and they were in a place that were, you know, more.
It's settlers' time, dude.
Yo, J.D. Pon J. Theo Sakai.
Yeah, that's right.
We're back.
Yeah,
we're so back.
He's examining the contradictions, dude. He's
hostile and
recognizing
scary to live in and sleep in and try to survive in. Wouldn't they be praying that they would be here, or that they would have some of the same things?
Yeah,
you know?
everyone.
Does that make any sense?
No, it does. Yeah, no. What you're describing, like I said, is what leftists call like living in the imperial core. Because if you're in the heart of empire, you at the very least don't suffer the repercussions of being the victims, right?
Right.
Like you're not in Guatemala, so you're not getting destabilized by the American government in many instances, like, or at least throughout your history. So you haven't been kept down, and therefore your situation in comparison to them is going to be a lot better.
And then what do I want my life to be like day to day? Do I want it to be this constant like, or do I want to not think about those things and think that those are the government's, you know, some of that's the government's responsibility. I do my best to elect and vote in a way that I think is meaningful and vote for the best person. And then I try to enjoy my life and take care of my.
Mao Zedong.
That's a good one.
Yeah.
Oh, that's a good one. Well, they're written out that looks like Mao Zedong, like he's Warren Zevon, but I feel you.
I don't know who that is.
Family of my neighbor, you know. I think it's like, I don't know. That's kind of how I think maybe I start to break it down in my head, you know.
Yeah. So, that what you were describing right there is basically the heart of, I wouldn't say the problem necessarily, but that is why a lot of people just like tune out, because they feel just powerless at the end of the day. You know, you got your protests, you vote, and then these guys do whatever the fuck they want to do. What am I supposed to do is like the attitude that the average citizen has in this country. And, you know, that's why things slowly but surely seemingly get worse year over year. Maybe not for you and I, because, like, I mean, we're relatively successful, but for like average people, for everyday people, shit is fucked up. And they recognize it, but they don't know who is responsible for it. And they become. This is where then I do the classic. Then I classically do the explanation about how, like, it's not a Guatemalan that's your landlord, you know, or it's not a trans person that's sitting on the board of BlackRock. I'm so malleable and so open to responding to anybody that will look at anybody that will recognize their frustration and say it's actually because of this and that. And I think Trump tapped into that so perfectly, and that's why he won. That's why he defeated the Democrats so handily, because he was like, yes, you're angry. I'm angry too. Why are you angry? Because woke libtards, because DEI, because trans people, because, you know, undocumented immigrants. Undocumented immigrants aren't your fucking landlord. They're not the one who's raising the price of rent. They don't own the mega corporations. They're not sitting at the board of BlackRock. You know what I mean? It's not a Guatemalan migrant that's sitting at the board of BlackRock, purchasing all the fucking houses, or they're not the real estate developers that refuse to, you know, add to the like much needed supply of housing.
Yeah, and instead put a fucking rag and bone in every town, dude. Well, it's just like, dude, don't tear down cool areas and just put up a rag and bone, dude. Yeah. It's not fucking cool. But no, man, it's interesting. I never really heard it put.
It's a beautiful way to. It's a beautiful way to explain gentrification.
Yeah,
like,
well, I also just like the idea that this like neo-populist appeal of like, we're going to get you free health care, we're going to stop foreign wars, and we're going to stop them from putting a rag and bone in every American city. They don't need to be a rag and bone in every American city.
Yeah, no more rag and bone.
Like that, like
look, this is good though. This is good. After the rag and bone thing, he goes, I've never heard anybody put it like that.
Man, it's interesting. I never really heard it put like that. Like, and then of course,
that's a good That right there is good. Okay, having someone go, damn, I never really thought about it like that.
About it that way before.
The other things you say, these other things to people, that doesn't feel. You got to point. You have to approach people with something they can point a finger at, and it's whatever they're pointing at is close enough where they feel like it can be reached.
Yeah,
right. Like those are things that it's like. But also, those are things like you label like Trump talked about them last night on some of the congressional address. I think it was the party address last night.
Yeah, he did like a fake State of the Union. It was a joint congressional address.
Joint congressional address.
Yeah,
because he talked about some of those things like DEI.
Yeah, bro, they cut DEI. Now planes are fucking falling out of the sky, man. We need to bring Pete Buttigieg back as the transportation secretary. He needs to fix the problem.
Was he a dog in there?
No.
We need black pilots, dude. First of all, black people can jump better. So how are you not gonna have a fucking black dude in a plane, bro?
I don't know. I don't know about the jumping. I don't know. I don't know how that would factor into the pilot program.
But still, dude, if I saw Michael Jordan in the cockpit, that bitch, we're gonna stay up. That's how I'm.
100%.
Like that's where I feel.
Now I think if I get on a plane and I see a white man, that dude better be in a polyamorous relationship. Okay, I need that dude sucking dick. Okay, I need something. If he's straight. And he's a straight white male. That plane is falling, dude. That's what's going on. Trump came in, he killed DEI. Every day there's another fucking plane crash.
But is it white dudes doing it? Here's the thing.
No, I'm fucking around. I'm not being serious. Even though Republicans do think that is real, where they're like, oh, if there's a black woman pilot, that's why planes are falling. It's like, no, dumbass, it's because of fucking capitalism. Like they've literally undercut every aspect of production to make more money. They constantly outsource. They constantly send certain aspects of manufacturing to other countries where there's like less regulation and less restrictions. That makes them more money. And that's why fucking planes are, the doors are exploding and shit while they're flying.
Is that one of the real reasons you think it's going on?
That's 100% the reason why it's going on.
Bring it up. See if we can. That's a good question. Why? Because there seems to be these little times in history where it's like, okay, for this year, it's almost like they press a plane trouble button and it's like, oh, now there's plane trouble.
Well, that's also because, minor incidents happen all the time. Right. But the media hyper focuses on them when it becomes like a hot button topic. That's what it is. And there are obviously freak accidents as well. Like freak accidents happen. Mm-hmm. But I think there's never really like a perfect example, like a perfect demonstration of why these things are happening more frequently.
Yeah. Let me see what this even says. No, there were actually more plane crashes between January 1st, 2024 and February 1st, 2024 when you compare the same time period this year to last year. So there were more crashes.
Yeah, but the difference is the severity of like one big crash and then people hyper-focus on it. This happened with Palestine, Ohio. Remember when the train derailment happened and everybody was like, why aren't they covering this? Well, I'm a little bit of a foamer. I love trains. Maybe it's because of the autism, but like, how many train derailments happening every year? Every single year, 1,000. Some of them are minor, some of them are major, right? So every single person hyper focused on this, understandably, because like they try to do a shitty ass cover up for it and be like, oh no, tizzy for the shizzy. What the fuck does that mean, dude? I grew up redneck as shit, and he's like so many people I grew up with. This is honestly a perfect Hasan intro to people like Vaughn. He has some empathy for a white boy redneck. Yeah. He does not know when you're joking. Yeah, because okay. All right, you're an impartial observer.
Okay, go on.
Is it because I don't know how to present myself to someone who doesn't know me as like I'm joking now? Or is it because people assume that I'm a very serious person because of like what I talk about all the time, so they never expect me to be making jokes?
I mean, it's two things. One, like it's like the second thing is bound up with the guy doesn't know you so well, so he doesn't know that like, oh, I don't know, like, like I don't know his sense of humor or whatever. So he's like, his default is just not going to be to assume you're joking. And the second is that like you have a flat affect for delivering that, So it's not
you're saying it is autism.
No, it's not. That's not autism. It just means that like
you gotta, you know, like you gotta be a bit more of a theater kid about it. You gotta think, how do I stress this or put emphasis in such a way so as to make it clear that I am delivering a goddamn funny right now, you know?
Yeah.
But yeah, it's also probably autism.
And your jokes are too inside sometimes. Dry humor and sarcasm. You guys live around different groups. Fair. Like when I said DEI went away and then that's why the planes are crashing, like he didn't understand what I was saying.
Well, I did enjoy. I like that doesn't even like register as like a piece of humor. It's like, oh yeah, I guess we have been saying that DEI was killing the country, so it would stand to reason that it's pretty funny to say that the DEI is actually what's keeping the planes in the sky.
Yeah,
I could see how that's a joke. You know?
Yeah, like I had to walk him through that, but it's my fault. Like. You know, I take ownership over that. True is that Jersey humor. Everything is fine.
And there was gas leaking. Yeah, there was definitely.
Like, oh, you just feel itchy. It's normal. Just keep drinking the water. It's fine that it's green. You know, shut up. But because of that, then everybody started focusing on all these derailments, and they were like, "What the hell's going on?" And it's like there's a lot of that happens all the time. It's just the media doesn't pay attention to it. Because if you paid attention to it all the time, you go crazy. It's like crime.
Right.
Crime in big cities. It's a constant.
Oh, yeah.
You know, that is a buddy of mine was staying with me. And he's from like Boston, the suburbs of Portland, right? Just like a very white neighborhood. And I live in the middle of West Hollywood. And, you know, LA is not like New York or whatever, but it's still a city, right? Every time he heard firecrackers or whatever, like fireworks or whatever, he would freak out. He's like, "Is that gunshots?" I'm like, "No, man, that's just fireworks. Like, what are you talking about?" And then he would hear like, you know, ambulances or police sirens, and he'd freak out because, like, if you live in a suburb and you hear police sirens, yeah, something crazy happened, right? But if you live in a city, you hear it all the time as background noise because you know there's always shit happening. There's tens of millions of people around.
So how are you saying that relates to this?
What I mean by that is if you pay attention to it with apps like, Nextdoor and Citizen and Ring and all this stuff, you start realizing that like it's happening all the time and it makes you go crazy. Same with train derailments, same with plane crashes and whatnot. They're a normal part of this process, and you got to look at the data and try to figure out if this is like truly unique or not. And in terms of the plane crashes, the deadly nature of some of them is unique. There have been some big ones, right? Like with the Ronald Reagan Airport one. But outside of that, like, minor bumps at the Seattle airport or whatever, like that's normal.
Yeah, and a couple of them were like these planes almost hit each other. And they would show you a video, and I watched one of them 2 times. I'm like, that shouldn't even look close to me. Yeah. Like, but they just label it that way. It's definitely kind of fascinating. And then once something happens, you start to hyper focus.
He's talking about that landing video with I think it was a Southwest plane, where I'm gonna be real. That looked extremely close to me because that was the one.
The private jet that passed.
Yeah, the one that just went viral. That one to me that one did look.
Yeah, but technically nothing happened. You know.
No,
what I mean?
That's the thing with a miss is that like if it's a near miss, it's the same thing as a big miss. Whereas like that's not really how collisions with airplanes work.
The Reddit president continues. President Trump established a strategic Bitcoin reserve via executive order. According to a social media post by the White House crypto czar David Sachs.
I will say I did see that this came out. I kept it from you as a news topic, both because who cares about crypto, but also because like I'm still really confused about where like what is a reserve and which part is the stockpile, because they have they have different meanings, and this whole thing has been rolled out just like it's as if they're trying to roll it out in such a way so as to make it clear to everybody that yes, this is a rug pull. We are benefiting David Sachs. It's awesome. Just go along with it. Feels great.
Dude, this is...
what are we doing? We need to have strategic reserves of all of the important things in life. We've got to make sure that there's enough water for people, that we've got enough oil to, keep industry flowing so that people can get places. And we've also got to make sure that we have enough Bitcoin so that we can buy things on the dark web for the government. I think Felix made this joke recently, but it's like that really does what the fuck is this for?
God damn.
On it more. This episode is sponsored by BetterHelp.
Affiliation I care about. All right, I'm gonna watch a little bit more, and then I'm gonna move on. In general,
I don't think. And then you guys can go watch it on your own. Okay, I highly recommend you watch it on your own and go show some love and show some support. Either party really represents my interests. Like the Democrats sometimes will point to things that I care about, and they are. This is amazing. Just in 1.15 trillion was wiped out from the U.S. stock market today. Every time I see stuff like this, I'm just like, dude, it is like money is so fake.
I mean, it's well, but then also like, so there's going to be like tomorrow we have a jobs report. Stock futures are already like looking up a bit of a raise, and like clearly like JD Pandon is like he had that whole meeting about the Doge thing. He's walked back a bunch of the tariffs already. Like he's clearly like when they are publicly saying we're not making rules by the stock market, you bet your fucking ass that they are looking at the stock market.
Yeah. Well, Donald Trump today said he's not looking at the stock market. So
so that means that he is like refreshing the app over and over again.
Yeah.
It's awesome.
This is, I don't think a lot of you understand. This is true American prosperity. Okay, this is the real red wave. This is supposed to happen.
This is actually, if you just look at the electoral map, you look at this is just normal. This is normal.
Yeah, red is good.
It's
okay.
Like China too. I thought you guys like China.
They're rotating to crypto. No, the White House is hosting the first ever digital summit tomorrow. Nah, we're done, bro. We're done. We're so done.
It's
honestly,
over. We used to build things. We used to be a country. No more.
We're so fucking done. It's great. I guess a little bit closer to the way I see the world than the Republicans are, but I'm actively critical of both parties.
Yeah,
because I don't care. I don't care about party affiliation. I care about like doing right by people. I care about putting the interests of people over the interests of profits for corporations.
Yeah, I hate it when somebody tries to label like, oh, you're MAG or you're this type of thing. It's like that. I've never wanted to be put in a box my whole life. I don't feel like there's enough parties really to represent the people. Yeah. And I think the more information you get and learn, I think a lot of people start to feel that way. Like, I don't know if this party really represents me, But then there's such conglomerates of so many different little pieces that you're like, well, I like this person in this one. I like this person on the chess team, or this rook. So they will get my vote because they have that player, right?
Yeah.
But yeah, I think I think as more people get more information and able to look into things more, that kind of evolves.
I think that there's one thing that transcends party boundaries, and I feel like you exhibit that tendency as well, and that is dissatisfaction with the government and the two-party system anyway. And I think Trump also captured the attention of a lot of people by making it seem like he was totally outside of this dynamic, where he was like, I'm an independent, I'm a billionaire, I'm rich, I don't give a fuck about either of these parties, vote for me. And that's why you have a lot of people who love Bernie Sanders, because he's earnest, he's honest, and it's obvious that he's not like, a Democratic Party dick rider. And he has a long track record of like constantly doing right by others, constantly advocating for things that like, help people, even if he doesn't have much success. That earnesty has, I think, created this unique phenomena of people that like Bernie and also Trump, people like yourself, who think, well, these guys are anti-establishment.
Yeah,
right?
I think one thing about Trump was like, and I was like, fuck, it made you believe, because most people knew him like from rap songs, probably from being like a rich white guy, having rich guy hair, and then from being on The Apprentice, right?
Yeah, which was a very, you want to know
pretty
something
monumental how that all shaped out.
You want to know something crazy about The Apprentice? It was one of the most diverse shows on network television at the time.
It's true. It also as an audience, its audience was way less white than like any other show of its kind.
Yeah.
It's like one of the like pieces of like Trump like brand appeal is that it was primarily in the 2000s like to non-white people. Like Trump's brand rep really only began to change in like that aggressively, like in like the national consciousness in a racialized way, like when he got, like the birther shit. Because obviously New Yorkers would remember when Trump called for the Central Park exonerated to like the exonerated five
to be assassinated, to be killed,
exactly
on a full page ad.
So not to say that Trump was pro POC or woke at any point because that's never really been his bag. But he did have he
was pretty woke.
I mean,
Apprentice
woker.
pretty woke. Apprentice was pretty woke for the time. I will stand on that. Like I think he was unironically doing DEI. Like literally was.
I guess.
Yeah, it's one of the first shows that like prominently featured a bunch of black and brown people. In it. Bunch of gay people in it too. He was woke as hell. That motherfucker was doing DEI before anybody else. Now he switched up. You see this? He switched up.
Yeah, I remember he gave Flavor Flav a job working at a ice cream shop or something one day. I remember seeing that episode. So yeah, I mean he was I just thought there was a moment where it's like, oh, anybody, because you're right, he didn't seem like a political insider. He seemed like, I think he's always been this, or notoriously it seemed like he's just been this kind of like shady real estate executive guy, which I think at a certain point, some people were like, oh, I'll take that. I'll take a ruthless business guy as our president because politics has become a ruthless business. But I think, there was a thing like, oh, anybody could be president, right? So that in a way felt a little bit like the American dream, or at least a little piece of like anybody. There was a feeling like, oh, he got it. Because nobody thought he would win.
Yeah, that's true.
So I think there was that comeback piece to him, right?
Yeah. But then he was president for 4 years, and people were like, oh, okay, maybe this wasn't so good. And then what did the Democrats do? Who did the Democrats put forth? They put forth a cadaver who was like, no, we're going back to business as usual, baby. And Americans were so fatigued by Donald Trump, but they were just like, I don't want to pay attention to the television anymore. Like, sure, I'll vote for this guy instead. And then Brandon wins, and then everyone's like, oh my God, things are awful. Wars all over the place.
Biden, you mean?
Yeah, Biden. I just keep saying Brandon. I'm sorry. I'm so used to calling him Brandon.
Well, people say let's go Brandon as like a Trump thing.
Yeah.
But then I just don't want people to get confused.
Yeah, my bad. So Biden comes in, and wars everywhere, cost of living crisis, like a lot of the resentment and anger that people felt in 2016 towards Hillary Clinton because their situation wasn't so great that caused them to vote for Donald Trump, it was left unexamined. Like it was never recognized. It was never fixed, right? So when all the stuff piles on, people are resentful again. And lo and behold, they want to put that mallet. They want to bring the mallet back in to just like hammer the federal government because they're just like, we fucking hate this. We hate the way things are going. So we'll give this guy a shot again. And that's how you arrive at Trump too. And now he is doing the mallet. He's ripping over the administrative state. He's doing mass layoffs of the federal regulatory agencies. And it's crazy to me that people don't understand that like these are the same problems that have persisted that he's basically worsening by I like being the apolitical king, dude. I'm more of an apolitical kind of guy. If you guys notice, this 56 minutes of pure apolitical, no nonsense, all nuance, centrist line after line after line. I can't reach my hat. It's too far.
Oh, here, hold on.
Yeah, here. Yep, there it is.
There we go.
Yeah, a little bit of common sense politics, baby. Common sense, not so common, but around these parts is the most common. You know what I mean? All common sense, all facts, no feelings.
You know what I would say, actually?
What?
To have a space with sense this common.
Yeah.
That's rare.
It is so rare. Thank you for acknowledging that. Because everyone's just so woke nowadays, Everyone's always like, we should trans the president. Like that's what everyone is always saying. And I'm like, no, I don't think we should do that.
They're saying they have their third eye open.
Yeah.
But what's it looking at?
Yeah.
They never say.
Yeah.
They never say.
That's right. They don't. So I'm glad that, Theo, also a political guy, had another apolitical guest on. And, I just love being apolitical. It's absolutely insane that Theo is more receptive to your thoughts than the Pod Johns.
I mean, Theo's just it's his interviewing style.
Yeah.
He's very, I would emphasize, and I don't want to, he went to the Trump inauguration. He has some personal views of his own, et cetera, and they express themselves even in this interview at moments, but, his whole style is to be like a very generous interlocutor.
Also, I do think that a lot of liberals that have like developed their worldview around maintaining liberalism, maintaining status quo liberalism, and even if, especially if they get paid to maintain status quo liberalism, they are never going to get it. Okay. They have spent their whole lives not getting it. They spent their whole lives feeling resentment towards those who they feel a sense of closeness to in terms of ideological allegiances, tendencies, but despise them for, I think, the moral honesty that people like myself or people who are on the left demonstrate on a daily basis. Okay? That's it. That's the major issue, is that those who have a well-established, fully firm commitment to global liberalism are unable to recognize where people like myself are coming from. They are so desperate to hold on to it. They demonstrate ideological zealotry way harder than like fucking Jason Unruhe, okay? I don't know if that's an appropriate comparison, but you get what I'm saying.
Is this the Bitcoin announcement?
No, this is even funnier. I have to show you this because when I read the title of it, I couldn't believe it. But this is a classic Trump.
Then don't tell me what it is because I didn't see what it was.
Yeah, it's classic Trump.
But this president won't let it happen. We're going to get them out. We're coming up to get you. I've authorized Elon. I said, can you get them out?
Oh, it's the astronauts.
Because, they've been left up there. I hope they like each other. But maybe they'll love each other. I don't know. But they've been left up there. Think of it. And I see the woman with the wild hair, good solid head of hair she's got. There's no kidding. There's no games with her hair. But, and there's a danger up there, too. They can have some failures up there.
Space,
that would be
there's
very
no
bad.
air.
Got to get them out. So I've authorized Elon.
I'm sorry. That is...
he rocks.
That is so good. No, that's it.
It is really
what
frustrating.
Beautiful hair.
Like that he can still do this.
Yeah.
He still gives us these.
I know.
He still gives us this daily bread.
She plays no games with her hair. Like, that's so funny. That's so good.
They like each other. Maybe they'll love each other.
Oh, it's so fucking good.
He's lost most of the sauce and like it's just
but it comes out almost like this.
Exactly. It's like you would be lying if you just denied that it's like still there.
Yeah, this is like Brandon can't do this. Let's be real.
No.
He had like one listen fat moment and then that was it. It was all downhill from there on.
Yeah.
A week ago, I said, we have two people up there that Biden and Kamala left up there, and he knows it very well. I said, are you equipped to get him? He said, yeah, he's got a Starship, and they're preparing it right now. And so Elon is going to go up and, but this.
What a crossover. Oh, Kyson had defended LeBron.
You when it comes.
Yeah.
Oh, hell yeah.
He's got some correct takes on here.
I'm not LeBron James. You start hating. That's how I feel. Because I feel like you more of an older generation type of dude. You like Michael Jordan, cool. But listen, every time when there's a debate going on with you and with Michael Jordan and LeBron James, you always got something to say about LBJ. And I'm here to say, bro, LeBron's better than Jordan. I said it. I said it, bro. I said it, bro.
Man, something wrong with you. Something wrong with you right now. First of all,
he had nothing. He started stuttering, dude.
You right now.
Bro,
First of all,
don't
you even think about it. Don't you even think about coming on this show with that guy. Don't you do it.
Michael Jordan ain't never had 50,000 points. Okay, let's talk about that real quick. Okay,
he ain't played 25
LeBron
years.
James is 40 years old and he's performing better than half of the people in the league right now. Do you understand that? Do you understand that? Do you understand the greatness that's going on right now?
Hold on. This is the problem with the young whippersnappers like yourself. This is the problem, okay?
This feels like I feel like this is like this is like what America's about, like in a good way.
Yeah.
Like this is apple pie. This is like, celebrating the bicentennial. Watching Kai Cenat and Stephen A argue about like LeBron and Michael Jordan like gives me the feeling that like normalcy is still achievable. We just have to like work for that better world.
In the sea of all of the madness that we cover here.
Exactly. You know, this is what things look like when they are as they should be. Like, you know, we feel like we live in a world today that's like too just off. Like it's not really the world we wanted. It's not the one we got. But then sometimes these things happen that are like reminders that actually reality could have worked out. You know, it could have been kind of normal. And this to me is the kind of content we would have gotten in that world.
Look at this fucking 45-year-old man in the chat.
Yeah, man, Ben Wallace.
Yeah, LeBron would have quit the NBA.
LeBron James is like waking up at night at age 40 because he didn't get to play against Ben Wallace.
Yeah.
Ooh.
He would have quit the NBA if he played against the bad boy Pistons.
Also, by the way, like if I'm not, like, I mean, look, maybe my math is wrong, maybe my years are wrong, maybe I don't know ball well enough, but I'm reasonably certain that like the bad boy Pistons were in like LeBron's first 2 or 3 years.
Yeah, he literally played against grown ass men as an 18-year-old and defeated them, and also now is a grown ass man himself and is now defeating the 18-year-old.
Where's in Bad Boy? Oh shit, I'm misremembering the mid 2000s. Ignore it. I don't know ball.
You came in so hot though.
I did.
You came in.
I thought because I associate like
I meant the 80s Piston, not the Wallace years.
Yeah. See. I was assuming that he was talking about the things in our
back in my day, NBA had contact. It's not some pansy bullshit.
Brutal.
Meanwhile, you look at the fucking 80s and the 90s NBA, they can't even drive left. Like,
I am old.
Oh man. Okay. You don't understand. Yeah. Tell me more about how they let the NBA players carry nowadays, and that's why.
Yeah, I was like wondering. I was like thinking, like, damn, that does seem weird to claim that LeBron didn't play against the mid 2000s, but whatever. That's on me.
Yeah. They didn't shoot 3-pointers. They ruined the game. Anyway. LB excels at what everyone can do. MJ excelled at doing what no one else could do, in my opinion. Cope. Yeah. You're basically saying that from 1 to 5, he can play it all and be the best. That's what you're saying.
I like it though, as like aside from like arguing the merits of it, and I tend to be Team LeBron. I do think it is like a good generational map. That it's like, of course, like if you are like if you're under 35 and not from Chicago, then like you have no business arguing like for MJ, and like vice versa if you're younger.
Stephen A. Smith offers high praise to Candace Owens after speaking with her. Dude. I saw Matt Zaitlin say, feels like the social taboo on anti-Semitism has maybe 20 years left. And I think he's wrong. I think it's like maximum 5, maybe 10 if we're stretching it. What do you think?
I mean, I don't know. It's hard, man, because like
woke is not dead, to be fair.
And it's like, which is why like 20 is actually like a plausible thing to consider, because like that's a question of like right direction or on track about the country. Like, will things continue to degrade such that like all of the things that we have done to evolve from being an anti-Semitic country, because like every country used to be anti-Semitic pretty much, like will that regress?
None as anti-Semitic as the Arab nations, of course. Yeah. The most.
I would guess that there is just now though, like it depends. I mean, a lot of it, frankly, like just depends on like what happens with Israel. Like, I think if Israel were to wake up tomorrow and be like, we are done, we are doing Isratin, we are together,
Isratin,
then yeah, you know, like I think anti-Semitism, we could bury it again. You know, it would like there's no.
Yeah, you can be woke again and tell people to shut the fuck up.
But like at the same time, if like Israel goes on and like we still see, you know, like we just wake up every day and it's like, oh, look, another IDF soldier spray painted a Star of David on like a Palestinian home that like they broke into, demolished, and stole all the women's clothing from, then like, yeah, I kind of suspect that anti-Semitism will remain something with like a political valence that exists, that is like not because of anything like, you know, not because like any like vestigial like pre-Israel anti-Semitic, anti-Jewish bias. It's like anti-Semitism will like thrive and endure fucking because like we let Israel like define what it meant to be Jewish.
Yeah.
Or at least, you know, appear to, because obviously they don't get to.
Let's see. This is part of the reason why I said that it's kind of already here, because like, I mean, I think that there was certainly a level of like, oh, you can't say this in the last decade that has just completely perished.
and not in the good direction, not even in the direction of like being critical of Israel, but also like the bottom has fallen off a little bit of this entire dynamic that was in place, where like someone with Candace Owens's perspective getting prominent media placements is crazy. Like that's
really, I mean, but this goes though to like this reality we're in now where it's like, oh, do you have clout? Do you have a big audience? Well, then you must be somebody we have to engage with. We have to contend
I guess I
with
take
now.
advantage of that too, though. And
But the difference is that you're not fucking Candace Owens. And you're
no,
not
I know.
talking,
I'm saying that like, but you know, that's the good side of it, where like someone with my perspective that also would never be heard in mainstream outlets, with the exception of like maybe, you know, going on Democracy Now! And shit, can now be talked about on CNN.
I mean, I just don't. I think that that's kind of true, but because I also think though that like a lot of this is not like, there used to be pretty left-wing people in public life.
That's
you know,
true.
in ways that just are not allowed now, or that only happen if like you have a reason that people feel like they have to take you seriously, which in this instance is like, yeah, you have like a huge platform. And like in the logic is perhaps a bit similar, but like this is like it used to not be like, I'm not saying everything was perfect or anything like that, but you know, it's just, you can't, like people like Candace Owens used to not be allowed in the door. Like Republicans used to say about people like Candace Owens, and obviously not because she's a black woman, but because she's a fucking anti-Semitic psycho, that people like that would like destroy the Republican Party. You know, like that's like that's like,
and now they're like, no, these people are awesome.
Yeah, they're like, these people are entertainers. They're the ones that like, you know, they're like, they also view it as like anything that they view as like being capable of like perpetrating like right-wing hegemony, then like they're with it. They don't get like the content of it, the actual form of it, and like or whatever, like the values of it, like be damned.
Yeah, I mean, there's the outrage machine factor as well. Wait, Bradley's in here. What'd he say? Bradley Martin, message too repetitive. Warning. No, it's not Bradley. It's not actually Bradley Martin. It's Bradley T. Martin, who is a random Bradley Martin. Why is Stephen A. Smith taking all this heat? Anti-Semitism detour from LeBron. I thought it was my Bradley. Here, I'll unban you. You were spamming. Fossabot auto-timed you out. What I was gonna say, the other side of this is also like Republicans now actively coming out in support of like a Derek Chauvin pardon from Donald Trump. Like Ben Shapiro is supposed to be the normal Republican.
All right, but this is a great example, though. I forget if I didn't say this on your stream, but I had this conversation with somebody recently, which is that like Ben Shapiro is doing the Derek Chauvin thing because if I'm not mistaken, he was among the first right-wing people to criticize him and to say that it wasn't proper and so on. So if anything, what Ben Shapiro is doing with Derek Chauvin by being the first one to demand that he get a pardon is to like clear up his SEO problem, which shows that if you Google Derek Chauvin Ben Shapiro, up until he demanded this pardon, it would have come up to say, this guy has issues.
Yeah, Matt Walsh too.
I fucking hate, by the way, I hate looking at a fucking yarmulke on his head when he's about to just be like, we need to let a murderer who kills black. Like we need, like it's just so.
Yeah, you're actually, that's a really good point, because I was gonna bring that up as well as a transition away from that, but I think you're right. It is more nefarious than that. It's more, it's weirdly enough more cynical than that. Because I thought this is more so about a change in attitude amongst like Republicans, where initially they were also like, yeah, this is not us. they're like, oh, this is horrifying. This is not us. When the George Floyd murder happened. And then since then, by the way, also 57,000 views for this video. God damn, what a fucking fall off. Must be studied. Asmongold on top. Holy moly.
That is pretty crazy.
Like this,
is there any reason? Is there any? And he has like 7.
Dog, this would have dominated the fucking news cycle for like a week in 2017, 2018, if a similar situation had taken place.
But this is where, like I said, this is all like, this is again the content of this. Like we know Ben Shapiro used to have literally the opposite position on this thing, but he's got a problem, which is that the Daily Wire does not have street cred on the right, in the far right, and like the right, in the way that he needs it to. So that, you know, I mean. Like it's like, it's crazy. I can't believe I'm saying this, but I do believe it, and I think it's true. This is cynical even for Ben Shapiro.
This dude is out of his mind. Not only is he rotting in prison, he was recently stabbed like 30 times and left in critical condition. Pardoning him won't help with the state in prison sentence of 22 years.
That is also
That's
true.
the other side of it, yeah.
Yes.
Trump can only offer a federal pardon. Derek Chauvin probably wants to stay in federal prison. He doesn't want to go to fucking state prison, okay? Like, you don't want that. You don't want that smoke. So it is crazy how much he's fallen off, but I think part of that is because of the regressive nature of like political commentary as well. I think people on the right especially are more desperate for, like, they have more appetite for someone who just goes, yeah, that's based, than someone like Ben Shapiro who will at least entertain an argument, who will try to craft an intelligent argument, even if he's not intelligent.
I mean, I'd also say another thing, though, which is that like Ben Shapiro is a character from like a slightly different era of like what it meant to be a conservative.
Yeah,
pundit,
no, he's
where he's
done.
like responsive to the mainstream, and so
Yeah.
like it's not like I think and I'm just thinking of like the most recent Chapo where they had Julian Field on from QAnon Anonymous, and he like makes this point that they have, you know, the podcast is like this thesis about Q is like this movement that's like a collectively generated like autofiction project, like they're writing reality for themselves as they make it. And like I think that's the quality of it's a quality of like the right that Shapiro may not necessarily get to be a part of because he's a JOO, but also because like he comes from this generation.
He's also
of like,
too nerdy. Like the right has no use for like the boy genius archetype anymore. Like I think it's over. I think that's why people were so responsive to Andrew Tate, who like said all the right wing shit, but then packaged it in this like, I'm an alpha dog kind of mentality. Like there's no reason to make like a coherent argument on the right. You just have to say the words. And I think that's what it is. That's why Jordan Peterson does not have any emotion any longer either. Like that was the heyday, the intellectual dark web, famously written for the New York Times by Barry Weiss.
Barreled Weiss.
Yeah, Barreled Weiss wrote that fucking article. And look at them now. Look at every single one of those people now. The only one who is still successful from that group of individuals is Joe Rogan. Joe Rogan
I'd add one other.
Who?
Barry Weiss.
Okay, Barry Weiss doesn't count. Like she sucks.
No,
And
I think it's worth pointing out that like if you get to like frame and invent and come up with these labels also, then like you also get to like be a fucking like.
Yeah, but she's also attached. She doesn't have real. Like Barry Weiss would not survive out in the streets of the algorithm machine. She is only relevant because she has multi-billionaires whose teeth she suckles off of.
I mean, yes and no. I mean, it's also like there's a video I think about a lot, and I'm sure maybe someone in your chat could find it, but it's like Barry Weiss is like Andrew Tate, for example. We know who his audience is. It's tons of kids, et cetera, et cetera.
Look, typical Asmongold fan. First goes Asmon rent-free, then goes Joe Rogan is moderate.
Okay, that's awesome.
Yeah. No, you're right, man. Your worldview is actually super popular and super good, especially for you. You're going to make it out the mud, okay? I promise. You are going to make it. One day, you are going to be a fucking billionaire yourself. And then those poors better recognize, okay?
Markets don't matter in short term. Markets are forward looking. This is true, actually.
Idiots don't understand market mechanics.
He's making a really important point about markets, all right? If the markets go down, it's short term, and that is an opportunity to buy. Why? Because if the number goes down, they've already priced in that it's going to be going up in the future. This is not investment advice. This is life advice.
Yeah. Yeah. Apolitical hat is back on, by the way. Demonic Behemoth. I hope you can develop a better taste for me now, you know?
The one thing about Barry, like Andrew Tate's audience, it's all kids, all this, it's young, it's dynamic, whatever. I saw this video of Barry Weiss. She's giving a speech. She's, doing her like spiel or whatever. But then the camera angle shifts and the camera pans or whatever. And you go out into the audience. And what is the audience? Gray hair, white hair, as far as the eye can see. Yep. Like, you're right. Like, they don't have motion. They couldn't survive in these streets. But that's because, like, the audience and, like, part of how they're able to, is just, it's gray hair. who unfortunately are like the composed audience of like the existing media channels. So like
for sure.
her role in this is to partly like to explain like how the people who do have like these newer, more burgeoning audiences are in fact like to essentially serve as a translator of sorts, or to be one of these like bridge media figures. Like Batya Ungar Sargon is like this too, who is like part of her like rag. Like they both like serve as this process for explaining how these other people types work to old people.
Yeah, exactly. But obviously filtering it with their incredibly biased perspectives.
The reason I wanted her on this show was because I was curious as to how she felt as a black conservative, particularly as it pertained to black people, because of the vitriol that I've seen aimed in her direction. Are there times where I feel that she's a bit abrasive? Absolutely. Are there times that I feel she's that way unnecessarily so?
Bro, she said Hitler was trying to make Germany great. Like, that is, like, under
Did
more...
Candace Owens say, Auslander Rouse? Yes. But I want to understand what she's saying. That's what this sounds like to me.
But it's just like that in and of itself is not only indefensible, but that's supposed to be like a career killer. Yes, Christian Cutbutton. Yes, I'm going to interview Chris Kluwe. I know. Stop spamming. I'm literally texting him right now, okay? I am. The kicker who got kicked out for being anti-MAGA, who lost his job. I'm going to interview him.
He's not on Twitter anymore, I'm pretty sure. But you know what his handle used to be?
What?
Chris Warcraft.
Wait, really?
Yeah.
Oh, no, he's a WoW guy. Gonna come up and be like, listen, Asmongold is my favorite apolitical content creator.
Even she acknowledged she just don't have time. She's a mother of 3, expecting a 4th kid, preoccupied with a lot of things that occupy ourselves in life, and she don't have patience and tolerance for nonsense and games.
I think that's all she has, actually.
Everybody has their feelings. We have a right to disagree. And again, when we have a lengthier discussion, I will most certainly.
Candace having a pop culture moment right now. She's talking about celeb gossip a lot, and the girls on Insta and TikTok are eating it up. Yeah, I mean, look, I can't. If we just like rob this conversation of the dangerous opinions that Candace Owens has in terms of like, the misinformed perspective that she has that is historically been dangerous. Nazi shit. She does do the same thing that I do. Like, I cover a variety of different things. Okay? I cover a variety of different things, and that allows me to reach a broader audience, which is very frustrating for a lot of people who are haters of mine, because then they have to spend more of their time actively disparaging me in as many places as they possibly can.
You know that like the Mossad agent who watches your stream like really gets quite pissed when like he has to hear you talk about anime. Like he has to like fast forward through all that. He's like, get back to the Hamas. I need to go home.
Be a bit more probing and challenging.
I'm gonna anti-Zionist pill him.
My first time meeting her, my first time talking to her, I wanted to hear what she had to say. And I wanted to hear the perspective that she provided to the masses out there and how unapologetic she is in doing so. I got that, and I appreciate it. Because here's what I want everybody to understand. And I want us to understand that we'll never get far until we learn to do this. No matter what our emotional state of mind is, no matter how turned off we might be over the things that people say and the manner in which they say it. Yes, it's true. Every truth ain't meant to be heard. Yes, it's true. Sometimes it is about the way you say something instead of what you're just saying. But far more often than not, the truth is supposed to usurp everything. And when that young lady speaks, don't even think about challenging her intelligence. Don't even think about challenging her ability to articulate her point of view. You better know what the hell you're talking about when you come at her. That's what I take away. Just as much as anything else.
Bro, Jesus Christ. The fucking glaze, dude. Also, I just wanted to show this.
Yeah, this is...
Look, obviously I don't like Trump, but I deeply appreciate an American president making it clear we will go slaughter these freak terrorists stuck in the 6th century if they don't give back the Jewish civilians they kidnapped. There's no reason Democrats can't have balls, too.
She loves attention. She loves attention.
Yeah.
This woman has an addiction for attention, and she needs to seek treatment. Get help.
The Dems hate Trump more than they love their country. I do not hate my country. I don't think this person was talking to you, Brianna.
Well, again, she's like, she needs attention. There are treatment facilities for this. There are programs you can pursue. There are solutions to your problem out there. Please, Brianna, for all of us, that we don't have to see
every
your
other
shit
week.
anymore.
Every other week,
Please
she keeps
go,
saying,
get help.
Every other week, she's like, "This is my final line. If the Democrats do this, I'm gonna quit my job working for them." And I'm like, "What do you do? Nobody knows what you do. You're just a dumbass who chirps on Twitter. That's literally all you. I do that too. You know, I just don't get it."
Well, she has a few other things on her resume, mainly like failed candidate.
Yeah.
I mean, that's one of the other things is like, I appreciate like when people from the internet are like, I'm going to put my, digital clout to good use and run in the real world. And then it's like, it never works.
Yeah. Will Stansel.
Yeah. My good friend, Will Stansel.
No. What is this? Please watch this clip. No, I don't care. Oh yeah. This is the other drama, of course. This is how you know these people don't actually care about anti-Semitism. They'll side with a Nazi-saluting great replacement theory, pushing race science, believing trans-hating, ketamine-snorting incel if it means deplatforming anti-Zionists. Yeah. Look at that. Elon and Twitch battle incoming. That's right. Elon Musk is a little bit closer to what's going on. Elon Musk is paying attention to what's going on, the drama specifically. Elon Musk acknowledges the ongoing moderation issues at Twitch, which I think is weird and it makes me uncomfortable.
I mean, I'll say this, like Elon Musk like acknowledges a lot, like he posts and consumes so much media that I've like lost some track of what actually he gives a shit about.
It was nice knowing you. Nah, he's too busy saving the country, man. Don't worry.
Yeah, his son Piker, yeah,
he's doing.
We actually came up with an algorithm.
Yeah,
to look at Hasan. Yeah, it's called Pike.
God, I hate these like quote unquote apolitical fucking accounts like Fearbuck and shit that always do like right wing. They always do like right wing shit. Elon Musk acknowledged the ongoing moderation issues at Twitch. Ethan Klein gets a 30-day ban on Twitch for playing the Hasan content nuke. Seems like a lot of people need to be fired at Twitch. Ethan Klein reacts live to his 30-day Twitch ban for playing the HasanAbi content nuke on loop. Oh my God. It got banned for encouraging and glorifying extreme violence. That's Hasan's content nuke that's on the platform that didn't get in trouble for.
It is crazy that he's such a lazy asshole that he couldn't figure out what to take out of his stupid nuke before streaming it.
I don't even know. Obviously, I don't know what the fuck the reasons were for why he got banned. I didn't even know he was like blasting the content nuke on loop on the platform. From what I understand, he already got unbanned, but I think it's kind of funny if he got, in my headcanon, if he got banned specifically because he didn't put the politics tag on his fucking obviously political video. That would be hilarious because he's part of the reason why there is a fucking politics tag to begin with. He cried so much to the fucking manager alongside and got the ADL involved that Twitch was like, all right, we have a politics tag now. Like, so you got hoisted on your own petard. Hoisted on your own petard.
That is kind of interesting too, though, to like that his it's like, do you think when he steps in dog shit, he says your name?
Abso-fucking-lutely. 100%. No, he stubs his toe. He hits his toe in the fucking corner of his ottoman. He's like, Hasan, anti-Semitism.
Parking ticket, Hasan.
Yeah, this is Hasan's fault.
Hasan!
This is Hasan and his anti-Semitism that delivered this parking ticket to me. Because, like, he apparently
on his Instagram literally fucking said, I got him banned, then turned around and speculated that I got him unbanned. Dog, I was live for 8 fucking hours yesterday.
Listen, read the documents, folks. Read the documents.
At what point? Yeah, he's become like a one-man QAnon, but instead of having this like complex web of like, you know, the pedophilic elite and the deep state fighting alongside one another, he's just a one-man QAnon for me. I am responsible, okay? I'm responsible for everything. I control the media. I own Twitch. I own Reddit. I own every
We're going to get, here's my bet. I will place a bet on this, and he'll probably see this, and maybe, I don't know. But point is, I would place this bet that by the end of the year, he will find a way to think out loud on the air that you had some hand in October 7th.
Bro, that's the other. Okay, that's Dan Saltman. He said that.
What?
Yeah, he literally fucking said that.
Funny.
He actually fucking said that, bro. Oh, this is
a flower stem. It's not a stick. Get over yourself.
Thank you. That's ChatGPT. Would it be fair to call kelps the trees of the sea?
That's not
yes.
That is
yes.
That is a ridiculous.
It's fair to call kelps the tree of the sea.
That's a Hasan question.
What? What is it?
Is it a tree? Not is it the tree?
Like, he uses my name as a pejorative. Like, that is fucking insane, dude. Like, that's a Hasan question is a wild, like, what a wild self-report, dude.
Of the sea.
Obviously, it's not the same as a land. It's not the land tree,
is it
obviously.
A tree? Is kelp a tree?
It's under the subcategory. It's the trees of the sea. I never claimed that. You're putting words in my mouth. You're putting words in my mouth. I said it's the tree of the sea.
Okay, then.
Is it a tree? Ask the fucking question, bro. Jesus.
Is tuna a bird just because tuna is the chicken of the sea?
Thank you, Galia. Does tuna fly, Dan?
No.
Exactly.
No.
Birds live in the ocean.
Let's ask that.
Birds live in the ocean.
That's ridiculous.
Where are they gonna land? Where are they gonna sleep if they live in the ocean?
Where they sleep, Dan, if they live in the ocean, you fucking idiot.
I saw this. I thought it was a cool stick. I don't know.
Yeah,
It doesn't need to go any further.
You got real quiet when you asked ChatGPT if it's kelp a stick.
Yeah. What? If kelp a stick? I asked if it was a tree.
Okay,
Piece of wood that has fallen or been cut from a tree.
What, are they arguing about trees and
Thank
shit?
you so much for that fat motherfucking dono, dude.
Boy.
Appreciate that. Dan, let's just move on. You're derail. It's not a stick, okay?
Yeah, that's fine. That's fine. I'm.
Well, just apologize and we can move on.
I'm not going to apologize for shit.
Bad faith.
I still think that's a cool stick.
You are
I'll never
arguing
back
like
down on
Hasan.
that.
You realize that, right?
What's
You're
the
weird.
What is he?
He went back to the Hasan thing. Like, he just.
But like, why is the stick not a stick or something?
I don't know. I don't care. I don't understand what happens in this show. Every time I see it, it's probably because like people that are clipping it to are most likely clipping it to be like, oh, Ethan talks about you every day. And that's probably what it is. I don't want to believe that this man literally talks about me on every episode, but unironically,
his friend, producer, whatever, is objectively correct. It's a cool looking stick.
Yeah, I don't know why he got so mad here.
Don, you realize that, right?
Like if my dog brought me that stick, I would be amazed.
Yeah.
For bringing it there.
No, because you're like,
You're weird for bringing it there.
No, because you're like, is kelp the tree of the sea? And it's like, we know that's not the question. That's what when Hasan goes, he does this. How does he do this? Do you know how he does this, Galia?
Who is Galia? What is happening?
I just think it's really inappropriate.
Oh, he goes like,
I think it's really inappropriate to bring Hasan and compare him to Dan.
Well, that's Dan's
Those
fault.
are not comparable. Like
because he was doing it.
No, not in.
You see, it's because you're very bad, and you're actually very cringe and wrong, and their friend is light and fine. It's not fair. You see, that's the joke she's making.
No, I got it.
I wasn't sure. I thought I might have to break it down. It's really sophisticated shit.
Bro, I don't know what to say, man. I'm like, what the fuck? This is not good. Like, I'm not saying like, oh, as the recipient of this, I'm a victim or whatever. I'm thinking like this man is hurting himself in the confusion.
Shit. You just needed me to explain that joke to you.
Yeah,
in this universe, never like I would never compare
Galia,
them.
listen.
Even she agrees.
Listen, I already have one no man. Okay. I don't need two.
I'm a maybe woman.
Where's my yes man? The AB's gone, and Zach, you don't really talk. You don't really speak up for me anymore. You're not really my yes man at
all. She's a Ukrainian employee that was specifically hired to smear you as a pro-Russia anti-Semite. What the fuck? She watches every episode of Fear Ann. Aw, I hope she also subscribes to the Patreon. Patreon.com/FearAnn.
BlowBack.show if she wants to support me.
That too, yeah. I'm on BlowBack as well. I get extra.
Hasan's on BlowBack.
Yeah,
now.
I get extra. I get extra anti-Semitic on BlowBack.
That's where actually he does his super secret special behind the locked door vault.
Yeah.
Anti-Semitism. It's actually why you've been Ethan. You've been missing it the whole time. All of the anti-Semitism that you've been looking for that Hasan has supposedly done, he's been doing it on BlowBack.
Yeah.
So Ethan, I need you right now.
Pro Russia and anti-Semitic.
Please go subscribe to BlowBack. Tell your listeners to subscribe it. That is where they will find the secret Hasan anti-Semitism.
Yeah, like how Vladimir Putin opened up the vault to reveal to the world that
opened up a vault to reveal Hasan's 3,000-year-old anti-Semitism.
Well, no, I was gonna say that Jesus Christ is black Jesus. Have you ever seen those AI videos?
They all black. Yeah, I remember the tweet.
Yeah, Black Jesus Vault, and also the Vault of Anti-Semitism. I got the first copy of the Protocols of Zion. I wrote it. I wrote the copy and put it in the vault.
It's like that, like at the, I know you don't watch movies, but at the end of The Shining, it's like you see Jack Nicholson.
I've seen The Shining.
I wasn't sure. Okay.
God
well, so
damn.
you see Jack Nicholson in the photo in the hotel, and it's like he was there the whole time, and that's how it's going to be when they look at, like, you know, like fucking, like whoever killed, like, like, what? Oh my God.
99% sure. 99.9% sure. Like, I'm glad. I'm glad.
That point one.
It's 0.01.
All right. No, it's 0.1. But I want to, like
oh,
Ethan,
yeah, 0.1. Yeah,
you
you're
might
right.
need to watch out for that 0.1.
Yeah.
You might have an issue with that 0.1. I'm just letting you know.
Yeah, no, he's like, bro, how the fuck do people look at that, read that, and go, yep, that's mentally sound. This is a man who's definitely not in desperate need of medical attention.
What if there was like a camera that was just like watching everything you were doing for the last, like, I don't know, 7 hours?
Yeah. If only,
if only there was something like that.
If only I was, live in front of a camera or something in real time. Yeah. Because they look cartoonishly evil and dumb. The appeal was denied, stating that a member of the team had thoroughly reviewed it. So which is it? 24/7 content nuke resumes tomorrow. Like, I think one of the funniest parts about this is that this dude literally thinks I'm afraid of the content nuke. Like, he just has to keep telling his audience that, like, I'm terrified of watching
it's
it.
Because what we can't say is that it's like his like Hasan's portrait of Dorian Gray. Like, if he looks at the content nuke, he immediately dies. Like, that's why he can't look at it. That's why Ethan wants him to look at it. That's why he can't look at it. There's all this stuff about Israel, but that's not really it. It's about just the Dorian Gray quality.
Like, meanwhile, every part of the content nuke I have seen is literally just like insane ahistorical Hasbara that makes Israelis the victim in every single story. Just a bunch of fucking just a bunch of headlines that he posted slapped onto the video without like reading the source material at all. No fucking research whatsoever. But I'm glad he didn't say 99%. You know, he didn't say 100% sorry. They probably watch you when they're live. I don't think so. Isn't restreaming not allowed? Wait, no. It's just, also, this kind of doesn't make sense because it's like, so am I good then that I got him unbanned? Like, what's happening?
No, because it was drawing negative attention to you that he was banned in the first place.
Oh.
So then you had to correct your reputation by intervening to undo the ban. You see, this isn't just gang stalking logic. This is not paranoid. Like,
no. This is
sound.
This
is sound and normal.
This is mentally sound. This man. This is a man I would like to learn about the history of Israel from. Like, he's got some really. He's certainly not failing on, like, you know, basic shit. I'm sure he has a deep understanding of the Israeli-Palestinian situation.
I mean, there is going to be, if it hasn't happened already, like College Campus Group invites Ethan to come talk about Israel, the media, culture, whatever, and he just spends like an hour talking about Hasan or something.
I don't think so. I don't even think that would happen. Maybe. Ethan is bothered by Hasan's PFP.
Bro.
Bro, what the fuck? What the fuck is this? Bro, what the why is he what? No way.
Can we fucking please acknowledge how cringy this photo is? Why are we letting him get away with this?
Bro, okay.
Who cared, bro?
Why are we letting him get away with this? Wait, is this just him going stupid, sexy Hasan over and over again? What the fuck? What are you saying? God, why is he fucking hot?
This man is posing in his avatar, showing his fucking armpit hair like some kind of weird.
Knew it.
Some kind of thirst trap. It is so cringe. Bro.
Wait, am I on the soundboard? Is that my? Are they posting my laugh over and over again? They're spamming it. That's so funny.
So cringe, bro. How are we just pretending like this isn't his avatar? We're all walking around, living our day, pretending that this is not Hasan's avatar.
I get him laid all
I'm
the time.
fucking dying inside. Please, dude. Holy shit, man.
You can't keep getting away with it.
What? Can't believe we're documenting the actual progress of a hater like this. We don't even need to study a motherfucker. Yeah. No, it's just like happening in broad daylight. He's documenting himself, like falling apart. I don't even know what to say, to be honest. Like, what do I say to that?
I think you got to put those guns away, dog.
That's crazy. He's like, why is he so fucking
Actually,
hot?
wait, no. You know what you should do? Black avatar.
Yeah. I'm sad.
Fade to black. It's all sad. It's over now. Life is shit. Everything's fucked.
He destroyed me. All right, come clean. This is fake beef, right? Yeah, dude. I secretly told Ethan to fucking belittle himself virtually every single day. Like, I told him to debase himself, okay, over and over again, and hemorrhage his older, more progressive fan base. And I guess, what is this?
Okay, this isn't Hasan or Vosh or whatever. So when I say Nazi, okay, I don't use that word lightly.
Wait, what?
Wait, Dan can't stream. Oh, this is Dan Saltman. Wait, what is this? Good morning, A. Jassy, Jeff Bezos, and especially DJ Dan Clancy. This man is 60 years old. Why is he posting Sam Hyde while he's simultaneously trying to get fucking the attention of like Jeff Bezos and Andy Jassy to talk about how anti-Semitic Twitch is? Like, does this 60-year-old man not understand that this looks like loser shit with the 200 likes that he got? God damn, that's so fucking lame. What is he doing? What the fuck?
Farm those 200 likes, man.
The armpit clip cut out the part where Galia also talks shit about the avatar and slut shames you. Yeah, I don't care. All right, good for her.
Wait,
yeah,
Galia was slut shaming Hasan?
Yeah. Oh no. Oh no. They went on your PFP for so long. Like, I think this was initially what someone sent me. There's more? What the fuck? Wait, Ethan Klein, his personal stalker employee Galia,
said unforgivable.
Go on an absurd tangent about Hasan's PFB. Galia is such a parasocial stalker that she watches all the Fear and episode and is trying to read into Austin's show and Hasan's friendship. Wait, what?
/gay bait.
That's kind of that, right?
Donated your wife, Hila, just donated $10 and said unforgivable cringe /gay bait.
That's kind of that, right?
It's gay
Why
bait.
people always yell at me for all this shit? Like, is that not?
I don't know.
I mean, they're probably.
I don't think anybody yells at Ethan for gay baiting. What?
Or you. I mean, I think is what he's saying about your avatar. That's what Hila was saying.
Yeah, no, I think the gays love the avatar.
I was about to say, I'm not really sure that the gays are like Hasan antagonists.
Yeah. Also, I am an enemy of the LGBT community. Okay, I am not an ally. I am a foe.
Put the hat on. Put the hat on.
I mean, no, I don't want them to. I don't want people to take it seriously. Goddamn. I'm a foe. I'm a fucking foe, dude. What is this? This is
Probably a lot of girls who like armpits as well. I don't know.
Yeah,
Maybe
but it
some
doesn't have to
community.
be just. Yeah.
But Austin was calling him out for specifically baiting gay people.
Thank you. That is, it is.
Austin was calling me out for baiting gay people. Oh my God. What are they? Yeah, as a joke, man. I don't know if you guys know this, but you can be friends with people. Like the only people that are surrounding you don't have to be people you fucking pay.
I will say, I think the concept of friendship is being stretched out over there to the max.
What the fuck?
Man. And nobody cares. He can do whatever the fuck he wants. I get yelled at when I don't gay bait for doing like, I forget what I did, but something like way less serious than this. When'd you gay bait?
Yeah, I don't think has anyone ever accused him of gay baiting? What?
I think, I'm going to be honest, you have to be somebody that like gay dudes are hella into to gay bait.
Yeah.
And gay dudes are not really hella into me. They are into you. I don't know if they're that into Ethan. We could ask. We could ask someone.
No, I don't know.
Consult an expert.
I mean,
don't say that. He's gonna do a tangent about how you're a token and anti-Semitic for saying that.
What? No.
He's gonna. I think there is a little bit of the pathology. I'm not gonna read too much into it, but I think like my appearance certainly seems to factor into his commentary quite a bit in a very unhealthy fashion. So if you were to say he's not hot enough for the gays to consider to be gay baiting, he's gonna take that as a serious slight.
I said I didn't say that he wasn't. I said that I didn't know if he would be, and I stand by.
Former senior editor of the Jewish Currents. Not the Muslim Currents.
I'm being kind and open-minded, and allowing for the possibility that like gay guys like go crazy for him. But like actually, he's like the Pride Month prize. You know?
That's
that, like
good.
Actually, if you go to all of the Pride Month events, no, seriously, you see those photos that like they post on Instagram. It's like, oh, here are my dates for all the different Pride things. If you go to all of them, if you collect all those Pokemon, you get to meet Ethan.
I'm starting to think that the selection mechanism for online political influencers shouldn't be related to whether you can make a viral joke video called Vape Nation. Yeah, this was when he was trying to dox the fucking. He was trying to dox random former fans who now like don't like him.
Yes, Redditors with pronouns in your signature. We are coming for you. You scumbags are going to die. Prepare to taste the boot. Blah blah blah.
Oh yeah. That's what I'm doing. Like, dude's a multi-millionaire, dude. Like, live your life. What the fuck? Just. You know, not to be like Tyler the Creator, but like get off the internet. You know, the fuck.
I don't know. Do you remember you do say that you're 15% gay?
That's not.
But I mean, that's not enough
That's
just
to sleep
true.
with a guy. Listen, guys. You don't listen, guys.
10% gay.
You got 15%.
Whoa. I am feeling that way with this whole
screen
state of the world.
Exactly.
I'm Jaden Smith.
Let's not show our armpits. Let's talk about political issues. That's what we're talking about.
The political and economic state of the world.
There you go. That's how I feel.
He's the one that created this environment.
Can we talk about what's going on?
That's why his should just be like, I'm a serious guy doing serious political commentary. Why you got to lead with armpit hair?
Like
that's where this goes.
Dog, I can see
that's how serious he takes
that,
this.
and like claiming that you're doing journalism and you're like helping everyone for
Excuse me while I recline and we have this like Boba Fett helmet right there. Like it's.
I'm so confused.
Pot, kettle, black. God damn, man.
I'm not like.
I don't understand. What is the logic here? Like, I know about is he blind? Does he not see that he's in a glass house throwing these stones up?
I don't think he thinks he's a serious political commentator, but then again, I don't know. Because apparently he got mad when I said he's a comedian. Get back to doing comedy, chop chop.
10 years advocating for Palestine, like this, for a year on your profile pic.
No.
Well, I have been quite successfully, as a matter of fact. But thank you for the constructive feedback.
It's just green.
Thank you, girl. I see you and I hear you.
She calls you a hot tub streamer for politique. Okay, I'm good. We don't have to do any more of this. These fucking people are. It's just like this kind of shit like freaks me out, dude. It's like. I don't want this level of attention.
I like how that freaks you out, and then it's like, yeah, that freaks me out as it like is opening on like Andrew Tate explaining how actually we've learned the wrong lessons about World War II.
Yeah, I mean this
easy mode.
This is easy mode. Your rage take on the no jumper thing
They talk about George Floyd more than black people. Goddamn. Elon Musk suggests Donald Trump think about pardoning George Floyd. I mean, that's a really good take, but that is how it is. Yeah. I mean, I don't even think black people talk about George Floyd all that much at all, to be honest. It's just like, this is the same principle behind like trans issues too. Republicans talk about trans issues more than trans people do. They know the latest and greatest in trans tech. Guy also previously said you should watch Willie Mac videos to learn about Ukraine. I think she genuinely his connection. Willie Mac videos. Okay. I'm not going to watch episode 4 of Drewski tonight. I'm going to do it tomorrow. Okay? I am going to do it tomorrow. Instead, there's 2 things I wanted to watch, and they actually are close to one another. This is the one guy, Ian Carroll show, who, from what I understand, like blew up on TikTok and is just like a fucking rabid anti-Semite. And now he's on Joe Rogan, which is awfully suspicious.
Wait, what? How the fuck did he get to be on?
Yeah, no, it's just weird, man. This guy,
The
okay,
most sus man.
yeah, Ian Carroll says,
Ian McPlant Carroll, yeah.
Ian Carroll says he suspects Miriam Adelson and Donald Trump are kind of in a coup against Netanyahu right now.
Yeah, man.
Like he's like
You're a
pro-Trump.
fucking genius. You are a Mensa level mind working.
Yeah, he's pro-Trump.
Well, you know, why don't you focus on what Miriam Adelson is actually ruining right
Yeah,
now, okay? Which is the Dallas Mavericks.
That's true.
Focus on what's important.
But
okay, Ian?
that's like short-term thinking. She's doing that so she can move the team. I know. AlexJones.com. He was on InfoWars as well, for what it's worth. I dipped out of following him after that. Yeah, he's one of those guys that I think like started with like some anti-Zionist takes and then like very quickly revealed his cards and was yeah, actually it's the Jews.
Well, and like he also has a habit. I mean, like the way I see, like I've never watched watched his content, but I see constantly on Twitter people like pointing out like how, I mean, he steals and takes things out of context from other sources that are maybe more legit. And then he also is, again, like it's all very suspiciously like why don't you hate the JOOs a bit more? Huh?
Yeah. Which is weird though, because on the one hand, he's anti-Semitic. On the other hand, he's pro Donald Trump. And here is him trying to maintain an anti-Israel and anti-Semitic position, but a pro-Trump position at the same time. Now that's really interesting. He's basically noticer shit personified. Yeah, but you ain't noticing anything. That's the thing. These guys are so fucking stupid. Like, they literally have to maintain this like right-wing MAGA attitude while simultaneously being like, I'm noticing the Jews are prominently in positions of power and in the media. And then they simultaneously will just be like, but Trump is going to bring peace to Gaza. Like, what the fuck?
That's like, to me, the biggest tell, where it's like, yeah, so like, I hate the Jews. I think the Jews have got a lot to answer for, and we're going to look into it. But you know who's going to be doing it? Donald Trump. The guy who's like half his fucking family at this point is like Orthodox Jewish. He's going to be fucking cracking the whip on those yids. That's right. Yeah, for fucking sure.
Yeah, Donald Trump. He's I promise he's gonna dismantle the Zionist entity piece by piece. Okay, brother. Yeah, watch out. Guy who got $100 million from Miriam Adelson and another 100 from Sheldon before he fucking croaked.
I also do not enjoy how much I feel like he is like the vague Nick Mullen resemblance here is really displeasing me.
It is weird.
Talk about it. And
most people in the general public aren't even aware that the Israeli people were protesting against Netanyahu before October 6th.
Yeah, he's about to get kicked out.
Hundreds of thousands of people in the streets, and that it had been going on for a long time.
100%.
Yeah.
I suspect, I'm hoping I'm not blowing the lid on.
He has the worst fucking voice cadence of
bingo.
So yes, bingo, that's right. So you're seeing
It's so funny. He's gonna say something, and then like all the other Nazis are gonna start calling him a Jew. That's the infighting.
Yeah, no, they love doing that to each other.
I love the Nazi infighting. It's so funny.
Well, wait, you saw the
one girl, the blonde girl who like said the N-word or whatever, and then they were like, "You're Jewish and you have a black husband or something. Like you have a black partner. Or what the hell? Like the Jews have taken over this space as well."
Well, they also I mean, it's also obviously not just like Jews specifically, but that guy whose real name was like revealed the guy with the David Koresh Abbey on Twitter.
Oh yeah, the Canadian, the
Yeah,
Canuck.
the Canadian guy. I don't want to say his handle because I don't want to give him the attention, but like,
yeah.
he's a known presence. It's like his avatar is David Koresh
Yeah,
the MAGA
JD
hat.
Vance follows him.
Yeah, and he is a Nazi. Has tweeted in a like KKK style.
Turns
guy.
out his dad's doing woke DEI
Yeah,
in
it turns
Canada.
out his dad in December of like 4 months ago took a photo on like posted it to Facebook of like, because his dad's the dean of a Christian university in British Columbia, and they had a meeting with the Indian consulate, representatives of the Indian government, about obviously some fucking banal and anodyne thing of like Indian exchange students or whatever.
What's wrong with being a Nazi?
No. That's you read it wrong. It says what's wrong being a Nazi.
Yeah.
What wrong being a Nazi?
Yeah.
Where's sun go?
There's a
Where's sun go at night?
There's a period in there.
Why moon go down day?
What's wrong?
What's wrong being Nazi?
Being a Nazi is wrong. That's what he's saying. That's great. Thanks, man.
No,
we're apolitical centrists
Yeah,
here.
we're gonna find out, by the way, that this guy is like the son of 2 rabbis or something.
Trump's idea here. I kind of suspect that Trump is kind of in on a coup against Netanyahu right now. This is just
No, the Democrats tried to do that with fucking Benny Gantz, and it failed spectacularly.
Also, like anybody who delivers a very like earth-shattering like take like that in the voice of fucking like of the voice of a Reddit commenter, like you can disregard. Like, so I think what's happening.
Hinostorm, fucking fascist pigs. The same strategy they use in the Middle East, they're using it again here. Look at the Al Jazeera stream. What the fuck is this huge ass car hurling at them? Egypt. What's wrong with being a Nazi? This guy went from fucking calling Israel correctly fascist to being like, what's wrong with being a fascist? I don't understand. There's just nothing wrong with it. Okay, thanks, chatter. Life comes at you fast. Well, I think you understand what's wrong with being a fucking Nazi, dumbass.
You have to ask.
Like
if that's actually one of the questions where like I don't think in 2025 you can ask that question and expect it to be taken in good faith, because I think everybody knows what's wrong, or at least what's controversial about it.
Also, while simultaneously being anti-Israel, it's the same reason why it's wrong, you fucking moron. Like, it's the same exact reason. Okay, the reason why it's wrong to be pro-Israel is identical to the reasons as to why it's wrong to be fucking a Nazi.
Your chat's convinced it was a yoke.
Maybe.
Just my theory, based upon the way he talked about like occupying Gaza and the way he's friends with Jared Kushner and the way he's friends with the Adelsons. I suspect that these powerful Jews, like the Adelson type people, are starting to realize that Netanyahu
Sorry, what did you just say? Powerful Jews?
He's noticing. These guys are so fucking lame, dude.
I hate these fucking people, man.
Oh my god.
Yeah, these powerful Jews.
Yeah,
fuck off, man.
Dude, listen, if you really want to piss off, if you really want to piss off pro-Israel groups, just don't even be anti-Semitic. Just be anti-Zionist. Trust me, like that'll piss them off way more than fucking being anti-Semitic. They're using you as a fucking pawn, which I think this person is aware of, by the way.
Now, I want to pause, by the way. I want to note that I actually think we should note that Hasan is only criticizing somebody right now for being anti-Semitic, because maybe Hasan is actually just himself anti-Semitic. I'm just saying.
I'm so much better at anti-Semitism.
And I just think
that's what it is. I'm so much better at anti-Semitism than this guy, man. That's why.
Yeah, you got.
That's what pisses me off.
Yeah, you have to give him pointers.
I'm the master at it. You know what I mean? And it frustrates me to see these fucking amateurs, going on the Joe Rogan Experience and just being novices at being anti-Semitic. Okay, maybe I'm not number one. I'm number two. Candace Owens is number one.
Kind of sinking this ship. And he's kind of fucked it all up, and it's not going well for Israel in the public conversation. Like I can ratio just about anyone I want on Twitter over the
God. I'm so fucking sick, Joe. Joe Rogan.
I can ratio just about anybody I want on Twitter. That's how people like pretend that like rose emojis talk, when it's just guys like this who talk that way.
Bro, Joe Rogan, you occupy one of the fucking most prominent platforms online, and you're giving 2 hours to a guy who said, I can ratio just about anybody I want. Like, oh,
Israel thing because the public
soy right is correct. Okay, straight up,
public sentiment is just shifting, and it's not healthy for anyone, for Jewish people or anyone else. And I'd suspect that the
this guy who just said powerful Jews definitely cares about the safety of Jewish people.
Powerful Jewish people are starting to see that and are starting to scheme on how do we fucking get Netanyahu out of there and put someone in that can actually move us towards some sort of peace. Because without a genuine desire for
yeah, that's what Trump is saying. I can read between the lines when he says when he brought out that AI video about like the bearded belly dancers in Gaza and how he's going to turn it all into this ugly golden monstrosity. That's what I got. My takeaway was he wants peace. He certainly when he allows Israel to permanently annex the West Bank in its entirety, he's going to be doing it in a peaceful way. Okay, that's what he's going to do.
Netanyahu is on fucking camera saying that they have propped up Hamas in the Gaza Strip because they don't want a real government in the Gaza Strip, because it's far better for them to run this occupation and to eventually take the land if Hamas is, that's not an exact quote. Everyone should look that up for themselves.
But not just propped up, but funded.
Do your own research.
Exactly. Yeah. And intentionally kept there.
Just when you hear that, you're like, well, what's the logic for funding Hamas? What logic?
Well, it's the exact same logic.
These guys are so fucking stupid, man.
I'm willing to bet he's not going to give you the right answer.
Is us funding the Taliban.
Yeah.
It's the exact same logic.
Did you see
that?
What? I mean,
I want to ask him who funds the Taliban, who funded the Taliban.
He's going to say the Jews.
Yeah, he'll say, Israel.
Yeah.
He'll give every answer but Pakistan.
Yeah, but also it's like no, chat. He's not close. He's just a fucking dumbass.
He's just
trying
stupid.
to. He's just trying to do.
Really stupid.
He's a dumbass who's trying to do the
strategies. Heal this thing and.
He's trying to do like anti-Semitism, but
I think
like
this guy is like a deep cover anti-Semite.
Want to hear his take on aliens?
A lot of reasons why NASA would cover up and produce fake footage from something like the ISS, and every single one of them rhymes with aliens. Because
oh my god, he's one of those morons too.
Dude,
I love this man.
Dude, I swear to God. First of all, maybe you disagree with me on this, no, but I 100% think Alex Jones is controlled opposition.
Yeah, like, no. That's what I think about this guy.
I think this guy.
Was what I said about he's an agent.
He was on fucking InfoWars. Like, I'm sorry, dude. Alex Jones went from shitting on George W. Bush and saying that like Americans did 9/11, okay, and constantly railing against the surveillance state, while simultaneously talking about aliens and psychic pedophile vampires or whatever, to basically put a couple, crumbs of truth in terms of his commentary and then surround it, sandwich it, like package it with like insane shit in an effort to make it seem like only insane people have these positions. And this guy's doing a very similar thing as well. He's like, oh, I'm anti-Zionist, but also deeply anti-Semitic.
You know that this, like, when I say he was like a deep cover, I mean, like, this guy, like, the CIA stashed this guy somewhere in middle America and, like, kept him in a house from, like, ages 0 to 18 with the goal of raising him to be, like, the perfect TikTok Alex Jones.
Yeah.
And they knew how to do this, obviously, 20 years ago before TikTok was ever even conceived of. But my theory could use some work, yes, but I think it's the only thing that explains the situation.
There's any type.
And you do Jewish exceptionalism, which is worse. What? Dude, I feel like you watched the Bad Empanada video and you didn't understand the point that he was making because he would literally fucking put you in a goddamn cannon. Not literally, of course. I said literally, but he would put you in a cannon in a video game and launch you out of it because he does not have any, he doesn't entertain any kind of fucking anti-Semitic statements. Cope. Okay, you're right. Bad Empanada hates me, and he thinks I do Jewish exceptionalism, which is,
Wait, hold on. You don't think I'm exceptional?
I think you're exceptional. Check his logs. Like, this is part of the reason why I don't entertain any sort of like fucking idiotic anti-Semitic nonsense, because it brings out the dumbest people on the fucking planet. Have a chat with him. I can't. He's banned. Fuck you, Destiny. Touch grass loser chatter. Trump is better for Gaza than Biden. Okay. I mean, we'll see. I love Dan Clancy. Long live Dan Clancy. Hinkle is a Nazi. Wait, what? This guy is all over the fucking place. I don't understand where he's coming from. I think he just genuinely didn't understand the point Bad Empanada was probably trying to make in his video. I haven't watched it. I suspect that we have. If I were to watch it, I would leave it thinking. That we have a marginal disagreement that he has greatly expanded on, as though it's the most significant point of contention. But this guy is a DGG and LARPing. Oh, that's weird.
Type of aliens going on up here, it's very possible that they are up there in that fucking space station, or they're
What?
or like
He says you lift up Israeli voices more than Palestinian ones. Basically, yeah, that's entirely incorrect. Ian is an ally of Gaza and Palestine. Why are you hating and
Somebody
disparaging
who's
him, brother?
warning against powerful Jews is not an ally. Sorry.
Also,
I'm
yeah,
just gonna
an
come out
ally.
and say that person's not going to help your cause
Dog,
here, pal.
he's an ally for Gaza and Palestine. He just said Trump is going to actually fucking fix Gaza. He's going to do peace through strength. You're a real fucking moron if you think that that guy is not someone you should worry about.
Yeah, somebody who thinks the Adelson family is doing a coup against Netanyahu is not like a.
Here's the thing, okay? Anti-Semites only care about Jews, okay? They don't care about Palestinians. So if someone is talking about Israel, but they're anti-Semitic, okay? They're only talking about Israel because it gives them a permission to shit on Jews. If you take those people seriously, you will be led astray because their singular focus is on Jews. Okay? You're naive. You're naive for thinking that these people care about Palestinians. They do not. If they did, they wouldn't be fucking using a genocide as a backdrop to talk about how, you know, Jews are the reason why all of this is happening, is the Jews, is the Talmud. Don't get fucking distracted. Okay? You're dumb as hell. Anyway, Bad Empanada would never entertain anti-Semitism, by the way. So that's why I don't think that that person is a real fan. He probably misunderstood what the fuck he was saying, but what Bad Empanada was saying.
They could be, like, I don't know. And I'm not saying I think they are for sure. I'm just saying that people tend to look at a piece of evidence and jump too quickly on the one explanation that they're sure is right. And sometimes there's other explanations. And aliens apply to so many parts of our world, like demons. Man. Sound very much like the UAP phenomenon to me, right? There's
Kaya's had enough.
Yeah, this dude used to make videos about monopolization on private equity is a real problem. He drew in a lot of leftists, myself included, with all the corpo bashing. So he set up shop to anti-Semitism pill a bunch of leftists. Have you met this dude, Ian? No. How the fuck would I have met this dude? He's some random TikTok guy. I saw some other shit about this guy. He's like a QAnon guy. January 2024, Michael Flynn reposts one of Ian Carroll's videos about Pizzagate. He says, I don't know about anyone else, but I find this guy's arguments very credible. Hashtag Pizzagate is real. Ian spent most of 2024 campaigning for RFK Jr., known Epstein associate and friend of Rabbi Shmuley. Confirm RFK, the refounding of the Republic OIC starts now. Interesting. Ian has been a huge supporter of billionaire Nicole Shanahan. Nicole Shanahan on Bitcoin, blockchain, AI. Nicole Shanahan is the Google chick, right? Who's also like a huge RFK supporter because they used to date.
She's a Google chick in that she got the money, like her money just comes from Sergey Brin divorcing her.
Yeah. Nicole Shanahan went to Stanford, known recruiting center for the CIA, where she met her husband, billionaire. Okay. This thread falls. Awesome. This thread falls out, dude. Why are conspiracy guys like this? This is why I love TrueAnon, because like, Brace only memes on this shit. He doesn't like entertain this level of insanity.
I mean, no, Nicole Shanahan is like one of those people who's like I feel like I know that this didn't happen, but in my head, the narrative of her life is that like her parents put her in a microwave for like 2 seconds when she was a baby, and that's just kind of what we're left with now. Because that's like the speed at which her brain works, man. Like she sounds insane. She's never said anything to me that hasn't sounded like somebody trying to sell me a crystal. It's awful.
This is great, by the way. When the alt woke super truthers ask me, how could you vote for a Zionist puppet Trump? This is how. An internet bill of rights, a federal ban on all censorship and thought policing with consequences. I can think of nothing more vital, especially to journalists today. Yeah.
Are those journalists here in the room with us?
Donald Trump, famous friend to journalists. Donald Trump famously has so much space for criticism of Israel, so much so that they're like creating a fucking anti-Semitism task force to basically lock you in Guantanamo Bay if you've ever hurt the feelings of the apartheid state.
Also, what the fuck is alt woke?
I don't know.
What is alt woke?
Just say woke, man.
Just say woke. You just be woke.
Yeah, it's just we're woke. We're the wokes. Ian runs a podcast with two friends, Kyle Kemper, Justin Trudeau's half brother, Dustin Stockton, known MAGA grifter. What? Whoa! We got the chart.
Charts now.
We got the flow chart.
We're on the
out.
flow charts.
Yeah. Ian has publicly supported various other pro-Zionist, pro-Israel, AIPAC funded members of Trump's cabinet. RFK Jr. at HHS, Kash Patel at FBI, Tom Homan as border czar, declassification of assassination and Epstein files pending.
I do like his erratic spelling. Tom Homan. It actually reminds me of like Tim and Eric. Like it sounds like Tim Heidecker.
Tom Homan.
Tom Homan.
That's how he says his name, though. To be fair,
Tom Haman. He says it Tom Haman.
Well, because he's always like Tom Homan. That's what it sounds like when he says his own name. You know, because he's fucking melting in real time.
It's like an automatopoeia. His last name.
My name is Tom Homan.
I like, by the way, the list that he went with, and the only thing that he puts as pending is that.
No, this administration that is like just as pro-Israel, if not more pro-Israel than the previous one, is certainly going to declassify a collaborative CIA Mossad blackmail operation, and all of the juicy blackmail that Jeffrey Epstein worked long and hard for. That's definitely going to happen for sure.
I do, by the way, think that like I'm not saying that there's like I don't think that there's a 0% chance. Like I think there is a chance Trump releases meaningful like JFK assassination docs, because like for what it's worth, like the Clinton administration did as well with the ARRB. So like there's like and they've like reconfigured the National Archives website. My friend Jefferson Morley has documented this, but like the thing that's like super like interesting about it, at least, is that it's like. Yeah, it would be revelatory. It would be cool for the government to reveal that stuff. It's also about a 60-year-old murder. What skin is there off Trump's back for talking about it? Like, are we afraid that people are going to lose faith in America? Is that the problem that we like? There's a quality of this I've been thinking about with that anyway.
Wait, new FBI Director Kash Patel. America needs to wake up and prioritize Israel.
Shut off the machinery that feeds money into Iran. We will no longer have 100 hostages still in captivity, Israeli and American and otherwise.
What the fuck are you going to do about it, Mr. FBI,
and Iran's
man?
Hezbollah mercenary forces.
He's going to go do mixed martial arts.
He's going to go live in Las Vegas and not do his job.
No, he's going to make FBI agents learn Krav Maga.
Yeah, he's going to get UFC fighters in. Listen, we were going to get you, we before you had combat and training instructors, now you're going to have those guys, except they're going to be like really like they're going to be the least trustworthy people in the world, and they're also not going to teach you how to fight. That's
it's amazing. Teach him Krav Maga, dude. That's a really effective way to do hand-to-hand combat.
We need America to wake up and prioritize Israel, and bring home Israelis, and make sure we stand by our number one.
You're in power.
Yeah. Oh. Ian has led people to believe that Attorney General Pam Bondi is ever going to release the Epstein list. Pam Bondi has ties to Scientology.
All right,
blah,
but that's
blah,
like
blah.
not what that's like that's like the 15th worst thing about Pam Bondi.
Ian has supported Tulsi Gabbard. Tulsi was a member of the WEF Young Global Leaders.
Like it's this thread is also like is I think Tulsi Gabbard being from like that wacko cult and your stupid fucking family in Hawaii has more relevance.
He also never covers Peter Thiel. Technocracy, transhumanism, covers the obvious ties of corruption in the Trump administration. He claims to have covered Peter Thiel multiple times, which is a lie. He spoke about Thiel one time, buried in an hours-long Old State Saloon presentation on Carbine 9/11, whose co-conspirators Jeffrey Epstein and Ehud Barak appear in his Elon ratio, but Thiel's name mysteriously is absent.
Confess that some of this sounds like Chinese to me.
Yeah, I don't know what the fuck is.
This has like serious like Spider-Man pointing qualities, I will say. Although, you know, there's
I mean, it's like sometimes you need an insane person to uncover other.
That's why we're friends with Grace.
Like
we talked about this.
Yes, exactly. Other obviously insane people, but I did, like I said, I saw some shit. You gotta go back. Go back now. She's never going back. He's going to do a joint FBI IDF raid on college campuses, which a 19-year-old IDF 3-star general is hospitalized from a freight-induced heart attack after seeing a teenager wearing a keffiyeh. Posthumously, he becomes a rear admiral general. Where there's more from the fucking Joe Rogan shit. Brace isn't insane. He's a small business Maoist. That's true. He also again, he's also white Chinese, which is very important to me as someone who's also a part of the white Chinese movement. White guys who want to be Chinese. This is a perfect segue. Oh yeah, here we gotta watch this Conor O'Malley. I haven't seen this yet, but
put it up.
I love
so
Conor
good.
O'Malley. I love
so
Conor O'Malley.
know the pipe rock theory? Oh. Dude, oh my God. Okay. So apparently what it is there's all these different rocks all around the world that are actually hollow. Entire mountains are not real. Inside of them, there's ancient Vedic technology. And what it's doing is it's stealing energy out of people and it's taking it somewhere. Nobody knows where. No. And I saw this in real life.
For real?
Yeah.
What the fuck is this shit? Inside of the rocks, there's pipes making all these sounds? I'm feeling like so tired by this rock.
And dude, what is the opposite of a rock? Pipes. And it's like, why are they putting them together? This is unnatural. Who is taking the energy? What is this? Went online, I did some research. I said, who is doing this? And I found this pipe rock expert, this person that works in the government. They won't tell me their name. They won't say anything. But they're like, I want to meet up with you. Meet me at a Target. I'm down here at the Target. I'm documenting, finding them in real life. He's going to come and teach me everything that I need to.
Hey, man, what's up? What are you doing here?
Target shopping pig tries to meet up with an underage girl. Yes! Oh, this is so good. Pedo is that.
What?
What are you doing here?
Just.
Hey. We just want to have a conversation.
Trying to meet somebody here?
We just want to have a conversation. I don't want to have to go to the cops. I just want about you meeting up with the underage person.
I was not doing that. I was not.
What are you here to do then? What were you here to do?
Shopping for Prime.
Do you want us to go to the we can. I'll do that.
I was talking to you, but it's because I was looking for a pipe rock expert, because there are these pipe rocks all around the city that have technology inside of it that are taking energy from people, and I was talking, and if you look at the chat log,
Wait, what?
Wait, hold on. I'm 60.
So you know why the pipe was making me tired? I'm 16 years old. The pipe was so loud I could hear it over my JBL speaker. I think I have a crush on you. I was making a video.
Check the date. Christmas Eve.
Yeah. I was making a video about trying to get 50K steps in one day and raise awareness for an crow's feet disease because my aunt died from it on the day I was making the video. I walked past my ex-girlfriend's house and saw the rock. That sounds scary. How old are you?
I guess, of course I was talking.
Mentally, we're ageless. Maybe the pipes are from hell. Do you think God is cool with smoking? I'm not sure. Can you send me a selfie?
16 years, but I did not say
that.
I didn't say that.
Can we have a discussion? That's all we want to do.
Yeah. So you guys had your fun.
We're gonna have the cops. You trying to have your fun?
You had your fun.
We're gonna go to your job. We're gonna tell you.
This is actually really
Get in the fucking car.
I'll get in the car. I'll get in the car. This is so funny. Let me go. Let me go. Chug it. Chug it. Chug it. Chug it.
Little hot sauce.
Yeah. I'm gonna kill this fucking guy.
I'm gonna fucking crush your head!
Die! You fucking piece of shit, fucking kid!
He was right, huh?
What are the chips and pipes doing in the fucking rock?
Dude, what did I tell you, man? I told you, I was not lying. This shit is real. They're putting all these rocks around the playgrounds so that they can take the children's energy and then broadcast it to a different, it's like streaming. It's Netflix for pedophilia.
This is a workaround where they're not technically legally touching any children. So they're not breaking any laws here.
We have to trace where it's going.
Yep. North Hollywood.
What?
They're in North Hollywood. They're in a house.
We have to
Listen to me! Listen to me!
We need to stop this shit.
Pedo assassins.
Going. Yeah. They're sucking up all the purity vibes from the playgrounds and broadcasting it here.
What are they doing with it there?
I don't know. Yo, holy shit.
That's fucking Tom Cruise, man.
Yeah, you gotta go in there.
How we get in? How we getting in?
Look, they're letting caterers in.
We'll get you in as a caterer. You can use my old catering outfit. Here, and take this.
What is
it? A button cam. All right. We're gonna see everything that you're seeing.
Hey, here for the catering?
Yeah.
What's the password?
Buttfucker.
Okay, wave him down.
Basically, it's past apps and drinks. Okay, you know what you're doing. Keep this on. If it comes off, you will be tased. I know you're trying to talk to out there.
We got Top Gun, we got Jerry Maguire.
Hello, I'm in a place called Vertigo.
No, not
Bob. Around the city, we're picking up all this electronic, vibrational, sexual energy.
This is the North Pole Defense Team. I'm Santa Claus.
We are getting news tonight that Santa and the North Pole Defense Force successfully took out a massive pedophile syndicate, all part of an operation that resulted in multiple high-profile arrests, as well as the death of Protestant singer Bono. Operation Pipe Rock was a joint effort with the Church of Scientology under the command of Lieutenant Colonel Tom Cruise.
I'm not a pedophile.
The stunning operation was all caught on video, thanks to a daring podcaster and one-time suspected pedophile named Kevin Podcast, who sustained an injury during the raid. President Trump awarded him with the inaugural Presidential Podcasting Medal of Informativeness.
Nobody's ever done it like him. He's a warrior in every way, and we appreciate you being here.
I'm not a pedophile at all.
At the press conference, Mr. Podcast announced that once his cousin gets audacity to work on his computer, he is going to be making an album of non-pedophilia covers of R. Kelly songs.
I believe I can fly.
That was amazing. Conor O'Malley is incredible. He's very funny. Oh, here's the other one. This is the fucking Red Pill Saying, which is another prominent neo-Nazi account. Ian Carroll and Joe Rogan on the Epstein files never coming out because they involve Israel in the 9/11 dancing Israel.
I like the, hold on, pause. I like the idea of it being 911 dancing Israelis.
I like the
All
idea.
900 of them.
I like the idea of it being Jeffrey Epstein was also one of the dancing Israelis. He was dancing as well.
That's actually, it wasn't the blackmail that got him in trouble. It was because he was a dancing Israeli.
Yeah, no, he was dancing too good. That's why they couldn't release it. That's why they never.
He was too nice.
Yeah, if people saw it, they'd be like, "Damn, Jeffrey."
It was Jeffrey Astaire, actually.
Damn, Jeffrey, didn't know you had swag like that. Oh, Jesus Christ.
Actually, well, no, because think about it, dude. When did Jeffrey Epstein get popped? Like 2020? And that was like because that's right when TikTok was popping off.
Yeah.
Know? And so like the idea was that he could have been like the most influential dancer on all of TikTok, which was like the dancing app.
And then he would have. I don't know. I don't know how to follow this logic. I've lost the plot.
I don't really think there's logic. Just go with it. Just follow it.
Felix was
Don't
also
logic
there.
it. Just follow it.
Felix was also there dancing per his admission. I like that dancing is actually prominent, like a prominent fixture of 9/11 conspiracies, because I was also dancing on the rooftops of New Jersey as with my Muslim friends, which Trump also said, ironically.
It's the dancing Muslims who were celebrating, but then there were the actual dancing Israelis who were the news articles about.
Who were also celebrating 9/11 like we did it. That's what they were doing. Oh, Jesus Christ, dude. What's up with the dance? Why are the Jews and Muslims in this joint collaborative project of doing 9/11?
I think people underrate just how
why were they dancing?
Dancing brings people together. It's movement and rhythm and time. It's I understand why dancing was part of 9/11. I get it. I get it.
All right, let's see what he says.
All the information that's getting disclosed, supposedly this administration, what do you have the least faith that we're going to come to
Epstein,
a conclusion?
for sure.
Epstein.
And I think it's because of Israel. I
Really?
think that when you really dig into Epstein, his entire network was Israel. It was clearly like Ehud Barak was the ex-prime minister and the ex-head of Israeli intelligence.
Like the shit that I hate about this is like he's not. I can't believe I'm saying this. He's the worst person to be saying this, but like he's not completely incorrect, but he is incorrect when he says like, oh, it's just his entire network is Israel.
Well, yeah, and Google, Siri, could you look up for me Bill Burns visiting Jeffrey Epstein?
Thank you. Exactly.
Could we look at all the other people that he was in? Obviously, it's pretty clear that he has.
He lived in America, dog. What the fuck do you mean? Like, what are you talking about?
I mean, it seems like there's it's credible and worth examining, and you can go so far as to suggest he was part of an Israeli intelligence operation, but he was clearly also a bit more than that, which is part of where the confusion is.
Yeah,
it's not so obvious.
Yeah, I just don't understand. Can you tell me what you think of Ian? Why you disagree, please? I disagree with him because this is a not so subtle and not very clever way to just constantly make things about Jews and the Talmudic thought, whatever the fuck these losers always complain about, which is ironically enough, it's the handshake of fascism on the Israeli side and handshaking of the fascism on the anti-Semitic, anti-Israel side, and they play a role together. It's just the idea that Judaism plays a formative role in Israel, or that in Israeli society and what Israel is doing is ridiculous. It's not correct at all.
Leslie Wexner was one of the most powerful pro-Israeli philanthropists. The whole organization was Israel.
So
and I'm not saying it was all of Israel.
It was all an intelligence gathering, and
it was targeting Americans. It was targeting American officials and the American president.
Right.
And the CIA does have interest in those targets too. Elements in the CIA does. Certainly they had help from the CIA, and certainly they had help from these other organized crime and intelligence operations. But you don't so for example, Dan Bongino,
you can literally see his fucking eyes rolling into the back of his head to try and remember the chapters of the Whitney Webb book that he read clearly on the toilet 6 months ago. It's just so vague and unuseful. The only proper noun aside from Israel that he's able to consistently slide in here, as near as I can tell, is when he has this very ostentatious Jewish that'll come out at some point. Because if he hasn't said it yet in the video, I'm sure it's coming.
What is he, deputy director of the FBI? He recently had this clip that went all around where he said on camera that he had a source that he trusted deeply. And he's an informed guy. He was at a Fox News interview, and the source told him that Epstein was working for an intelligence agency in the Middle East. And I don't know which one, but someone in the Middle East. And to be fair, we all already knew this. We already know who he worked for. At least I think so. But I'm looking at, okay, Dan, so if this giant group of Jewish...
Does this guy actually think that Mossad agents don't also collaborate with the CIA and can't work for the CIA as well? I don't understand. Does he think that this is there are definitely agents that will exclusively work for Israel and obviously release sensitive information to Israel, and we kind of overlook that a little bit because of our allegiance and need for Israel to exist in the ways that it does. Having said that, however, this is a collaborative effort. Am I wrong? I don't know. I mean, look at
fucking. But I think it's moreover that it's all right, you think like, so you think you've identified an Israeli asset. Are you only able to talk about the work he did in the context of the Jewish network that he pals around with and how the Jewish people are influenced? Like, it just is like no shit. Like, Epstein has ties to Israel and that he worked with them, and he has, particularly the relationship with Barack is highly suspect above everyone else.
Yeah.
But at the same time, like, Barack is not, like, he's been mostly out of power for the last 20 fucking years. Like, there's also just like a degree to which it's like, when we do see the moments in which like Epstein supposedly has like these very meaningful connections to government and power, who are the people getting him out of trouble? It was the American government that got him out of trouble when Epstein was accused of being a pedophile in the United States.
Yeah,
it was the American government that sent its fucking CIA director to go visit him.
It was Trump's labor secretary, Alexander Acosta, who was the fucking Florida prosecutor who gave him the sweetheart deal. Okay? That's the guy who kept him out of fucking prison after he got popped the first time. Like, what are you talking? How can you be pro-Trump simultaneously while also it's being like, nah, it was the Jews. Yeah, it wasn't Barack Obama. It was Ehud Barak, chatters. When we say Barack, we're talking about Ehud Barak.
Well, and also I would add that, like, the other piece of this is that, you know, like, the thing Epstein was accused of or whatever, that like the broad scope of like sex trafficking and political and sexual blackmail. I think that like we can say and openly acknowledge that like Israel has used these kinds of tactics within its intelligence work. They've used prostitutes to entrap people working on the Iraqi nuclear program in France. I think that's a pretty famous case, like a small one, obviously. But like, it just strikes me as pretty clear that like, what is the guy who was posting about how Pizzagate was real as recently as early last year now saying that there's a Jewish network, explicitly Jewish network, of people doing sexual and political blackmail on behalf of Israel? You know, I can't put my fucking finger on it, but something sounds a little bit sus with that picture. I don't know about you.
Yeah, there's no collaborative effort there with the American intelligence communities at all. He just happened to literally exist within the confines of America while being one of the most high-profile pedophiles of all time. And I guess our security apparatus, our law enforcement agencies, like none of them were aware. He was just a Jewish guy doing Jewish things for Jewish Mossad.
Well, you know who is really going to give us, like, who if he is unburdened by the deep state will be able to give us all the information about Jeffrey Epstein. It's going to be Donald Trump, who definitely was not a friend of Jeffrey Epstein's, and who definitely was not seen on video standing next to Jeffrey Epstein checking out younger women.
Yeah,
it's definitely going to be that guy who's going to do the, like, you know,
famous White House of South. Mar-a-Lago was used famously as a hunting ground for Jeffrey Epstein's next victims on numerous occasions, including the most high-profile victim, Virginia Giuffre, who ironically outed Jeffrey Epstein's friend and lawyer Alan Dershowitz as one of the people that, you know, sexually assaulted her. Interestingly enough, Alan Dershowitz is also a prominent friend to Donald Trump.
And, you know, Israel.
And, of course, Israel, yes. But also Donald Trump. Yeah.
The Trump-Roy Cohn connection is actually kind of relevant to bring up here, just in the sense of that, like, the things that he keeps, like, suggesting about, like, this is, like, you know, some compromise operation on America from, you know, outside or whatever. Like it just feels... Everything about this guy feels off. Everything about his take on the situation feels off. It just feels like indelicate, imprecise, and that for those people, you know, I would say, including myself in this category, who are curious about what happened, who are curious about like what it suggests about how power is wielded within this country and so on, like, it just feels like, cool, this is like how you drive like a fucking monster truck all over the evidence.
Oh, there's more to it. Remember, this is another thing. Chatter is correct. You just reminded me. I forgot to
Steve Bannon. Oh, the Michael Wolff thing. You're right. You're right. You're totally right. I forgot about this.
There was a
new thing.
Steve Bannon. No, this, not the new thing. This
the documentary.
One. Steve Bannon filmed Jeffrey Epstein for 15 hours. His documentary has never surfaced. Steve Bannon took 15 hours of video of Jeffrey Epstein in the months before Epstein died in jail. He said it was for a documentary and claimed it doesn't stand up to scrutiny. Sources say Bannon was friends with Epstein and was trying to rehabilitate his reputation. Epstein declared he was a firm believer and supporter of Time's Up, the organization to fight sexual harassment. Okay.
I made my living from old thinking, Epstein said from his palatial Manhattan home, but the future is for the way women think. Bannon pushed back. A clip published by the New York Post in 2021 shows Bannon verbally sparring with Epstein. Is that kind of sop because of all the depravity you've done against young women? It was vintage Bannon, the right-wing operator, threw a Molotov cocktail in the political left's arena hoping for chaos. The clip supposedly promoted a documentary, The Monsters, Epstein's Life Among the Global Elite, from Bannon's production company Victory Films. Before Epstein went to jail on sex trafficking charges in July 2019, Bannon spent months in the financier's homes in Manhattan and Paris. He boasted he shot 15 hours worth of video. How the fuck did Steve Bannon get this level of access to a serial blackmailer of incredibly wealthy and incredibly powerful individuals? How did he get this level of access?
I mean, I would still say that the other thing that like there are like again, in addition to footage like this, like there's other things that like we could know about Epstein that we do not, that hasn't been released. Like specifically, like the thing that for example, like the thing I would love to know is what exactly did they find in his safe, and other, what's the inventory list of what they found in his home in that safe when they actually raided the house in New York City. Like there remains just so much stuff that like is not released or whatever, but like there's just all this like vague talk about releasing the Epstein files and shit.
Bannon grew closer to Epstein in the summer of 2018, advising him on how to handle his myriad legal and media investigations. They continued to spend time with each other through the following summer when Epstein was arrested in Manhattan on sex trafficking charges. It has not surfaced anywhere, not in the criminal trial of Ghislaine Maxwell, who was convicted of assisting Epstein's sex trafficking. Bannon's explanation that he was producing a documentary about Epstein was nonsense, according to people who spent time with both men the time that they were in each other's lives. In reality, the two acted like friends around each other, and Bannon, these people said, was trying to help Epstein, a notorious sex offender with his public relations problems. Bannon met Epstein in December 2017, shortly after he stopped working in Donald Trump's White House. Epstein had his own history with Trump. Participants in the Manhattan and Palm Beach, Florida social scenes, they befriended each other in the 1980s, but had a falling out in the 2000s. After Epstein died in jail while awaiting trial, a compensation program funded by his $630 million estate identified about 150 of his victims. Later litigation found the number close to 200. Bannon, at the time, was serving a 4-month sentence after a jury found him guilty of contempt of Congress for flouting a subpoena from the House panel investigating the Capitol riot on January 6th. He's also awaiting trial on criminal charges over his role in We Build the Wall, an organization whose co-founders
that was so funny.
That was a paraplegic vet, right?
Yeah. That was the fundraiser for the wall.
Yeah, I know. Alan Dershowitz, I did not forget, was Jeffrey Epstein's lawyer and Trump's impeachment lawyer. Was Alan Dershowitz Trump's impeachment lawyer?
He was on the team. I mean, he was like in the. I don't know if he was. I mean, truthfully, he cycled through so many lawyers that I'm not sure who was on his team at what point.
Bannon, who frequently speaks to journalists, did not respond to numerous voicemails. He did not respond to an additional request for comment in a letter mailed to him on July 9th in the federal prison in Danbury, Connecticut, where he's incarcerated. Alexandra Priate, a spokesperson for Bannon, told BI in December 2021 that a documentary about Epstein would be screened probably around Labor Day. The date came and went. Priate has not requested to follow up queries in the 2 years since. Yeah, and then there was also Epstein talking about his relationship with Trump.
I mean, it just sounds like, based on that question that gets leaked, that like the whole point of it is like not actually about making Epstein look bad, but it's about like showing how like see how liberal perverts like Jeffrey Epstein are endorsing Time's Up. Like it all feels like it's part of these like.
But the very fact that he got this level of access to Jeffrey Epstein is also suspicious.
Yes.
I don't know. Bill Barr's dad was the head of the private school where Epstein worked. Yeah, I know that.
Yeah, Don Barr. We know.
But I don't know.
Jeffrey Epstein went to Interlochen with William Barr. They took a photo together. There's a lot of weird shit. Why did Don Barr at Dalton insist on hiring this guy who didn't appear to finish like college, but is supposedly some whiz? Like the whole thing's strange.
His brother, Mark Epstein, said Bannon was trying to help his brother rehabilitate his reputation after the Miami Herald 2018 published a series of articles which ultimately led to an indictment by federal prosecutors in Manhattan. Mark Epstein told BI that his brother had sent him footage of some of Bannon's interviews with him. In that interview, Mark Epstein told BI last year, Jeffrey said he stopped hanging out with Trump when he realized Trump was a crook.
That's awesome.
That's funny. Yeah.
Yeah, Hitler said he didn't fuck with you anymore. He said he was too out of pocket.
Mark Epstein said he inquired about the footage in a meeting with Bannon in New York after his brother's death, but Bannon refused to share more information. Mark Epstein said Bannon asked him for money, saying he needed $6 million to complete the documentary. Dude, okay, never mind. Maybe it's Bannon was just fleecing the Epsteins.
That would be pretty funny, blackmailing the blackmailer.
Yeah. That's typical Steve Bannon, though. He's a fucking
I mean, I interviewed him once. He talks to everybody.
Oh, yeah, he loves the media.
He loves billionaires. He's an easy yapper.
Is running a sex trafficking operation targeting American politicians and business people and stuff. You think they're working with an Arab or Muslim nation in the Middle East? Like, you think that Leslie Wexner is devoting his entire...
Yeah. Famously, the American intelligence would never work with Arab and Muslim nations in the Middle East. Like, but Trump is really good. He's doing peace in the Middle East with the
Also,
Abraham
like,
Accords.
by the way,
with
like-
the Abraham Accords, which is, you know, a joint security cooperation agreement packaged as a normalization of relations with Israel between nations that already have normalized their relations with Israel. What were you going to say?
Just that, like, one of the other pieces of this that I'm kind of like, I don't know, like it just feels, I remain skeptical of anybody who spends this much time talking about this kind of shit in 2025, but has like no actual way to connect it to like things that are going on. You know what I mean? Like, it's just like, why are you saying the same exact things that we've heard from like a million other people for the last like 4 fucking years? Like repeating over and like, it just feels, I don't know. Like I don't want to sound like jaded or like I want to dismiss like the gravity of like what people like Epstein did or like what like, you know, what that kind of like conspiracy political culture, like how it like is destructive to a country or destructive to the world or whatever. But it just feels like just like retreading the shit over and over and over and over again. It just feels like prurient. It feels like tabloid stuff. It doesn't feel like it's actually trying to educate people in any meaningful way.
I mean, I can't,
you know what I mean?
I can't tell if he's just like, you know, just stupid and didn't understand the book that he claims he read, or he's just like deliberately misrepresenting it and only talking about the Jewish nature of these espionage actions.
Well, if these, by the way, if your people want to see an interesting documentary about Les Wexner that has a nice Jeffrey Epstein bit on Hulu, the documentary about Victoria's Secret, Angels and Demons. It's like about how Victoria's Secret was this place of like rampant sexual abuse, exploitation, and projected this like hypersexualized imagery and culture. I was interviewed for this documentary, and there was a lot of information. There's a lot of information in it that's really good and well sourced about how Epstein fit into Les Wexner's life, and it frames it within this like larger conversation about like, well, what does it say about how these people are like, you know, crazy, like nutcase, you know, like crazy, like, you know, sexual abusers in their own right, and then they make something like Victoria's Secret.
By the way, this is the crazy part. Sex Pestany's lawyer defending him against the lawsuit against one of his victims is Andrew Brettler, Prince Andrew's attorney when he sued Virginia Giuffre.
Well, listen, it's
the same law firm.
Yeah, I mean, and it's like, listen, if one ever finds themselves in such a position, you'd want legal help that's experienced.
Yeah. Yeah, with a upstanding track record in working to fight and defend sex criminals of the highest order.
To philanthropies on behalf of Israel, but then he's going to work for Saudi Arabia when he's doing this trafficking ring?
Right. But if someone says to him that they're all...
How is that far-fetched? Someone who's working on behalf of Israel also simultaneously working for Saudi Arabia? What is far-fetched about that? That is more proof that he is most likely CIA.
I mean, well, I think you're just listening.
What why does he unironically think that like there's bad blood between MBS and like Israel or something? Like, are you fucking stupid? What the fuck? It's just, oh God. The answer is yes.
Country in the Middle East, knowing he knows what that means, but not specifying. Doesn't he kind of have to repeat it that same way?
Well, he also has to repeat it the same way because he won't get the job if he says Israel.
Exactly.
Because Israel has
Right.
so much control over our government right now. And I'm not saying that all Jews are in on something. Clearly, internet. Thank
Clearly,
you.
internet.
And Joe is definitely not saying that.
Definitely not.
But the Israel's government is as vulnerable to the deep state effect as the American government. But I would argue that Israel's government is way more vulnerable to it because of the people that founded Israel and the way it was founded. It was founded in a modern time, much more recently, by like it was a revolutionary founding. And I can totally sympathize with the Jewish desire to have that state. Like I get it. But because of the way that happened, the people that founded Israel were a bunch of organized crime figures in America, the Jewish mob, that were helping with money and with arms trafficking to get the guns there because they had to have guns. And it was the Rothschild banking family sending a whole bunch of money and getting the declaration in the first place. And then the people that were there, the 3 different organizations, the Irgun, the Lehi group, and the Haganah, those were the 3 like paramilitary groups that fought to found Israel, and they're like the heroes of Israel, which I understand the narrative that they're heroes, but when Israel was officially founded, they officially designated Irgun and Lehi as terrorist organizations because they had been bombing civilians. They'd been bombing British civilians.
Dog, Lehi called them, it was Lehi.
Also, by the way, it's not Lehi.
Lehi?
Lehi, yes.
Yeah.
It's called, like, it's not the fucking Lehi Valley. It's called Lehi.
Also, Lehi called themselves terrorists, didn't they?
Yes.
Like,
No,
they didn't even, like, they were like, no, we're terrorists. Out of the 3, at least.
The first official act of terror before they changed the definition was the bombing of the King David Hotel, where these terrorists, these Lehi and Irgun terrorists, a bunch of different groups, one of the guy who planned that bombing later became the prime minister of Israel. They were bombing civilians, and like, so when those are the groups that are fighting to found that nation, even if all the Jews there are wonderful people, the leadership is inherently composed of these people that have been deeply corrupt for all time. And so you get this fertile ground for this kind of deep state effect to take power. And when you start to research the heads of state of Israel...
You are stupid. You are stupid. That's not like where a deep state comes from, is that there were a bunch of like nationalist terrorist groups that like started like the founding fathers of your country, like, which is true. That is not connect.
Well, deep state did come from a nationalist paramilitary group that was developing a parallel state in Turkey with NATO.
Sorry, I didn't mean to put shade on the Grey Wolves' names, but it's just not like there's.
That's where the OG deep state comes from.
He's just like describing though like this like wholly organic like as if this thing isn't like like where are the great powers that are like facilitating the process in which all this is happening in this story? It's just like a bunch of like it's just so half baked, man.
No, it's like weirdly. It almost loops back around to being weirdly pro-Israel, to be like, no, these were a bunch of upstarts that just like they just kind of got together and happened to do a revolutionary act and develop the Israeli nation state.
Over history, you realize that a bunch of them were in those groups doing those terrorist acts and have done a bunch of dark stuff because those were the people that were at the top of that military organization. Like those terrorist organizations reformed to form the IDF.
And what's interesting is you can talk about this now post October 7th.
It opened wide open.
Post Gaza.
You want to know a funny story?
Yeah, no one was talking about.
This is insane.
No one was talking about the.
What does that even? Like, where does that thought come from,
dude? No.
How is that like the thought that like occurs and it was like both untrue and irrelevant?
I'll take it one step further, Joe. There's this concept called the New Historians. Okay, post October 7, they came out and they released all these documents they had found. One of those guys then said,
"You're kidding."
It's all post October 7. Before then, no one knew about this stuff. Okay,
Whoa.
No one was allowed to talk about this stuff. Why? Because I found out about Israel after October 7 because I'm a fucking idiot.
That's crazy, dude. That's crazy.
That's
wow.
why.
So what you're saying?
The Haganah, Irgun, Etzel, the Stern Gang, and the Lehi. Red-pilled skeptics need to shut the fuck up.
I didn't know shit about it. And I started doing 9/11
We noticed.
And I was doing a 9/11 video on my YouTube, and I knew about the dancing Israelis conspiracy theory that is very much a real set of documents. And I knew that I'm not allowed to talk about Israel for some reason, and I didn't really know why. And I realized, like, I better fucking understand this thing before I crater my new channel and career.
Bro, I started Googling, and I went, wow, this is scary.
This guy rocks.
Wow. Yeah. I was doing a 9/11 documentary, and I just realized, like, man, Jews be dancing, dude. Yeah.
And then it got me thinking,
my favorite.
You ever been to a college dance marathon?
Yeah.
You know who's doing it?
Jews.
Yeah.
My favorite is the Nick Mullen bit about this, where it's like, all right, guys, we put everything together. We set all the events in motion for 9/11 to happen. All right, I got one more thing I got to do. Let's leave the clues.
Yeah, exactly. Well, dude, that Mullen bit is so good. One more thing.
Yeah.
The clues. Time to leave the. Yeah.
Go out and dance over there. Okay. All right. Once you're done calling all of your friends, all of the Jews that work in the towers, okay, Time to
Like
time
the
to go
dancing-
out.
Like the dancing Israeli thing. It's weird. It's interesting to look at and talk about. I don't know what the fuck this guy thinks that he has such a firm idea of like how would it all meet? Like, and then but he can't even like he's unable to like synthesize it.
Yeah.
On this topic I don't understand. If I'm going to take a stance against Israel at all, I should understand why and how and so I started doing research, and I shelved that research and I switched to researching Israel and Palestine and the history there and what's going on. And I finished the video and it was October 6th. And I was like, I was very worried because it's like, you weren't allowed to talk about it. And I had just made this whole documentary about the history of Israel, Palestine and the propaganda and what it all was. And I published it on October 6th on my locals channel. And I kind of had this like lean back and like, if that's the end of the ride and I get canceled for this shit, so be it. And then literally the next day, and I'm not saying that October 7th was a good thing, but I'm saying that literally the next day, the entire internet was ablaze about Israel and Palestine, and everyone was talking about it. And it was the weirdest fucking coincidence. Like,
okay, now I definitely believe he's a Fed.
Yeah, man. Yeah, the
Guys.
Mossad told him what was coming, but they didn't tell Bibi.
Yeah. now I believe that he's a federal agent. Okay.
I gotta split in a minute. I gotta dinner.
Oh damn! All right. Well, I'm about to end this right now after the wonderful words of this man.
Oh, yeah.
Anyway.
And suddenly it was like,
I'll see this part out then.
Yeah, let's finish this up.
all right, let's fucking dig this thing open, because unfortunately it is, I mean, I think fortunately, I think that the state of the Israeli influence that sustained them for so long, that was essential to them surviving this long, I think that it has grown cancerous to the Jewish faith in general, because Jeffrey Epstein is the perfect example of this. Jeffrey Epstein was the world's most prolific and evil sex trafficker that we know of so far, ever. And he very clearly was a Jewish organization of Jewish people working on behalf of.
What about Genghis Khan?
Oh damn, it's true.
Just saying.
It's true. Historically,
Israel and other groups. And so that's a dark stain on Israel and on the Jewish people.
Jimmy Savile's pretty bad too.
Yeah, there's a lot. I mean, I will say, I don't think it's so unequivocal. Epstein is bad. He's definitely, I would draft him in the first round. His fundamentals in the trafficking game were really strong, but he had competition.
Yeah. I just, God. I do find it very, I do find it suspicious that the only people that get play, especially in prominent right-wing networks, that get to talk about Israel this way are people who are just like openly anti-Semitic usually, or they just like say things always about like noticing, you know what I mean? How much they notice certain things.
People, if you own.
Well, and in his case, he doesn't like, he sounds so he's like, it's destructive to the Jewish, like the state of Israeli, like these words feel uncomfortable coming out of his mouth. He does not sound like he has like a real grasp on the concepts, on the people, on the thing. It just sounds like he's making content. I don't know. I mean, I would like to live in a world where I am actually being too hard on this guy, because in that case, he's not a bad guy, but I don't know. He's sus, man. He stinks.
His fundamentals are dog shit. He used Ghislaine for all the legwork. Jimmy Savile built that hospital wing from scratch.
It's true. Jimmy Savile put the team on his back.
Yeah, he did. He did build his own little playground. He's a fucking freak. He's a Fed placating and play acting and anti-Semite, in my opinion. Yeah, I could maybe see. I don't know. Does the CIA have motion like that? Do they still do psyops?
I don't think so. Like this.
That's
I think about this sometimes because like once upon a time, right? Like the CIA has had, and especially in the middle of the Cold War, like they ran multiple operations to surveil the CIA, or sorry, to like co-opt the media with people who were like active CIA assets who were working in newspapers and so on. And like this was way more
Operation Mockingbird, right?
But it's true. But there, I mean, among others, like it was a larger program, et cetera. But here's the other thing: like there were things that made that possible that don't exist now. A lot of the people they recruited had served in the army, because for most of the like that period of time in the 20th century, there had been a draft. And in fact, a lot of people had served in World War II, and they were already more ideologically like willing to work with a government that they had already served in that way. Like there's a great story that was published by Carl Bernstein in Rolling Stone in 1977 that like it goes into this in the sense that like it like when you see what the actual like laid out, what like a CIA operation to seed people within the media looks like, it just doesn't seem like the kind of thing that you could pull off in the same way today. I'm not saying it doesn't happen, it doesn't exist today, but that like a lot of these like ideas of how it used to work in the past, like you can't just like control X, control V.
Even Israeli espionage, like when they were closer to like their Arabic roots, I think that they were more convincing agents out there. And now they can't even mimic like the Palestinian dialect when they're doing one of those fake videos. It's like, oh, hello, I am Palestinian Islamic Jihad. We love killing Palestinian civilians. Like when they do those little fucking things that they those little snippets from the Gaza Strip, like they also don't even have the same motion any longer. Like none of the enshittification has taken root in even the espionage agencies as well.
But you know how I think we fix this?
How?
Bring wokeness back.
Bring wokeness back.
DEI got us into this mess. It'll get us out.
Yeah. Anyway, all right. Nobody wants to work anymore, myself included. That concludes today's episode, today's broadcast. Thank you so much, Noah Culver, for coming on. And also shouts out to Simone Zimmerman again. We will see you tomorrow. No, you're going to be here, right?
Yes, sir.
All right. We'll do some more fun stuff. I will be reacting to Drewski's Love VH1 style reality dating show as well tomorrow. And I got some other fun reacts lined up as well. Peace, everybody. See you tomorrow. Bye-bye.
Starlock to the starlock to the topic just begun. There he is again, Hasan is streaming, Hasan is streaming. There he is again, Hasan is streaming, Hasan is streaming, reviewing the P.O. box, Uncle Uyghur's face, sudden Discord agitprop, great names take embrace. Tiny Bernie Sanders, LGBTQ Air Force, the whole left at your fingertips, Ane at your door. The H3 crowded debate, the Young Turks online show. 3 full fucking years of this, plenty more to go. 90-day fiance talks of champagne bourgeoisie. A Trump rally live reaction, a mass riot at DC. There he is again, Hasan is streaming.